am here in the middle of nowhere. There is no there, it is cold there, but I am safe and I am warm. Although it's hard, I know I gotta keep up. No time to lay, to drift away. I find my space, I spend my time down the rabbit hole again. And as I fall, I can feel the pain. You can't tell me where to go, so I don't know, I just go with the flow. I go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting down, I'm feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo.
Living in the same routine, like the seasons I'm on repeat. It's a long way down. Trying not to follow suit. Don't like the color, I'll change the shade of it. I'm not afraid of it. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat change, but so can you. So can you. For too long about the mistakes, while I resent, I learned to hate. Forgot your names. Fear the struggle to follow on. Need to focus to prove you're wrong. I'm not wrong. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it.
Cigarette ash, it looks like snow when it falls in the wind, you know. And you say you wanna dance. You're wary, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. And you're having fun. Why don't you show your friends? And you're having fun. What if it never ends? I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. And this booze, this cigarette's trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off, put the feeling on ice still. She's as cold as December. I swear I've seen you before, holding your shoes in your hands, running out that door. And you got nothing, but you say you wanna dance. And you're wary, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. And this booze, this cigarette take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off with the feeling on I sail. She's as cold as December.
Feelings, it's like I can't walk on the ceiling. Oh yeah, got me dreaming, dreaming in colors I never dreamed. Oh yeah, I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made 'em yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh. Magic, no, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you. When you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made 'em yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do,
Good night. Welcome, everybody. It is time. It's the culmination, the very final day of NECC spring season here of 2022. I'm here with ManofClass with Soavdannom on my left or on my right, depending on how your screen is looking. It's going to be a hot one. And we're starting here tonight with Champions, Yellow Division. It's going to be RPIA versus Bethel University. And Soph, this is a match.
This is quite a match. We saw these two Titans they played off in week 9, not too long ago.
3 weeks
but,
ago,
both
4
of them
weeks,
had
something like
quite a run. Yeah, I don't even know, but yeah, it was quite a bit of time. But the bigger thing here is RPI's run undefeated to get to this point. 9-0 plus just running it through all the playoffs, as you can see there. Meanwhile, Bethel had a little bit of a tough streak they had to play in, but they're down 2 losses from the overall season, still number 2 seed. This is gonna be a game, and this is a great way to kick off, I think, this night of champions.
Yeah, and I mean, we do see a lot of the times, especially in these playoffs, we see like a performance change up, some evolvements of these teams. They change things up. They know each other better. They get to do more targeted VOD reviews and preparations. And of course, with our map ban and pick system coming in the finals, in the playoffs, there is a lot more going on between these teams that is more strategy, more tactics, more just cerebral thinking going on. And you really love seeing it. And I mean, these two teams as well. They're now even getting another factor, which is that we're playing a best of 7 instead of a best of 5. So it's an even more like longevity potential.
Let's talk about not only just how you play the game in game, but let's talk about how you play the game outside of game. Every single map pick, every ban matters, every single sub in and out matters. And I think with that, because we've been talking and kind of waiting for these subs to roll out, let's see who these teams are putting in here for this, because this is going to be the other important part as to who is here today. And for the side of RCI, we've got Treverton, we've got Bigfoot, we've got Declan, RJ, Z-Hobo, and Grapple to round it out. This is the 9-0 squad. It's a lot of fresh talent, but they are looking very, very strong for being so young.
And the same, of course, coming in Bethel. Bethel, a little bit of the underdog, depending on their record, but it's all in the series tonight. Playoffs. And they're gonna bring it up with Dawson, Red Ninja, Momo, Quibsy, Big J5, and Kuda. I mean, very honestly, we've seen these players play before. We know how good they are, and there's obviously a reason why they're in the finals here. I would say they almost need no introduction, but we introduced them anyways.
Yeah.
So what are the battlegrounds that we're looking at tonight? First map is going to be played is going to be Busan. Of course, a control map. Looking up here, potentially going all the way to 3, but might be done after 2. And I mean, I think it's a nice one to start on, like in terms of like neutral ground, in terms of the diversity we can see. What are your thoughts?
I agree with you completely. There's so many different things you can do, the various maps between Temple, between Mecha Base. You can kind of force some of your favorite comps, things you're comfortable with. This division in particular loves its brawl, so those things are still good here. But once you get to those open sight lines, you got to start being a little concerned, because someone's got a Nash, someone's got a Widow in their pocket that definitely, if left unchecked, could run the lobby. But even the longer game, do you give that surprise away now? You're in map 1. Granted, this was a pick. This was, I believe, RPI's pick. So, do you give away some of your tricks now? Do you hold on to them and assume you may need them down the line? It's all kind of a long mental game here.
And with a long mental game, I mean, they've already been playing the entire season, right? Like, you're talking about the long game, the long mental game, the long everything, like all the prep, all the weeks, everything has been worth it leading up to this. And especially those last few weeks, they didn't really have to win anymore. They were kind of already in playoffs. You're kind of doing it for seeding. So really, these last 2 weeks in quarterfinals and semifinals, that's where it really has come to fruition for all of these teams. Now, Bethel coming out here with the Wrecking Ball instead of the Reinhardt, and in general, a lot more mobility from them. So just coming out with this poke style.
Yeah, I like it. It's a good look. It's able to isolate and kind of surround this brawl comp that is really looking for someone to close in on, but who do you drop onto? There's no one to really come onto.
Yeah, there really isn't. So right now they are trying to just roll in. Big J5 already get taken out, but they do take out the Immortality Field, which is a good start. So Dawson, good on that for the Zenyatta, and Zobo will fall as a result. No more Baptiste for the defending team that's currently protecting the points. With both supports going down, it's going to be a very short fight here. They're going to be in control for a little bit longer, but the stall without supports, it's not going to be all that long. Although I say that, maybe an ice block with a wall, that's going to take a little bit to take down.
It will take a little bit, and the D.Va will be last to fall. A modest, 18, 19% out of it. That's a good start, but now we're swapping to the Winston in. I like that. We know we just need to kind of collapse quicker, and I like this change over to this Sombra. I like this whole comp change. It's a lot more brawly, that same kind of idea, but it's easier to isolate and burst down these targets.
Quipsy rolling around on this wrecking ball close to the minefield, but might not be able to use it because Kuda and Dawson immediately falling on that break into Zenyatta. And both supports gone. Not a huge problem for this comp necessarily, but if your D.Va then also gets demeched and your wrecking ball gets hacked, you're not going to have a fun time anymore. And that change from Declan, that just really did him in.
Oh, that whole comp change was just the correct counter pick here, and they rightfully earned that back. They will almost have that coalescence. That's kind of the only tool that they'll get, maybe early, short of they continue to keep this pressure up, though, and they'll force ults out.
Nice early ult pools at least, but Quipsy not really going to get much done with that minefield. I think they're just putting it down to be like, Declan, you can't get close to us to hack us, and there's a minefield in the way. Gonna go in with the smash straight away, and with Tevtron being on that Winston, there's not a whole lot stopping them from walking through this choke. The pulse bomb doesn't quite get anything, but it does zone out the Reaper, at least in his Wraith form. Sound Barrier will sustain RPIA for a little bit longer, but it's going to be not that much healing and support left. Especially with a rally countering them, there's going to be a huge amount of aggression coming through from Bethel right now.
They are looking strong, but meanwhile the points continue to tick up, and these ultimates are getting committed. The EMP been thrown in, class.
Oh no, EMP hacks a bunch of targets. Honestly, the death wasn't really getting that much. EMP was well timed, but I think a lot of the members from Bethel were already moving on, so to speak. It doesn't even win the duel versus Kuda after that. Brigitte is still a monster in this game. Kuda will also almost fall to that Moira, honestly. Doesn't quite get out of it. And that Winston from Tevtron, even after the Primal Rage, did not have enough health left anymore to stay alive. This fight looking to go to Bethel, but they still have to try and cap this point before it ticks into 100%.
And they've just been gaining percentage RPI, so they've just kind of net themselves a gain. It's going to be one fight by the time they take it back, and even if they just stall us out the littlest bit longer, they'll do themselves some good, and they continue to turn it for Bethel. They'll close it out here.
97%, that is a whole bunch, and it's exactly what you need, because within 3 seconds before it ticks into the 100%, that's when you need to touch it as the other team in order to stop it from going into to start it to go into overtime at all. So yeah, 3%, roughly 3.6% is what we call that in the game. That will be exactly a nice percentage to get there. You don't have to get to the 99, but we'll see whether or not Bethel can hold on for this for a bit longer. It's a better pulse from this time around, immediately leading to the DMAC on the Bigfoot, and the minefield contributing to, gets the Bigfoot out of the Baby D.Va too. And that's at least the numbers advantage. They also used that Transcendence. I think they used it because they thought maybe the EMP was coming in, but it wasn't. Declan does fall on time though, so they don't have to worry about it just yet. But with an 84%, that will be a next fight thing to worry about. Nice self-destruct and remake for Momo, but it won't be enough as the rest of their team just falls, and I don't think they're going to have that much left to work with. Quipsy still relatively healthy. I think they have a support with them itself as well. No, that was Momo and the Baby D.Va still. They're close to another minefield. They will be able to touch before overtime ticks down. Was worried about the hack, and it will come through in the end. Declan has the EMP ready to, so anyone that jumps in will get hacked. Didn't get anybody aside from the Tracer though, so the EMP kind of going wasted, but that sound barrier is exactly what they need to sustain. They don't really get any eliminations though, and it feels like they invested those ultimates a little bit early before anything really came out. RJ does it differently though, gets 2 vanilla kills, and then in the Death Blossom actually goes down. In the end though, it's RPIA that gets all the eliminations and wins that first round. It did come a little bit close, and gotta look at that ultimate usage there, Self.
Yeah, those ultimates, the advantage on paper should have gone to Bethel there. They just had quite a stock, but they just kind of threw out some mistakes, some errors. Throwing out that Transcendence was so big, making that miscalculation, thinking that the EMP was coming in. It could be the jitters, it could be anything, but a lot of those kind of just misuses are what snowballed into everything else, and suddenly RPI is looking to carry this map 1 to a victory, and they are looking like they want to try to meet them on the ball, quite literally, here with this. So I do like this. There's so much more area you have to play into. The Hanzo's a great pick, and Bethel has no reason to change anything here. They're looking pretty confident with what they've won with what they were looking at. We'll see if it pays off for them.
Especially that Sombra. I mean, Quipsy was doing an amazing job on that Wrecking Ball, and then all of a sudden there's a Sombra, and they just get nothing done anymore. Of course, that's exactly why the Sombra was picked, but this time around, we don't see that coming out, so they don't have to worry about it. Maybe Big J5 versus Declan, and Red Ninja versus RJ. Soldier versus the Cassidy. Now, it's a matchup we don't see all that often. In this division, not unlikely. No. And this Sigma from Bigfoot, also a fun pick to come around. A little bit more barrier in the way.
Yeah, a little bit more stability and able to keep yourself placed here. As you can see it, they are capping. They'll probably get it. The contest might come through. No, they'll just get it for free. But yeah, that ability to kind of keep your soldier having an angle is so big here.
It is absolutely massive. First cap does come through for RPIA again, but it's, again, the first pick coming out. First 2 picks coming out from Bethel. They start winning that first fight, and with 3 picks and a very quick post-bomb charge from Big J5, this map is looking to go very differently. Of course, much more favored towards the Tracer. Big J5 immediately showing that it would like a 3K that fight.
Yeah. It came up huge, already a quarter away to another pulse bomb. Put in that work to flip it right back, so just have to keep that up. So keep making the space in the chaos for Big J5 to come up big there, and I think you can continue to keep this pressure rolling because there is a pulse bomb for Declan. Might try to stick it and force out that trance from Dawson, which might change the course of this fight. I say that.
Is the course of the fight, but not the course of history. It's going to be Red Ninja out of the fight already. Declan already hitting that too. Big J5 still ahead in the next pulse bomb ult charge, but they might not even get it this fight. Early Transcendence used from Zobo though, and Dawson has it in a pocket in case they really want to use it, and they do actually press that button, and they press it later. That second support ult, we always talk about it, that might be the better one, and with that minefield just being cleared by the Zenyatta, Quipsy can now actually get an advantage if they throw the minefield second. They don't go down as a result, not yet, but it's the Tech Pfizer that gets 3. I thought this was Overwatch 1, but it looks like Overwatch 2. That is a triple kill from RJ5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 actually, and Jobo finishes it off with the last 2K.
The other unfortunate thing that happened there was Kuda threw in the rally at the same time that trance hit, so it really forced out both of those ultimates right away. You needed to layer those out for Bethel to keep themselves alive here, and 50% is a decent start, but you got to keep holding now, and there's going to be that rally from RPA to kick it off.
Is looking like a stick. No, not quite. Declan actually not hitting it this time around, but I don't need to. Triple kill comes in regardless. That's Bethel on the back foot once again. Percentage only now being evened up though. So Bethel's still in a pretty good spot to try and pull this back, get some recovery out of it. Will not be able to run away from RJ 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 there. Does Big J. Yeah, it makes sense, you know, like we saw, the soldier is getting so much value with the Tech Pfizer, but Ninja is on it as well, so they're going to have that soon.
Yep, and that big pulse bomb from Big J is going to be the big question mark for this fight, because if that stick comes through, it means they can win this and turn this back, and they have to make a decision soon. RPI is getting close to that 80% mark, so this is going to start coming down to one fight if they don't hurry.
But they're still going to be fine for at least a little bit right now. The pulse doesn't quite hit the Sigma, but at least it didn't get eaten, so they got a little bit of damage off. Declan looking for a lot more targets. Both him and Z-Hobo get one on the board. And now we need a little bit more coming out from Bethel. Otherwise, this time is just going to tick down to 100, and it won't get anything done. Red Ninja has the ultimate. Will get taken out by RJ before they can even use it. RJ now charges to one of their own, and they can't even touch on the point. That is a 2-0 for RPIA on Busan, taking the early lead in this series.
Yeah, that space control at the end there with the mines and all the ultimates forcing the fights where they wanted them was just great control, and that's kind of how you want in the best case scenario, right? You want to be able to run these fights and just take that space. Z-Hobo putting in the work also on that Moira. You know, the flexibility from this team on the side of RPI has looked good to be able to kind of not only just counter this poke comp, but to also just turn around and say, look, we don't need to just counter it. We can also play it too in our own variation and come out ahead. Is a great statement to open this match with, because you're going up 1-0. It's not going to be your pick, but, you know, that's fine. The consolation is that you at least are up here, and that's a great place to be.
Exactly. And now we're going to get, of course, the map pick coming out in a little bit from the team that just lost one, which was Bethel. But RPIA does get to actually ban one of the maps in that map type to make sure that they don't get the map they really do not want to play. And with the next map type being hybrid, it is it's a fun thing to run through, honestly.
It will be, but I mean, looking at what RPI has shown us so
Escort.
far.
Never mind. It's Escort's next map.
I'm sorry, it's
My
Escort.
bad.
Yeah. Even still, looking at that, like, what do you even think to pick here? Because RPI is going to get the ban, and then you have to think, okay, well, they banned probably what our strongest map's going to be, so we have to now pick where we think they're going to be weakest. I mean, you just saw two pretty solid comps come out of them and strong plays from all those players. So now it becomes quite looking and going, where do we want to go that maybe we stand a chance? Because this poke comp, a little bit outclassed, unfortunately. So maybe you have to try to meet them on that brawl. Maybe you have to think of just bringing it to King's Row. There's a lot to consider, especially given that we're in first to four. Like, this is the things you don't get in the normal league. So this is why we love this time of year.
Right. And since it's Escort, Dorado's already banned by RPIA. Looking towards the other Escort maps, I mean, we have Route 66, we have Rialto, we have Havana, we have Watchpoint Gibraltar, we have Route 66. Like, there's quite a few maps in this particular map type.
Yeah.
So there is something to go for kind of every playstyle. But I think the general characteristic of these Escort maps is that there's always the room for a little longer sightlines, a little more open space.
Mm-hmm.
There are very few cramped ones. I mean, we didn't even mention Junkertown just yet. So
Yeah.
it's a crazy pool of maps that we're going to go through. And yeah, they kind of have it all for the picking. So they're going to figure out, what do we play? You know, what do we want to do? And they're going to go for Route 66.
I think they're going to go for Route 66. You know, this has become kind of a good map for these kinds of poke comps, the long sightlines like you mentioned. So now you just need to kind of pair it up. Is this soldier going to be enough? Do you want to keep running this tracer? Because kind of what we've seen is that the tracer and the ball haven't really been in sync. The tracers have been off in their own duels, and the part of this comp that really works effectively when it does come together is getting the main tank and getting the tracers to kind of come together and to collapse on the same target once you're done poking. Kind of, you know, taking the space, moving it all out, and really doing that. And if Bethel wants to come out on top, they have to kind of use their predilection, I guess, or their preference to this to their favor. So maybe you retire the legs and bring in an Ash here. And it would be appropriate. Maybe you bring in something a little bit longer, maybe the Widow, just to see how you can feel. But you got to consider there's also a lot of height you can use. So the Echo wouldn't be a bad pick either. That's a pretty common one for this too. So I would like to see that kind of change up, maybe get a little out of the comfort zone just to kind of throw a wrench into the expected.
Yeah, and there's like, again, there's so many different things you can do. Like, I always love seeing teams, even though it's not the greatest strategy, I always love seeing teams go for the tunnel hold with a Mei. Be like in there with the Reinhardt, with Narissa, with the Mei, with the Junkrat. Just be like, well, if you want to come in this tunnel and have a bad time, if you want to move the cart, you're gonna have to get us out of this tunnel. Don't think that's really either of these teams' style, but it would just be fun to see.
Nah. But Bethel will at least get to the attack first, so there's that for them. Maybe they'll come out, see the poke comp, and probably just fall back into what is comfortable for them. Or maybe Quibsy runs out on this hog in Spirit of Overwatch 2. Who even knows right now? But maybe. I do like the Hanzo, and I do think that's a good pick. You have so much sightlines. The information is just so good to have. And meanwhile, in RPIA, they've shown this. They've shown that this is a comfortable place for them. And I see nothing wrong with what they're going to do. This hold back is a great place to be. So it's just going to be vying for this space here initially. And that's going to be the important thing, is who can kind of control this map space with ball and all the rest of these kind of tank positionals.
Always a good question, right? Who is going to do it? In this case, it's going to be Declan again on this tracer, which they were doing pretty well with last map. RG on the Hanzo now, both him and Red Ninja having something to prove on these new heroes that they haven't played yet. Ripsy need to go to the high ground. Nice boop off. Almost gets the knockoff off that high ground for the supports, but doesn't quite find the backline to be boopable enough. Devtron will not make it out though, so that's a numbers advantage already for the attack, and Bethel going to be steadily pushing this card a little further when they get the chance.
Yeah,
nice,
I like this Ash.
Oh,
that's beautiful. Yeah, I love this Ash play. The rest of this has come through. The pressure from Dynamite's so big, and you can see it. They just really have been able to keep the cart rolling the whole way through.
It's the roll through plus the slam plus the dynamite. Like, it's so much just immediate burst and then overtime damage that it's pretty much impossible to heal up for Z-Hobo and Grapple. They're gonna be able to get one more contest if they really want to, but it's gonna be tough.
It is. They're gonna have to dig deeper, find that teamwork again, because here it comes.
Yeah, it definitely is. Devtron already on this point together with Declan, but the pulse bomb finds two. That's Big J5 showing up big in the kill feed, gets a triple as well. Declan on 4 HP will not really do much of it all. Someone just needs to breathe in their general direction, and that's where they will go down. Just the payload going into B, and that's a very convincing start here from Bethel, and they needed that after the last map.
Yeah, you want to talk about resetting the mental 5-minute clock is a great way to look at this and say, we've got this. This was our pick. This is exactly what we planned for. This is what we scrimmed for and wanted. And, you know, this is a great, if you're them, you'll have Bob, you'll have a trance in case you feel that post bomb's coming your way. So the ultimates are looking there for Bethel. It's probably going to, it just depends how late they use them.
I mean, how many times haven't we looked at a match where control is won by one team and all the other map types are run by the other? It is definitely not the first time that would be happening. Momo does get taken out by Declan. No more Mech, no more Pilot Diva. And Declan will get countered by their opposite number in Big J5, who just goes into the next DPS and takes them out too. Tracer's unstoppable in this game so far, in this match so far. Series not over by a long shot, but Tracers are wanting to get there quick, it seems.
Yeah, and it really kind of, you have to put a stop on this, right? They won that without really committing any ultimates into it. They gained 2, so Bethel's in a great position, and Big J wants more. He's hungry. He wants more.
I mean, Big J needs a lot of feeding. You know, it's how it works. It's feed the Tracers, what they keep yelling.
You got to feed to get big, yeah.
Meanwhile, the cart's slowly pushing forward as well. 3:45 on the clock, and they're already getting close to B. That could be a massive time bank going into third, but the ultimates are online now for both teams. This is where the fiesta is really going to start happening, but you got to be alive to use your minefield, Tevtron. Don't just sit there and watch it burn. That's not how that works. Your health bar is not a game that you want to see going down quicker. Declan does find the counter, and RJ does take out the Bob at least. There's a lot of resources they have to put into a couple of different heroes. And with the Transcendence, it actually might provide a lot of sustain here for the attackers to keep on going. And they get the eliminations, the minefield, the self-destruct. Gripsy and Momo just finishing it off with the support of Dawson and Kuda. And that payload only has a little bit more to go. 0.68 meters. That is barely anything. Is the length of my forearm. That's what you're looking at. And that's what that cart will be able to push. Bethel getting point B, 4:25 on the clock.
But I was saying, and as he goes down, Big J already has another pulse bomb. Like, he spent one, got it right back through that fight. Really to say to that, and RJ is really not having it anymore. They don't want to try to deal with that. They're going back to the soldier here. I think it can work. I think it can be effective if you're worried about getting burned down. I think there needs to be a little bit more help versus Big J though, because Big J is just getting so much value.
Big J5 just running around the map, binking, blacking, blooping. That's what the Tracer's doing these days. It's how it is. I mean, we don't see that much Tracer, but when you see it like this, you can understand exactly why she's still in the game and why you never can count out a good Tracer player. Ripseed is rolling around on the cart together with Momo. They make sure that cart keeps on rocking, keeps on trucking. And speaking about trucks, that's where Grapple just finds a pulse bomb from Big J5. RJ does finally get the counter out, so you're not running with your Tracer for a little bit. But she's so fast, she'll be back in no time.
Be quick before you even realize it, and control this important high ground is going to be so big. They're willing to commit the rally and keep this cart moving, though.
They're going to be able to do exactly that. Kuda just pushing a little bit further forward. Don't really with them there to keep pushing, so they do back off. But with this minefield almost ready from Quipsy, there could be a perfect corner to throw it in. Is that what they're going to do? I think they want to. There we go. It's out minefield, but the Transcendence to just counter it all. There is a bit of a skirmish going on. Bigfoot does find the floor, but Quipsy and Tevtron, with a couple of their supports and DPS on this truck area, is just a immediate cluster of damage, and heroes and abilities keep on going. And in the end, no one really pulls on the long end of the stick here. Visor does come out, but there's a deep in your face. There's a Transcendence going on. There's a break in the air, but she is a shield. Okay, they take down one with 2 ultimates. It's not really the efficiency you're looking for. And that self-destruct just pulls it right back on Tevtron. And the ultimates are coming up now for Bethel. They're going to find a few more. Pulse Bomb, Bob, Minefield. They're getting closer and closer to all of those.
Another pulse bomb,
the defense currently RPIA. They're looking for a little bit more. Declan is still on the cart together with Teftron, who has a minefield out. They'll keep on going, but this cart needs to stop rolling, and that's exactly what it does with those couple eliminations coming in. It looks like RPIA finally held.
And they burn a lot of time off the clock too. Down to 2 minutes is really, really manageable. They're going to give up that Bastion. You know, just the panic. The panic set in. We're going back to Soldier. It's fine. But I like this. Now they can take control of the space that's here. They can get that reset. And it's a breath for RPI because they can finally get this game back into their control if they want to keep this going. And Ziobo is going to open it up in a great manner of control.
Yeah, Dawson will be back relatively shortly. I mean, spawns are pretty close right now for the attack for where they're fighting. But you want that orb. The Discord orb especially is the one that you're really looking for. The Harmony orb doesn't do a whole lot in this situation. It's just a little bit of extra for Big J. But at the moment, Red Ninja looking for a couple of hits, looking for a couple of picks that they can potentially do. They have the Bob out, which could serve for either initiation or just backline protection or anything of the sort, really. It's now under a lot of pressure from Declan, though. And as the Wrecking Balls just keep smacking around, it's Devtron that finds the first elimination or gets eliminated. The truck is now being protected, but that's another minefield to just keep that area completely under their own control for the attacking side. D-Hobo has to clear it out with their own Transcendence, which will not be available anymore, as Big J5 is going to be looking for that Pulse Bomb. Has it online, and Kuda with a rally, and Dawson almost with the Transcendence is going to be a huge amount of sustain, especially when there's two more down. How are you ever going to get them off this card, and how are you ever going to kill any of them when they have this much utility ready?
There's just so much control still out there. Just one left, and there goes the last one. The card will roll in just a little under a minute. Still enough time for Bethel University to keep something going, but it was a hard, arduous fight there for them, but they earned it. They earned that completion. So, your pick, this is great. It's exactly what you wanted. Now just run it back and do this from the other side. Keep them held like they tried to do to you, and they can do it. But I think the big key there is going to be trying to keep these tracers in control. When Declan is free to just kind of run in the backline from RPI, picks happen. When Big J just is left uncontrolled, the entire team falls. So you got to figure out, you got to make those calls. You got to figure out where it is. The Briggs got to stay a little bit closer to kind of follow those a little bit more, I think. And that's going to be key to keeping these in check, because the second these tracers just kind of get unleashed on each other, and they're not necessarily fighting each other all the time. They are taking the duels, but then they're just immediately going, well, there's a better target that I know I can burn down. Let me just catch that out. And then they're just buying for that instead.
Yeah, I'll be right back. Let me just kill your teammate, and then we'll do this again. Yeah, it's exactly what keeps happening. They are definitely trying to figure out who the better tracer is, but just maybe not directly in duels. It's exactly what's going on. I love seeing that as well. Devtron and Quipsy on these Wrecking Balls, though. I mean, we got to talk a little bit about that, because it feels like Quipsy stays alive a lot more efficiently, and Devtron just sort of gets stuck sometimes. I don't really know. I haven't really seen why that is or how that happens, because I don't think it's Bethel necessarily being better at dealing with the Wrecking Ball.
No, I think Bethel definitely has a preference, and Quibsy definitely has a preference for playing this. And you can see it in the comp RPI, like Tevtron it wasn't quite there today. So they want to opt into this Winston. They want to this hack comp, and I agree with it. Quibsy's just kind of playing a little bit more passive, just go and get a slam, try to get some information, get some value, set up their team, and set up J, and then go from there.
Sombra has already been found out, though. Declan immediately having to back off. Does have the mega health back in the tunnel. But every single time that Sombra translocates out, you have a little bit of a window, a little bit of time where they're going to get less damage value, and Declan is actually catching out, getting caught out by Big J5 there. That's unfortunate for them.
Yeah.
Good start here for Bethel already.
I mean, this worked for them in round one. Like, why not just run this back? If you're struggling to meet them at their game, just play your game, which you can play.
We've seen a little bit of trouble. We'll go relatively low, but I think just going to roll around, get a mega health back, and they'll be completely fine. Is exactly what happens. And with the high ground being still in full control of Bethel, they're going to be able to easily fire down, jump back up, do the whole ping pong tank thing. And they'll be right as rain in no time. 2 minutes 45 on the clock of this card is getting close to the objective. They still have to actually find it, because most of Bethel's still alive.
They are, but the picks are starting to fall, so Bethel is starting to lose it there with Quibsy and Big J going down.
Yeah, and the Red Ninja following suit. No one really going to be able to hold on to this unless there's a huge ult from either Momo or Quibsy. They don't even get them online on time, unfortunately. Nope. It looks like it's going to be the cart reaching point A. Not a real big contest from either team on point A, but point B and C is definitely where we're going to see a difference. Especially point B is the one where they could make up a lot of time.
Yeah, the high ground here could definitely be a big advantage for RPI if they can get control of this. And that's going to be a lot of this fight. It's just the ability to keep that in control. But those ultimates for Bethel are going to be bigger here. But if Declan gets this EMP up, if they use it well, this can be a fight win on its own here.
Could very well be. Bethel looking for at least something to engage on, but they can't engage if there's an EMP in the way. Just takes out the Dawson Zenyatta straight away as they just melt under that hack target. The Hobo takes down Kuda, and that's just a great, easy, and clean fight coming out there for RPIA.
Yep, they got their positioning. They set up the EMP, and that's fine. It looks like they'll have they'll have barrier. What do they need it for? I guess maybe mines or self-destruct. But Momo's going to be late to the party. So RJ trying to get value with this Death Blossom is going to be the big play here. Meanwhile, Quibsy's got to come up big on these mines. That's kind of, I think they're going to be the control space there, and they're going to open with it.
Straight up aggressive play with the minefield to try and get in the self-destruct. Doesn't find anything from Bigfoot. Momo still got theirs in the bank, and they're definitely going to look for it when they get a little bit lower in the mech. But they're actually, it's already out. They do find grapple on the side. There's RJ going down. They don't quite get the remech for Momo, but with that pulse bomb, I don't think it will matter. By Tevtron, just a diva on the cart with the Moira, and they will be taken out in no time. The Hobo, bye-bye. Bye-bye, Bigfoot.
Yep.
That's a hold. Almost at point B. 3 minutes 12 on the clock. That's a good start to that.
You can see it there from Big J. Just immediately realizing Grapply's going in deep, trying to bother my teammate. You're perfectly just isolated for Big J to just come in, finish the clip, and go back to whatever was going on. You gotta be careful. You know that Tracer is buzzing around, and you can't afford to get punished for it.
Speaking about being punished, Quipsy is desperately trying to avoid the silver hack. The pillar was definitely their friend in that situation. Can't really spin around it, but they definitely are now back, not hacked at all. Actually managed to avoid that. The minefield is out. A little bit of a trade between Big J and RJ5, but when the Red Ninja actually finding a lot of value on this Cassidy at the moment, nothing to worry about. Red Ninja unleashing here with the 6-shooter. Peacemaker is definitely back in action. Red Ninja, the one wielding it.
There's no peace in this fight right now, but Big J's looking to continue the violence, to clean it up there. Will do so. And yeah, the Cassidy was a great choice there. You need to kind of bring in everything. You kind of have to give up some of these pieces of this comp you're comfortable with if you're Bethel. There's just too much that counters you, but they are looking for it. But this pulse bomb is going to be huge, and maybe you can get some value from the high noon. It's going to depend. You got to pick the target. Hopefully you're tracking these ultimates, because if you can end Tevtron before that primal goes off, or if you can stun RJ out of that Death Blossom, you'll be in a great spot to keep it going if you're Bethel.
Oh, nice speed boost up to the high ground to try to find another position to potentially hack or EMP or even Primal Rage from. With the high noon, though, they already get Tevtron before they can throw out the Primal Rage. 1.5 minutes on the clock. They will be able to get back with it. But with the Red Ninja all of a sudden just being, again, unleashed on this Cassidy, very hard for RPI to get through. They don't really have anything on range. So they need to get close to the Cassidy before they can actually do anything to him.
It's not even necessarily a great target, though, because there is so much in your face if you dive that Cassidy. There's not a great dive target for this comp, so the great adaptation from Bethel is really paying off.
What if you have an EMP, though?
If you have an EMP, okay, you can ignore what I just said, because the EMP, you just got to make sure you hit the right targets there, and let's see if they do. It do!
Oh, they do hit 3 of them, but they don't hit the minefield, and they don't hit Red Ninja. The boards are immediately out. It's a good start to the fight, and the Death Blossom finds a couple too. Does look like they're going to be able to get point B here, but it did take them a lot longer than they maybe wanted to. With the Big J5 still being around, as well as Quipsy, it might be tricky, but that's why you have to hack, just to make sure the Wrecking Ball, the Tracer got nothing done, and they will eventually also get cleaned up.
Yeah, it was kind of just in the books there for that EMP. As long as it hit the right targets, and it did, it hit both the supports. There was kind of nothing that really could be done here. And Grapply just gonna, Grapply again just continues. They have this. They can't afford to go down early here, because Grapply's made some aggressive moments, tried to get a little cheeky kills in, but just has been punished. So you have to be hyper aware of that Tracer now, because Big J is just everywhere at all times.
Is going to be a better ult bank right now coming in for Bethel, but that sound barrier and the self-destruct can always ruin a lot of parties. HJ5 though, looking for another pulse bomb. They've been doing pretty good so far. They've been a fair few targets with it. Doesn't have to be tank, doesn't have to be DPS, doesn't have to be support. But it kind of, you want it to be all of them at the same time, and that's what they're looking for. Yeah. No sound barrier anymore after this dissipates. That means even more chance for the pulse bomb to find some value. That self-destruct finds absolutely nothing on either side. I say that Bigfoot, of course, gets the diva before she remix. Do get Big J5 not being able to use the pulse bomb because they actually go down to Grapply. Red Ninja is in a prime position to high noon if they want to.
They will commit it. No skulls home, though.
Sometimes you don't get them and they just stand there, watch the world go by. But Big J5 trying to chase down this Lucio together with the Reaper are going to really do a lot there and actually be losing most of their teammates. This car's just been rolling in the meantime, and with 35 seconds on the clock, they might actually just get it. even before overtime. That being said, respawns are about ready to come in, so they might be able to make it. It's going to be a very, very tall order, though.
Oh, no, the
to get there from the side. They do actually make it just in time with the Doomfist and the Zenyatta with the Death Blossom. Just seals the deal, pushes them off the cart. That's going to be the completion. 23 seconds difference between these teams, so.
I think it's a better showing, though, if you're Bethel, though. Like, it's better to have to run it back for part of another time than have to just go 2-0 in a control round, right? Like, this was Bethel's pick. They look better here, and this is kind of where you can see them struggling here, is once RPI just says, okay, we're just going to hard counter you with this entire other comp. You need to deal with it. They've kind of faltered in that. They've kind of just said, well, this is what we're best at. Let's force it. Let's see what we can do, make the small adaptions and try to counter it. And it just hasn't been enough. And much like that game of Hearthstone, it is a tough place to be, both upside down, cracked, and behind in that. But they do have the 23 seconds. It does at least give them an attack advantage here. So they just need to kind of push a little bit further, keep their things going. If they can figure out how to get past all of these, well, just counters to everything around you, they'll keep this rolling and possibly take home map 2. Otherwise, I mean, RPIA, like, this comp has been unstoppable. They look good on it. This looks like a comfortable place for them. And I see nothing. I see a tough future for Bethel if they can't figure out how to play against it.
It really is one of those situations where every now and then you'll just lose a fight because of a combination that you just kind of cannot stop. But you're gonna at least win all the other fights if they don't have that combo, because there aren't that many of those combos in the game. Like things like EMP, Death Blossom, or
EMP, Death Blossom,
like bigger, things like that. They're just really good combos, and they're really hard to stop unless you're really ready for it. So what you need is like your Zenyatta with the Transcendence to hide behind a corner in order to counter that. So it's a little bit tricky, but if you then lose that fight, don't use the Transcendence there, use it in another fight, you guarantee yourself more fight wins in other situations. That's what Bethel's going to have to try and do here.
Oh, speaking of a fight win.
Well, they both lose one. They lose kind of each other's nemesis at this stage. Declan and Quibsy both fallen. This card's already started rolling, and this high ground is very contested.
It is needless to say, but the peel is good for the side of Bethel. They are looking to cover this back and keep this hold alive here, but the card's still rolling. It's going, class.
It is definitely going, but of course you only have to wait till overtime. When the overtime starts running, that's when you have to win the fight. This is where Bethel wants to win the fight. They didn't really care about it before. This is where they want to start winning. With the pulse bombs, with all the damage coming in, they're actually doing quite a good job. This card is hard to keep going here, as RPI kind of wants to get off it in a lot of situations. RJ in a good position to do a lot of damage to the Wrecking Ball, but do not much else. 85% towards the Death Blossom. Will they make it is the question. Do get knocked up in the air. Again, able to do much more damage. 95% towards that ultimate. They might actually make it with the Coalescence coming out as well. That's a remake from Bigfoot trying to get some damage off. No one really falling for it, though. Momo also really close to a self-destruct, but the Death Blossom does so much damage. No one can really get anything done. Quipsy with the Minefield throws it out on the card and the roof at the same time. Trying to split that attention a little bit more. It might not be enough for the defense to hold here. The rally was good. It provided some sustain. And now Momo is back in the mech. QBC, huge self-destruct. Will it clear out the card? Will it net them a victory? At least gets the ball out of the way for Teftron. So no Minefield just yet for the attack. Even though they are looking for it. Declan ridiculously close to that EMP, waiting for that to come off. It is ready in the bar. They almost get off the card. They barely make it, but the High Noon gets 3. And with just like that, when you thought the EMP almost a C9, they just get Red Ninja with the High Noon to get all their attention off the card and out, eventually getting the triple kill. That was a beautiful finish, and Bethel just holding on for long enough to get those ultimates off.
You were talking about holding the Transcendence for the next fight if you die. Well, you can also hold a High Noon if you die and then bring that back. And that's what happens. Those kind of patient plays and decisions are rewarded because Red Ninja just was set up perfectly for that. The win condition is in sight here. Bethel just has to get it 82 meters, approximate. But that's not far. Just cap A. You can do it. And, take your breath, get there. You have your comp pieces. Red Ninja on this Ashe was a great opener. You were able to kind of force the team apart, which allows you to isolate and pick. It's a great look to be. And I mean, I'm kind of, I hesitate to say Big J over on this Hanzo's a bad idea just because of how he's been playing. Like, it just the absolute terror that Big J has been on that Tracer kind of makes me almost hesitate for that. But I think there's definitely knowledge and info to be gained for it, so I like it.
You are mistaken.
Well, definitely looking towards RPIA to put up a heck of a hold. That being said, though, a little bit extra time for Bethel. They have some time, so like an extra reset they can potentially do if they want to. In general, I think this is going to be one of those long, drawn-out fights that they've been having before. Big J5 still goes over to the Tracer, just checking if there's anyone in the train card, and indeed there were, so they just know exactly where to go.
They go back. Yep.
Nice sonar arrow. Yep. Gotta go back on it straight away just to make sure that they're out of it. Quipsy's gonna push a couple of them out of that train card, actually do some damage to them too. He's got some minefield charge up there, but you know, in the end, this is all just stall. That's all they want to do here on RPI side. They do actually get Quipsy as a result. The hack came off. Big J5 and the Tracer also going down, and that is not a very terrible start for them at all. As Teftron does go low, this does get healed up as the safety behind that cart.
No, they've got the position, they've got this forward hold, and they've already burned half the time off, so 30 more seconds to victory is all they need. There's a high noon to kick it off.
Eventually that will come online. Obviously, a lot of damage again from Red Ninja. Does do a lot. Barrier, bubble in the way, though, and somehow, some way, even with all the heroes going down all the time on the side of RPIA, we're still getting kills going their way. Bethel
EMP too!
Really finding anything. EMP goes out after the minefield. It just blocks everything. They managed to find the exact timings that they were able to elude the entire time. Night Death Blossom gets stunned out of it. Unfortunately, though, RJ finally have to go away. And with 3 members down on the side of RPIA, you gotta think this is gonna be it. This is where they back off with overtimes in fashion. And this is gonna be one fight to decide this entire map.
The ultimates are coming in on both sides. It's going to be Big J's Pulse Bomb coming in just as it starts, but Grapply has that important support ultimate. If they can get the value from it and keep the team up, RPI can make this happen. That's going to be kind of big. The other question mark is who's going to get their ultimates in next, because Red Ninja is closest, so the sooner you can kind of get these ultimates in and get value is going to be better in this last fight.
And then you have Teftron with the Primal as well, and just maybe booping people off the map, off the cart together with Grapply, with how long this has been going on. Nice roll in and a slam coming in straight away from Quipsy. Setting them up for success, but not quite enough. 2 already down. Declan on a tear. And who's going to be on this cart the entire time now? That would be the Zenyatta. That would be the Cassidy.
Got
They're just gone. Eating the Pulse Bomb too. Big J5 trying everything they can, but they can't stay on the cart. It is just Momo in the Pilot Diva form and RPIA with all their effort on that first fight in the cart. They are the ones going to run away with Route 66. It was close. It looked so good for Bethel for so long. They couldn't quite push it through to the end. That's a 2-0 lead for RPIA.
No, just a couple of those small mistakes. That eat being so huge. The tools were there, but once again, they pressured out Big J5, and just everything kind of fell apart. The last of the hopes were there. This is that high noon, by the way. That incredible timing, just incredible timing. You didn't think it was coming. Like, you can't really know. You can be mad that happened, but you can't, like, who's really looking and going like, where's the McCree? They just literally got back. That was almost just like a run of good fortune.
Yeah, and of course, we did talk about Bethel's mental resetting quite well. You know, they started off really strong on Route 66 on their attack, got stalled a little bit towards C, but unfortunately couldn't quite push it through again once on that extra time. Couldn't get the cart around the corner and just in that box of victory. So it's RPIA leading with 2-0. But we're going to give them a little bit more time to reset their mental this time around. We're going to take a very short break. We'll be back in a couple of minutes for the next map of this series.
And I was hooked and like an addict. I can't get enough. Can't be away, take me away. You're on the hunt, I'll be your prey. I'll be your prey. I'm a prisoner, I won't break. Lock me in your chains.
I am here in the middle of nowhere. There is no there, it is cold there, but I am safe and I am warm. Although it's hard, I know I gotta keep up. No time to lay to drift away. I found my space, I spend my time down the rabbit hole again, and as I fall I can feel the pain. You can't tell me where to go, so I don't know, I just go with the flow. I go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting tired, feeling fine.
Welcome back, everybody. It's the finals of the NECC Spring Season 2022 in Champions Yellow. I'm still here, ManofClass with Soavdannom, and it's currently a 2-0 versus between RPIA and Bethel University. So, map number 3. It's the best of 7. They have some room to come back, but you don't really want to start losing more maps, do you?
Nah, you can't afford that. This is kind of that turning point where you got to start thinking, well, all those things we banned are going to start to kick us in the butt. We're running out of options. So once you start rotating through all those maps that are gone, well, you kind of got to start digging into what you scrimmed. And it's worth pointing out now we're going to Hollywood, which is worth... I'm sorry, Eichenwald. I wanted them to go to Hollywood.
Yeah.
They banned Hollywood. I wanted them to go there because that's such a great ball point. But Eichenwald, you can do all those things Bethel wants to do here also. The question I'm wondering is that once you get to point B, there's so much to control, so that ball poke comp is going to be good for that. But it's also so wide that this kind of Winston Diva rush comp can also just kind of find someone, fall onto them, and isolate. So these high ground controls are going to be even more important as we get to points B, and then even further in, should we get to C. It's going to be interesting to see because that's a lot cramped. There's not going to be as much space to kind of throw mines everywhere. You might lose some minefields. Bombs the self-destruct are going to be difficult to necessarily land any value. So you may have to consider changing up some of their pieces, but Bethel has been good about adapting. And they need to continue that adaptation process to try to put the halt on RPI here. Otherwise, they're looking at match point.
And something that I actually am very excited about is the potential to maybe see a Zarya come in. Whether it's with the Wrecking Ball, with the Reinhardt, or with the Winston. Like that extra bubble, and especially the Graviton, can be very valuable on a map like Eichenwald. The main problem that you run into, especially on the streets phase, is that you don't have that vertical mobility. That's why the divas from both Momo and Bigfoot do still make a lot of sense. It just would have just been fun to see. How good the Wrecking Ball will work for this particular objective, especially when you see this giant spam setup on the defense. I'm a little bit worried, but we'll see. We'll see. I have faith in Quipsy.
I mean, the positive for Bethel, though, is there's no Sombra. You're looking at a Torbjorn, which is frustrating. It's damage, but you don't have to worry about Quibsy getting hacked out of anything or anybody really getting isolated. So this still does work out for you in a lot of ways.
It really does. Quipsy already behind them, obviously, so this choke will be completely open. But a nice backup already from RPIA gives Quipsy so much room to just walk in. That's a isolated Baptiste that they could just go after as a team. And both teams actually losing a couple of members. Red Ninja currently killing themselves with that with those Helix rockets. And eventually the numbers will favor out in RPIA's favor. But it does look like there's been a couple of casualties. So they might have to go for a quick reset on the attack. Try really quickly to go in again as RJ's turret gets taken out.
Yeah, the turret will be back shortly, but the rest of the team is already here, so RPI in a good position. And I mean, there's already an application matrix on the line there, so that's going to open it up. And if they catch the wrong side of this, it's going to be a pain.
Declan already taking out Big J5. Red Ninja falling too. No more DPS, and with the matrix out, it is a tough ask for Quipsy and crew to really do anything. And it's kind of what I was fearing, you know, with all this damage coming in from the defense. Do you have enough for Dawson and Kuda?
No, and that's the other part of this question is the Torbjorn. I was mentioning the Sombra, but this Torbjorn is really there for Big J now at this point. You've kind of acknowledged that Big J is the bigger problem. And between the Cassidy and this Torbjorn, it's going to be so hard for Big J to get value. They're not building post bombs nearly as much as they could. So now you have to figure out, what do we do against this Torbjorn? Can we keep running this, or do we have to isolate it? And that's, again, a struggle that Bethel is just, they find answers and then they just get immediately run on for it.
You know what I'm worried about for RPIA, though, is that Big J Vibe is still getting value, even though they are, you know, technically countered. They get the stick off on Declan, even though they get taken out by the ultimate. Like, this is what you got to talk about, you know? Like, it's not just about getting value 24/7. It's about getting enough value in enough fights. And with the ultimate charge that they get, with the quick mobility they have, with the poke they have, they're getting enough value in enough fights at the moment. Whether that will keep happening is their main problem.
Oh, but there's going to be some value out, and that'll try to keep him into spawn, immediately pushing him right back there. Yeah, the question, as you said, is, are they getting enough value? And the answer is, it was enough for that. It's not enough for this fight, but and this might be a little too aggressive of a front for RPI. Like, you kind of could have let them roll a little further. This is a tough spot to hold now, and to force them back is going to be a tough spot to hold going into this next fight, especially with those 3 ultimates on side. A wrong visor isn't going to be that bad, but the rally is going to be huge here.
Yeah, a fairly substantial one, but not substantial as a self-destruct, as well as another kill from Big J5 coming in. Quipsy does fall. We'll be back very quickly, though, on that wrecking ball. Big J5 somehow walking off the map. I mean, it happens sometimes. Sometimes you just blink a bit too fast. But Red Ninja is showing once again that they are a very, very solid, reliable DPS next to Big J5. Keep that cart rolling. Yeah. Bethel now finally gets to open that gate and continue into the streets.
Yep, they've been a really strong DPS lineup, and Red Ninja built up that visor incredibly fast. Was kind of just feeling around on that Cassidy, settled back on the soldier they're comfortable with, and I like it. Already putting in that work, but RPI has both of those tank ultimates, so catching someone off guard here will be a big win con for them. Oh,
J5 or Red Ninja already taking out a target. Both of them. I heard a shatter going off. Oh, that was all in that little corridor. Unfortunate. Tavtron is following up with a triple, but there's still a couple of members alive. Like, they're not down and out just yet, especially when Big J5 still has that pulse bomb, and the minefield is out as well from Quipsy. Not done before it's over, and Big J5, they almost got out. They didn't have that last blink to really solidify their safety.
Almost. Again, so how much value can you continue to get? Now you're in streets phase. You kind of have to get these high grounds controlled. So it's going to take longer to set up. You're going to burn more time. And Quibsy's got to work themselves around, and Momo's got to be able to protect the rest of this team on the ground. So those 5 ultimates coming in for RPI, they're going to have to bait some of these out before they really do anything. From the top rope, though, nothing. No one's home.
From the top rope, you don't always find anything. That's how the Cassidy's curse is. Red Ninja with attack visor, though, will at least get the teammate on the Diva. Not quite get the pilot follow-up, though, unfortunately.
Good zone.
It's going to be Red Ninja just with low health, having to be a little bit careful about it.
I feel like Bethel is just trying to run it down main, just to little to no success. Big J needs to go on like these long flanks to try to find this value, and there's that pulse bomb trying to do it. Will not find it though, but it does find that transcendence, and a couple other ultimates come out for it.
sometimes it just feels like you have to find that second hero, you know, that other hero that you're also good on. And I feel like Big J5 is getting to that moment. They're getting to that moment where maybe we have to try something else. They are still executing though, like, because every single time we start doubting them, they win these fights.
Yeah.
But because it's taking so much time, eventually they're almost always the kind of losing. They're almost just behind in some way. And that is the one thing that I do worry about for Bethel.
Yeah, the problem is that when Big J is kept in check the whole way through, which tends to be the case until these last fights, it starts to get chaotic, and then Big J just comes up 2 or 3 and it wins the fight. But now that there's mines out, you know, Bethel's looking in a better position to keep this cart rolling. And I mean, there's going to be a touch, right?
And the Torbjorn definitely can touch, but he's kind of the only one at this stage. There's someone else yet. There's the tanks finally showing up. I kind of felt a little bit weird. Like, Bethel keeps splitting in these situations, and then they kind of can't keep going. Big J5 still fighting. I hope they don't go down too early. Z-Hobo, 1 HP, does find his own regeneration. Just a rider in the way. Nice immortality field to save up that little bit of a tank there. Dawson and Big J, though, have something else to say about that situation. Dawson really wants this Reinhardt. No Shatter to be worried about. They just used it. Now they gotta get back to this objective. Gwipsy doesn't quite survive, unfortunately. Vincent's not getting there in time, as it is Momo getting smacked into the cart by the charge of Tevtron, and the cart is most certainly going to stop right here. Only 1 or 2 members of Bethel still around at sound barrier. Just a nail in the coffin. Bethel gets stopped right here.
The biggest problem I have with that last fight class, all the action was so far away where it needed to be. If you had turned those picks and that value, if you had saved the Reinhardt in the middle of the fight on the cart, you could have been pushing to C. Instead, the fight was just so far away. It was half a planet away. Everybody from RPI had the closer spawns by that point. And then suddenly you're fighting in these half teams, and you called it there. They're splitting. They're taking these fights very awkwardly. They'll send 1 or 2 people to try to take a fight, or they'll just run it down mid and not really get the value or get punished for doing so. And the second Big J gets contested or can't really find a target, it starts to fall apart. That Torbjorn was a menace in the back line there and constantly just kept Big J in check because they were always just able to know where he was at any given point in time. And now that we're flipping sides, you know, there's probably not going to be that Torbjorn, so Big J's feeling a little more comfortable in that. But RPI needs to keep that same idea happening, right? They need to keep Big J in check. They need to keep figuring out how to keep this DPS line from Bethel in check, because the DPS line from Bethel has been phenomenal. They've put in so much work. And if they can keep them in check, they'll continue to bring this home and then look towards match point. And they want to do it on a classic brawl comp here, the May Cassidy. I like it. I think we haven't seen it out of them yet, but they think they can win in this brawl, and I would agree.
And especially when you look at the defense here, right, where you just have the choke in the way, you know exactly where they're going to be coming from. There might be a May wall for an interesting thing. They might be trying to, they're going to probably try and wall over. No, they're not going to try and wall over the bridge.
They need to.
It'll be a fun one.
They need to.
They're just already in, waiting up against the towers, waiting for the next self-destruct. Oh, that's nice. Both Reinhardt's down. That's a little bit of an advantage there. Usually coming out from Bethel when that Reinhardt isn't in the way. They don't find the next target. It's actually RJ taking that Red Ninja. Momo out of mech. Has just a lot of value here found for RPIA just straight off the bat. Nice and coordinated attack. Nice and coordinated effort. And the targets are being focused down very efficiently.
I just don't think Bethel was ready for it. I think Bethel was maybe expecting that Sombra Reaper. Maybe they were expecting something different. They were overwhelmed. They gave up the choke point for free. They were playing a bit passively. And then before they even realized it, Grapply just moved the team onto them. And the May gets so much value from that freeze. Enjoy it while you can, everybody, because that freeze isn't going to be as valuable come the future.
Exactly. I mean, it will do a little bit more damage, but it won't actually freeze you up anymore. RJ looking for something here with that Cassidy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that's going to be 1 shot, 2 shot, 3 shot, 4 shot, 5 shot. Straight away for RJ. Finding a lot of value already. Not quite finding any eliminations. That's actually going to be the Red Ninja boop off the map. Both the Mortality Fields already down and out. As we see the Hanzo May matchup, and Dawson getting taken down on the other side. Bethel getting nothing done so far in this round of this map. Momo found 1 elimination on Teflon after Quipsy also falls, so that means that it's going to be a little bit more of a scrappy fight with that Reinhardt's in the way. Both teams don't really mind that, although Bethel would probably mind finish this fight by taking too long. Might almost get to point B here.
They sure would, and that self-destruct maybe catching one, but no, Momo gonna get punished actually for it.
Almost blew off
Shatter.
the map on the Dawson. Shatter actually finds one, and Owner Arrow finds another, but they got to fight on this objective. Once again, it's getting awfully close to ending
no one
here.
home.
No one's home. Quipsy isn't on there. Oh, Cassidy almost makes it. Red Ninja does manage to stop it, and they do have the numbers to actually get this going. Boop off the map on the Red Ninja. The self-destruct is good. Gets two. No one's there to touch, and that is the end of the map. RPIA going up 3-0 to match points, series points, and of course, championship points of the NECC Spring Finals 2022. Only one to go. We could be done and dusted in no time.
And I think RPI is looking good to close it out there. This is that shaft in the small room with what I assume was the double fire strike probably up of it. Yeah, beautifully done. RPI did exactly what I wanted Bethel to do. They contested that high ground. They knew they were going to be contested, so they took the team, brought them up to the high ground, fought it there on that terms, took control of it, and meanwhile the cart was continuing to roll. They just textbook execution of what you needed to do to get yourself to progress that. And because the cart never stopped, the Diva was there or the Baptiste was there, they were able to take these fights, win, and by contesting that space and that high ground, they were able to give themselves the better position, the better plays, and well, the win.
It's just how it goes, unfortunately. That's how it be. But I'm gonna go over to Escort next, which was the best map type so far for Bethel. Yeah. They won't have Hollywood. They won't have they won't have Dorado. They won't have Route 66. So yeah, they have some idea. They have a lot of ideas of what they can go next. But again, there's so many maps, right? Like we have Gibraltar, we have Junkertown, we have Rialto, we have Havana. Like the list, I would say the list keeps going on and on, but that's kind of it. But yeah, there's so many options for them to go to still in the Escort map type. So it's all about where they want to go, what they want to do. Looks like Junkertown's going to be banned. I understand. I mean, it's like the wacky map out of all of them. And the other one was usually Havana that teams either really do or really don't like. Although it is pretty good for Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that was a very strategic play, though, because Wrecking Ball is great, especially that first point, for Wrecking Ball. There's so much space that a good Wrecking Ball can just control, manipulate, get angles, pressure. I think that was the right choice for RPI. So, what's left? Definitely not Gibraltar. You're probably not playing the high ground comp well enough for that. Maybe we do go to Havana here. Maybe we go to Havana here, class. We'll have to find out. We're waiting on that, but...
Yeah, of course. I mean, I would say Rialto is a very real possibility as well. But even Gibraltar is too. Like, it kind of all depends on what they want to play DPS wise. Like tank wise, they're going to be fine because they're not going to be changing up that much. But I really do want to see what Big J5 and Red Ninja can do when they're either working with a little longer sidelines, when they're not really wanting to flank that much. Maybe the Tracer Soldier, Tracy Cassidy is not really their jam on most of these maps. Maybe going to get to see some Widowmaker. Like Widow Hansa could be really good on Gibraltar, for instance. And they can still run with that Wrecking Ball Diva. It's a pretty good combo. The supports can sort of tag along for the ride, so to speak. But it does look like the flexibility is more online for IPI, though.
I would agree 100%. They've just kind of shown a little bit more dominance across all of these variants of comps. They've shown the ability to kind of flex and just pick up things that we know counter this, and I think you're right. It's so hard to be like, Jay, go play something that's not Tracer. We know you've been getting 2s and 3s and 4s all night, but we really need you to go to Widow. Like, it's so hard to be like, please get off this thing you're doing really well on for the team. But that's part of the team thing, right? Like, that's part of it. So the question is, do they keep that? Yeah. But that's part of it. The one thing we haven't seen that I would have liked to have brought out was an Echo. Like, that's kind of the other piece that could have been so big for this poke comp. But if you have 2 hit scans, I can see why you wouldn't bring it out.
I think the main thing that I was looking for as well is not necessarily switching the heroes, but maybe also switching the playstyle. Like, we've talked about how they're playing very split, playing very like Big J is doing something on that side of the map while the rest of us are doing something on the other side of the map. It's like if you combine those things, you distract them so that there is a Tracer actually in your backline disrupting while you're also trying to deal something else, then finds even more value. And I think those were also the fights where we saw them get the most when the chaos was created, or at least the team created environment where it's not just split up fights, but just one big brawl going on. We'll see if they maybe have found a way. Obviously, they get some time to discuss this next map pick, so still waiting on that.
It's important. It's an important map pick.
Definitely. I mean, it could be the one that decides their fate in the season after all. But Yeah,
I mean, but
it's been a crazy ride.
but if you're Bethel, yeah, it's been a heck of a
Yeah.
ride. Like if you're Bethel though, like think about it. This is a 9-0 team you're up against. You've played them not long ago. You went 3-1. Like this is a pretty big ask, all things considered. Like you are the number 2 seed, but the number 1 seed does have a little bit of a gap on you going into this. So I think all things considered, you're not unhappy making it this far, but you would like more, right? Like you'd love to see yourself actually taking a couple.
Don't you always? I mean, don't you always want
Yeah.
more? I mean, even if you're the best,
Yeah, exactly.
you're going to be the best again the next year. Like it's never enough. But
Oh yeah.
that being said, they are going to be able to prove whether or not they definitely prove they belong here. But they're going to try and prove that even more by even winning a map. It is. I mean, it's a best of 7, but if you're already 3-0 down, it's really a best of 1 the entire time. Like you're really trying to just keep not losing maps or winning them. Since there's no assault, the map types will be fairly consistent. So see what these teams are coming out for. I think we're getting it in right now. Yeah, Havana. It's going to be the one that we're going to go to. Havana Nana. It is time. And there are some fun things they could do on Havana as well.
Yeah. I am scared though, because RPI has shown the flexibility. We're probably going to see the Widow or the Ashe or the Hanzo come out from them as opposed to Bethel, which we'd like to see. But anything's possible here. This is also a great place for those early holds. So if you want to try that brawl on A and just try to full hold this and close hold this, sure. No time like the present. You might as well throw it out there. They had some good success like with that brawl comp for moments. So maybe you're finding you're getting outclassed here in this kind of ball diva poke, and maybe you just need to try to change it up. It's worth a shot because otherwise the next shot is going home.
Yeah, that's how it is. So when we go into this map, stakes are going to be higher than ever this entire season. It is time to potentially go into this very last map of the series of the season to conclude the Champions Yellow division between RPI A and Bethel University. Havana is the battleground. These teams are ready. They're roaring to go. Time to say who gets the championship. And as I keep talking, hoping we're actually launching into the game, I think we're not getting it right now. There we are. I am sorry.
No, there you are.
See,
there you are.
that's what you ramp it up, and then you just get just pinch just a little bit. It's fine. It's fine. We're gonna have a great time on Havana once again. I'm all for
like
it.
you said, it's all good. Yeah, like we said, this is finals. Like considering all things considered, like you're happy to be here. You played so many games to get to this point. And second place, although being just first loser, I guess in some lights, that's still an accomplishment in its own ways. That means you are someone that other teams are going to look at and go, they had a lot of success. We need to keep an eye on them. We're probably going to see them next year. Let's look at their tape too. And I think that's something you can also just keep for yourself.
That is exactly right. And just as this big mustache on a robot man that cannot grow hair is present, there's also a big presence of these two teams in this map right now. Bethel versus RPIA. Once again, this is where we are going to go to actually finish off this grand final. Potentially. Definitely not over just yet. Bethel has the chance. They're going to start on the attack once again. BJ5 flirting with the Pharah in spawn at the moment. It's going to be a very close spawn hold coming out from RPI.
I mean, you had to know it was coming. I think Big J also knows it's coming. I'm very curious to see how they do on this Pharah, and if they stay on it after this initial assault, because I think it's a great change-up, given how the signs you have.
They just baited them, thinking they're coming out of the left spawn door, and all of a sudden everyone came out of the other door. So a huge pressure now onto RPI to try and stop this attack. Already finding Dawson, though, do the defenders. RPI is going to be traded out. Their Cassidy for the Zenyatta of the attack, who have close response. And with this Mercy Zenyatta, there again isn't a whole lot of AoE healing at least, but there is a lot of single target healing, especially for Big J5. If you want to set him up for success, this is the way to do it. And you just got to hit those rockets. 40% to ult charge already, but it's gonna go. It can go a little quicker.
It could have been quicker, but all things considered, you got yourself out of spawn. It didn't cost you a lot of time either, so I mean, the hold is still going to be a little bit live, but you're happy with that for Bethel. You got yourself out of there, and now the question is how long do you stay on this, and how much do you like it? Red Ninja already having that high noon is huge. That means you have a great tool for the next fight that can possibly get you some value. And if they can take control of this corner, like it looks like they're going to, they'll be in a great position. The swaps though, yeah, they're going to give up and they're going to try to meet them at the game. They know they can't deal with it. Ooh,
Is a tank swap. Z-Hobo also on the Baptiste. A little bit more hits can help out against that Pharah, but they're not quite going to be able to get that Teftron roll through. Gonna get something going, but it's Big J5 now also with the ultimate. They're gonna look for that barrage, especially with the immortality field already out. You know what's gonna happen. There's a Sigma gone, and that's one of the DPS. No, they don't get either of them, but the rest can come through because of the Mei wall that doesn't get destroyed because RJ is already out. That's beautifully timed, and that's just a team kill
beautiful.
coming through. What a wipe. That's just gonna be the point. I don't think they can touch the time.
Yeah, I don't think so. Like the idea was that they wanted to make the full swap. It wasn't worth giving up the ultimates. I agree with it. But you're fine with that after your RPA. Like, this is a better position for you to hold anyways. Now you're in a great spot for it. And swaps coming into the other side too. I like this. I like these adaptions. I like these adaptions. They're going back to what worked for them. I like this. This is a great bait, and I think this can work out in their favor for this very, very tough brewery section.
Both these teams just keep swapping right now. They're like, okay, well, one of them is ahead, and right now Bethel is very far ahead because they've got all those ultimates. No way you can actually survive here. They survive against that in that corner. What a save coming out from RPI. That's peel for you right there. Man. You think it goes on an orange? No, it goes in Overwatch as well. We have peel here, and RPI is showing exactly what peel means. Saving their Z-Hobo. That was ridiculous. Not quite winning the fight just yet, though. There's a lot of pressure coming out from the attack still. With all the ultimates that they have, they could be pressuring on for a little bit longer. RJ, nice volley from Dawson, gets taken out there. And that is more rolling of the cart for Bethel, as they still have that ultimate charge so high across the board.
Yeah, they only changed a couple of pieces, so that's kind of what worked out for them. And yeah, again, those 3 ultimates on board with Big J. Probably going to have another pulse bomb, just has been getting them so quickly. Like, they're just in a great position to keep this rolling. So if RPI can come up big with something here, they're in a good position. Tevtron going to roll through and start to set this up.
Nice self-destruct from Momo. Doesn't quite get anything, but definitely does disrupt this defensive rhythm of the Transcendence. Solves a lot of problems when you're assaulted by a ball and a tracer at the same time. No pulse bomb, no minefield. You're going to be doing great here. Teftron does find the D-Mech, but that's just a double kill coming right back on Z-Hobo and Declan from Dawson, who is on fire on the Zenyatta. Will eventually get taken out by Bigfoot. But at that point, it's already too late as Bigfoot, the lone Sigma. Oh, you're just walking into the mines there, Momo. That's not what you wanted to do. That's unfortunate. I think I don't know if they got pushed into it. And this recontest will come in just in time for the Tracer. So the High Noon will find one. They'll come in with attack fires. They won't be able to find the elimination. The boop was in the way. They wanted to find the soldier, but the soldier just got saved right there. And that's a Wrecking Ball and a soldier and a Transcendence that will save a lot. Nice minefield in the way, though. They might not be able to get out of this corner ever, even if they wanted to. A lot of mines in the way right there. RJ in the corner with his bionic field will be able to be rope-a-doped around and around by the Wrecking Ball. You see him spinning like a record. That is Bigfoot, though, with the Graphitic Flux coming back in to save the day. Is exactly what they're doing. Huge play from the Sigma and the Wrecking Ball, respectively. 1:55 on the clock, and they've almost got it. But again, the length of my forearm is still the distance you have to go.
Well, your forearm's getting a little bit longer now because it's going to roll back to about the size of me at this point. So
it's longer than that. Now it's both of us. You know.
Now it's both of us. Yeah, it grows by the minute. But yeah, the outstanding recovery from RPI was huge there, given how far down they were. So that shouts to the teamwork. That's the teamwork that Bethel needed to have on this comp prior, and they are showing how it's done here. And that rally is going to open it up too with the counter coming out.
Ooh, Quips, he takes so much damage from this Brigitte. He was taken out by Declan and the break combo. Rapidly doing a huge job with that mace to the face, well, to the ball rather. There's not really a face in the way of that stage. Big J doesn't quite get the recall off because they don't have it just yet, and it is going to be another hole here. Nice right click coming out there from Red Ninja, but it was just too much HP on Bigfoot. Couldn't get it off. The cookies were in the way.
Nope. But less than a minute and not a lot of ultimates. Red Ninja holding onto this High Noon maybe can get some value. The tank ultimates will come in quick, but really it's going to be a question mark of what does Dawson use this Transcendence for. There are mines out there, and is that valuable enough? And I don't think it is. I think you need to save it, so you might just let Tevtron go, but let's see what they decide to do there.
Teftron just on the card, has the minefield out as well, can block a lot of entry, as well as Big J5 just going down early. They have Transcendence to potentially sustain through this fight, but they have to start using it at some stage. Nice minefield going in aggro. Both minefields out, actually. Red Ninja looking for an angle for this high noon, but he's so split up from the rest of his team. That's not what you want to see from your Cassidy that's been carrying so much of these fights. Oh, that's going to be the Tracer coming in. Declan getting the elimination with 5 seconds on the clock. Barely anyone can make it there, if at all. Momo out of mech, out of life. And that is the 0. Oh, someone touches. I think it might be Big J. And there's also... Oh, yeah, that's going to be the Sigma taken out of the Wrecking Ball. That will actually be it. 1 point and 92.16 meters. That is what there lies between RPIA and the victory of the NECC Grand Finals in the spring season of 2022.
All comes down to this, class. This is it.
Comes down to this.
Bethel. Bethel needs to find an answer here because RPI has just been executing these comps a little bit better. Unfortunately, these kinds of ball tracer team ups have just been perfect. They've been finding those executions. The peel, like you called it, has been there, smooth, perfect, just coming out. And Bethel, they've gotten by on a couple tricks, but it's just been moments that haven't quite come together. They're almost playing this ball diva comp as if it's supposed to be some sort of a hybrid brawl, and it's really tough because with everybody grouped up like that, you really wanted to see Big J take a flank and find some value on somebody. And just never was. It was never there. It never happened. A little bit more of a spread comp would have done them so much better to find some space and control something there. But instead, they're going to do what I was hoping they would do and play this comp for. So now they're going to play this symmetric close. They're going to get the teleporter in to try to keep this front hold as long as they can. And I agree with it. They need to try to, because otherwise it's game over. And we'll see them in Overwatch 2. But RPI, they look ready to give them a taste of their own medicine with that pharmacy.
Nice teleporter strat is maybe teleporting back and forth a little bit. That can lead to some fun shenanigans. And we do see the fire come out from RJ as well. Red Ninja has been very accurate on the Cassidy though, so you got to be careful. Already getting ticked out of the sky right there with Devtron. Finding 2 immediately. Gotta find a little bit more if you want to keep this hold going. And I don't think they're going to be able to. They find 1 or 2 more picks, but they just lose everybody on that card in no time. Barely any stall, just like RPI couldn't really get much going on their defense. Big J straight over to the Tracer, Red Ninja back over to Soldier, and that's going to be Declan RJ on the Mei Hanzo.
I mean, to be fair, that is a hard idea to execute well, so kudos for the effort made, but now you're behind an ultimate economy, now you're behind in a lot of other things, in this brawl comp, you technically have the advantage as a poke, but this brawl comp has just been really, like, RPI has just outplayed you in a lot of comps, so you have to be aware of that fact alone as this ball comes through. They're just going to let him go, but, like, that spatial awareness has been good for RPI.
Looking for Z Hobo on this Baptiste to potentially save a teammate. Not going to be able to save Grapples. That's only the Baptiste healing left. A lot of utility gone as well from Lucio. No more speed, no more heals from that. And with the reduced healing from Dawson and Kuda, you do actually really like to only have 1 healer against you, if at all. I don't think the Dragon Strike will really find anybody. They're not in that room anymore. Declan will go down to Red Ninja as well, who's on the perch up top. Big J5 taken down by the Baptiste. And now we're going to get a very fun... I was going to say we're going to get a scrappy end here to this point, but it's just going to be the Shatter.
Oh, no.
Z Hobo finding 3, maybe finding 4 with that Baptiste. The gun is just deadly. Former Talon member Baptiste still knows how to get some eliminations done, it seems.
It must be something in the air, maybe, but I'm concerned because Declan's use of those dragons tells me that either information was late or communication was off. So, I mean, it's hard to criticize RPI. They came out on top there, but I mean, like, that's a concern for me because that was a little bit out of pick, but he's making it up fine. He's just making picks, and, like, to shut down the Tracer so early, that's so big for RPI.
Yeah, very much a huge situation for 14 to go almost entirely through point B. It did basically touch the door already, so they do actually have to almost complete it. At this stage, though, with all these ultimates on the defense, you would hope they at least win one fight, but Quipsy just goes in too far and is not able to roll out again. And Momo out of mech too. No more tanks. We'll use the self-destruct to try and stay alive through this. It's not going to be that easy. The remake does come through. Quipsy's coming back from spawn.
No, but there's still ultimates on the side of Bethel, so they can hold this if they can get some value with them, but it's been so hard, especially with Jay getting forced back after looking for that pack, though. I mean, there's just so much they need to get pressured on, and Jay's going to fall here if he doesn't play too careful, and this is running out of time now. Now there's just They're just giving up that space, Class.
Just more and more picks, more and more rust starting to form on the dreams of Bethel. Their golden cup will not be raised tonight if this keeps going. And with all these ultimates coming out, you got to think someone's got to find some value, but just pressing a button, this does not equal getting elimination straight away. Red Ninja can tell you that story because they got nothing with that visor, just a little bit of extra damage. With the self-destruct coming out there for Bigfoot, they don't quite get the remake, but they don't need to. No one's on the card. There's barely a touch coming through from Bethel, but they got to be very careful about this one as it's almost there. It's just the Mei on the card right now. The Big J going after someone in the backline gets headshot by RJ straight away. That Mei Icicle can just one-shot a Tracer anywhere on the map. That's how it works with the headshot, 150 damage. Someone's on the cart. They will be able to touch for a little bit longer.
It's still rolling.
But it's just rolling. It's still a little bit there. I mean, it's the same story, right? You got to get that soldier in the corner, as we just saw from RJ on the last round. So Red Ninja will be fine for a little bit longer, especially when that ball finally goes down. But it is taking a lot longer than they wanted to clean up this fight, and they keep losing members here and there. So now they finally get the breather, they get the reset, and it's all up to RPI to have 2 minutes 20 and finish this map off.
And they will continue to make those swaps back and rebuild this comp. RJ going to go to that soldier as well. They're just going to try and match him and meet him at the game, and I think that's fair. Big J with this pulse bomb is going to be probably one of the important win conditions for this. Quibsy will have a minefield, but really who this pulse bomb hits will decide a lot here, especially if it's Declan and negates those dragons. That's going to be the biggest play that they could need here.
Looking for Big J to stop this card from rolling a little bit longer. Has the pulse bomb ready. He's going to go into it, trying to stick something. Doesn't quite throw it out just yet. Actually has some time to work with. Momo self-destruct. Doesn't find anybody, but at least the Remake finds some value there. Bigfoot close to their own self-destruct. This fight goes on for long enough. 135 could actually have this come down to the final seconds of the map to decide whether or not this is going to be the last map. Quipsy, ready with the minefield, gonna go straight onto the Zenyatta of Z-Hobo, who actually picks up 1 or 2 kills in the meantime, and they do actually lose quite a few members. Minefield on the card, just to stall out a little bit longer, buy some space, buy some time. Nice self-destruct, doesn't find anybody, they have to hide and hug the cart just to try and stay alive as Declan gets taken out by the ball in the background. As going to be a nice roll around, but there's also the attack visor, just 2 tanks in the way. You're not going to be able to do much more because there's a matrix in the way, but at least the ball will be easier to hit when it's an auto fire. A little bit of a diva in your backline, but I think you're going to be able to reset here if you're Bethel. You're going to be safe, you're going to be fine. No one's really able to push this card in right now with all your members around. With Teftron also using their mines already. Yeah, it's tough to walk around, but you're fine.
Yeah.
At least for one fight.
There's still a chance for RPI though to close this out. I mean, they'll have both of their DPS ultimates. So if they find value on those, they're in a good spot because there's nothing. There's nothing for Bethel. Momo might get self-destruct, or Big J might get a pulse bomb, but they've not found success with those lately. And with RJ going down early though, that's a great opener.
Very nice early fight pick. Both DPS now down as Declan also falls. They did lose Dawson, who was close to the Transcendence. And since they don't have a rally that Sustain alone could net the victory here for RPI, they do go in here. Both DPS without their ultimates in the fight. The Dragon will eventually make it there very slowly, but they do get there after a while. We see the self-destruct from Momo coming out. The attack visor is good, but it doesn't quite find much more than just Big J on the Tracer. And now with Gripsy coming back in the minefield after both support ults have been used, as well as Dawson with the Transcendence, this fight could just be saved, but they have to be quick about it. No one is quite there just yet. Gripsy with the minefield. We'll throw it in front of the card. We'll be staying alive as long as possible just to save this. No. Dawson doesn't quite make it with the Transcendence, and with 3, 2, 1, that is it. RPIA are the champions. Champions of Champions Yellow. They win the NECC Spring Season 2022 Finals 4-0. A clean sweep for them. It was close from time to time, but with this play of the game from Z-Hobo, you can just see how clean some of these support plays were.
It was impressive. This is the 4K, I believe. And again, like, great split on the window there. Great looks for that. You know, RPI as a team came together. There was no real moment. We were never, we can easily pick Big J out as one of the standout players for the side of Bethel, but it's so hard to look at RPI and be like, that person was just carrying most of this match, because there wasn't that case. There was a team effort across the board. There was composition choices. There was great communication. Everything came together for them. They came into this undefeated, ran the gauntlet. They will finish their season as champions undefeated, and kudos to them for that.
Yeah, very much so. And of course, it's not just us talking about this game. We're going to actually get a chance to congratulate at least one, maybe even more of the players on the side of RPIA. So what we're going to do, going to throw to a very quick break. When we come back, we'll have one of their superstars coming here, congratulating them and talking a little bit about the game, about the season, about everything NECC.
Hand on the wheel, got my pistons pumping, all 800 horses running. Oh baby, 125 in the middle of the night, got my engine thundering. Dream machine, racing queen, I'll take you wherever you wanna go. Let's blow this town, break the speed of sound. Tonight we all know crazy. Dream machine, racing queen, you make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Dream machine, racing queen, you make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Riding on the highway, lights flashing behind me. Dream machine, racing queen, you make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Born to ride, Mustang 65, got that V8 engine with a fuel injection. Drop the clutch, pedal to the floor, turn that giddy button to a lion's roar. Dream machine, racing queen, I'll take you wherever you wanna go. Let's blow this town, break the speed of sound. Tonight we all know crazy. Dream machine, racing queen, you make my heart message from a new world I'd never known. Something about it felt like I've been waiting my whole life. Is this home? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around.
Welcome back, everybody. We got one of the heroes of tonight's championship game here. It's RJ. RJ 12345, actually, even. How are you doing? How are you feeling after this?
Pretty good. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course.
Of
Not
course.
the longest of championship games, but there are definitely some close moments. Was there any point in time where you're sort of like worried about what was coming at you?
Yeah, definitely maps 1 and 2. We were really going firing on all cylinders. We know that Bethel's a really good team, and our pregame or our normal season games have been very close. So we came in, firing on all cylinders and making sure to take them seriously. As the maps progressed, we kind of hit our stride a little bit more, and those maps weren't as close. But the first 2 maps definitely they really had us working at full capacity.
Yeah,
It
was
shows.
there
Yeah.
was there something that was like you think is like the deciding factors, like the secret ingredient that made you guys just come out on top tonight?
I think honestly, it was just practice. We've been practicing specifically, with our different comps, and we know what we're comfortable with, and we know what we're not. So kind of just abandoning comps that we're not really good at, and just sticking to our own strategies and knowing what we're good at, I think is really what helped us win.
Here.
I would agree. It shows. I mean, and I want to talk about that for a minute because the variety of comps that you guys showed out was just impressive, and you looked very strong on all of them. Was that like a set thing where you guys knew like, okay, we're expecting this, let's go to this, or was it just kind of anybody feeling particularly strong on particular heroes? Like, what was the thought process to some of those comp choices for us?
Different maps, we usually have our go-to default comps, and then if something's not working, depending on what they're running, we try to counter comp as best we can, so we can adapt to the best situation. There's like 3 or 4 comps that we're comfortable on, so we kind of just rotate those.
Makes sense. Yeah,
Yes.
it's the comfort level came out. And was there anything that you really were looking for? Like had you like scouted very well towards Bethel, or were you just like remembering what you'd done previously in the season? Like what was your preparation process for them specifically like?
Usually our preparation is going back to our previous games against them, usually during the regular season, and running over what they were running before and what they're comfortable on. We also have a few of our players kind of go and they scout actually, based on different VODs or different other games and how they went.
Okay, well, good to hear. Do
See.
you do you like your prep process as a team a lot? Is there like a lot of individual process progress as well, or is it a lot of like teamwork together?
It's mostly individual actually. A lot of us we kind of know what each of us can do individually, and because of that,
Mhm.
we work together to kind of see, all right, this is what my mirror is going to be doing, or this is the strategy they're going to be running to best counter me. So that's what I need to be ready for. I know one of our players, Zhobo, actually does a lot of work, kind of going in and seeing a lot of stuff that way. So we rely on him a lot to see what's going to come up.
With
Yeah, that's
with
like
all the scouting you guys have, with all the scouting you guys have been doing, like you guys also got to do a lot of banning, obviously coming in and taking those map wins. Were there any maps that you are like specifically looking to avoid as a team? Because you talked about being comfortable in a lot of things and having those comforts. So was that a plan of yours to try to avoid the places you weren't comfortable? Like, did we see any of those maps you weren't sure about in this series?
Yeah, actually, so we're not super confident on Route 66, but we did actually end up banning a few of the other maps. I know Hollywood was one that we banned. I believe that was map 2 or map 3, and that's a map that we kind of just always ban. We usually have our set bans, and then we have other comps or other maps that we're okay on, not our strongest, but not our weakest either.
Makes sense.
Makes sense. Yeah, definitely. Of course, the whole pick ban strategy coming in at the end of the playoffs is always a
Yeah.
little bit of a switch up. So that's nice to hear that you guys at least know yourselves well to go not to go to Route
Yeah.
66. Yeah, because obviously you guys have been playing this entire season as a team. Like you said, there's a lot of individual practice going in as well. How's the like the environment for you guys? Like at the university, like the way you play together, the way it's set up in terms of organization.
Yep. So I do my best to kind of run the team together, but we don't have too much, like there's no gaming space or no gaming arena unlike a lot of the other clubs out there.
Mm.
So we just do our best to interact more as friends, and when we're gaming, it's usually everyone's in their own dorm or their apartment or wherever they are, kind of just working together to do their best.
Yeah. Is that something that
It's fair.
you guys are like striving for to get more of like a sort of a centralized support from the university, or is that something that just as a hobby you do it next university essentially?
We're trying to get more funding, and I know the school already gives us funding. I mean, we're hoping to go to nationals, given we've just actually recently became members for NECC. So they are giving us money that way, but to have a more unified environment, we're working on a games room. Fingers crossed on that. But other than that, it's kind of we're working together, and until that is the case, we're more friends working together for a common goal. And then when we get the funding, hopefully, we are working on that.
Speaking of the future of this all, I mean, I can't state it. Like, you guys went undefeated this season. You guys have been in a powerhouse the whole way through. Where do you guys go from here? Are you just going to do you think you guys want to like take it up, try to move those ranks up and maybe take the next step up in the NECC levels and maybe play it up a little bit? Or do you think this is just kind of we're in a good position. Let's just keep refining this as we look towards the future?
We're definitely open towards moving up. We actually started originally in the upper league, and we were a little bit outclassed, if I'm to be honest with you. So we decided to move down as a team to take that initiative and kind of come down. But at the same time, with Overwatch 2 coming out, all those changes, honestly, it's really hard to say where we're going to end up. A few of our players, myself included, are rotating out at the end of the semester. So, the roster is going to be in a little bit of a shaky position. But who knows? Honestly, I think they really will do well next semester. I'm hoping so.
I'm sure they will. I mean, this is a great season to ride into. So, I mean, I'm sure they will. We'll have to keep an eye out on them for next time.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, obviously, being in a collegiate team, was this something that like sort of just happened? Like how this team formed originally?
We've actually had an Overwatch team for a few years. NECC is one of our newer leagues that we've been trying out. But we've been playing in ECAC before this, as well as the collegiate, which was prior to that, TESPA. So we've had a team for a few years, but this roster is actually quite new for us. This is the first semester where we're all together, all 6 of us.
Okay, and did you like have tryouts, or did you just find people? Like, how did you organize that?
We had tryouts. Our school actually offers a couple of different games, and we are fortunate enough where we have 2 different Overwatch teams. This was the top 7 players came onto Overwatch 1, and then we had another additional 6 for Overwatch 2.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, makes sense. Yeah, and Overwatch 2 potentially also a game that you might be playing in the near future.
Yep.
Yeah. Have you, out of curiosity, have you been playing the beta at all, or were you like focused on this particular match first?
We've played a little bit. I know that me and a couple other players have, just tried it out. I actually really like Tank, ironically, in Overwatch 2. But I know that some of my
heroes... ironic. It's really fun.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, Overwatch 2 is definitely really fun. So hopefully that we can continue to play well in Overwatch 2 and enjoy the new changes that they're making.
Yeah, for sure.
I hope so as well.
Well, with that, I mean, from us, I kind of asked all we can ask of you at the moment. So thank you so much for your time. But we're not done just yet. Of course, huge congratulations. But there's someone else who would like to congratulate you. Is Jacob and Ryan coming in here? So stick around for a little bit so we can get you the proper congrats in for you.
Thank you.
Hey, RJ, how are you, my friend? It's good to see you.
Good to see you as well. Thank you.
Hey, congratulations. Obviously, it was awesome to watch. A terrific performance. Not surprising with regular season you had. As a guy who grew up in upstate New York, I'm from about half an hour from RPI's campus. Good to see some success. I know some of the struggles you've had there, but to watch this tonight was really awesome. So just wanted to say congratulations on behalf of all of us at the NECC. We love working with you, and it was awesome to watch your group really impressed tonight on the way to a convincing victory. Congratulations, my friend.
Thank you. Thank you again, and thank you for having us.
It's awesome to watch. We love working with you and definitely look forward to the future. I know you're going to be done, but just going out on top and not the end necessarily, as we're going to see in Nationals in about a month or so. So looking forward to that, my friend. The end is not here. Finish up the academics, and then we'll get set for Nationals later on in May or so. But tonight, enjoy this. Congratulations. Great to see you.
Thank you. Yep.
Take care. We're going to take a time out. We'll get back and get set for our night.
I need a scarecrow after what you did, 'cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing, I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces, there's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. I need an angel after what you did, 'cause you were the devil, you messed with my head. You lied to my mother, you lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there, that this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. You're just a ghost inside my head. Oh, you're just a ghost inside my head.
One touch from you, and I was hooked. And like an addict, I can't get enough. Can't be away, take me away. You're on the hunt, I'll be your prey. I'll be your prey. I'm a prisoner, I won't break free. Gotta get a handle on me, discipline me. Nobody else but you, baby. Give me your love, baby. Lock me up, chain me. I'm a prisoner, I won't break free. Just lock me in your chains. Just lock me in your chains. Give me your love, baby. Lock me up, chain me. I'm a prisoner, I won't break free. I've been bad. I need someone to give me demands. So take me away, have your way. You're on the hunt, I'll be your prey. I'll be your prey. I'm a prisoner, I won't break free. Gotta get a handle on me and discipline me. Nobody else but you, baby. Give me your love, baby. Lock me up, chain me. I'm a prisoner, I won't break free. Just lock me in your chains. Lock me in
I am here in the middle of nowhere. There is no there, it is cold there, but I am safe and I am warm. Although it's hard, I know I gotta keep I fall, I can feel the pain. You can't tell me where to go, so I don't know, I just go with the flow. I go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting tired, I'm feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo.
Living in the same routine, like the seasons I'm on repeat. It's a long way down. Trying not to follow suit. Don't like the color, I'll change the shade of it. I'm not afraid of it. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. Fast forward a year or two, friends have changed, but so can you. So can you. For too long about the mistakes, while I resent, I learn to hate. holding on. I know I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on, holding on, holding on, holding on, holding on. Cigarette ash, it looks like snow. When it falls in the wind, you know. And you say you wanna dance. You're wary, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. And you're having fun. Why don't you show your friends? And you're having fun. What if it never ends? I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. Miss Boozeless cigarettes trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off with the feeling on ice still. She's as cold as December. I swear I've seen you before, holding your shoes in your hands, running out that door. And you are nothing, but you say you wanna dance. And you're worried, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. Miss Boozeless cigarettes trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off with the feeling on ice still. She's as cold as December.
Driven in colors I never dream in. Oh yeah. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made 'em yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed. Skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh. Magic. No, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you. When you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made 'em yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed. Skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold
you go? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Let me be there again. Let me feel you. Fall into you. I found a ray dripping down your eyes when I'm not around. I found myself, but I fall into your lies all again. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Let me be there again. Let me feel you. Fall into you. When I'm with you, I am able to keep pushing my limits, and all the drive that I have, well, I'm going the distance with you. I didn't know what I had till I knew what was missing, and everything that I dread, well, I built a resistance with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you on the ground. You were gone, I wish you'd stay. I could look at you for days. Time was well spent, that's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you. Take your time, not in the fast lane. I understand that you've been broken too many times, but I'll be waiting to mend your wounds from all you've taken. But if we listen to each other, admit our mistakes, then I can show you who I am, because I'm not the same. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. Catch me when I fall, and I will keep you off the ground.
The seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea, into the blue. They change, but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. The seasons turn and change just like your mind. Like the sun gives into the moon, into the night. Time continues marching, it slowly crawls. With each new one starting, I recall. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. Each time of year carries memories, like a never fading whisper in the breeze. Oh, we will keep on changing all over again. Yeah, we will keep on changing, just like another season. Don't want another day without you by my side. Oh, this season. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Just like another season.
Is it okay if I'm to say I'm catching feelings from all the dealings? Am I astray? What do you say? How are you feeling? Is it the same? I hope you're not planning to waste my time. To my surprise, that was her reply.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, it is I, Chase Nuclear Nukem, joined here by Berkeley Alt Charge Stevens, and we have some exciting action for you tonight, as it is NECC Overwatch Finals evening. We're over at the Challengers White Division. We have Murray State Gold taking on Purdue White for Purdue University. First, we're going to look at the bracket. Take a look at what we have going on. Berkeley, line this out for me. What are we looking at here?
Yeah, so what we've got going on is Murray State, the number 1 seed. They have an undefeated 9-0 record in the regular season, currently 2-0 in playoffs. Do the quick math, that's 11-0. They beat Purdue Sigma, they beat Morningside to get to the finals. Purdue White, they were able to beat South Alabama, the number 3 seed, a much closer matchup there. What I'm a little worried about in that semifinal, if you look, Morningside, the number 5 seed, that was an awfully close game. They're going to be facing a better opponent tonight in Purdue White. So seeds don't mean anything in this one, Nuke. That's what I'm most excited about. And then also in the quarterfinal, just so we got it on the table, Purdue White also beat SIUE Red. But Nuke, before we get into the rosters, I just want to make sure chat knows this. In the regular season, Murray State, the number 1 seed, they had 8 total map losses against 5 different opponents. Although they were undefeated and they did 3-0 Purdue White only lost 4 maps in the regular season to 2 different opponents, and 3 of those were to this Murray State team. So what I'm picking up is Purdue White in week 7 may have hid some strats because they knew they were going to see this Murray State team down the road, and we've seen that happen before in NECC. This might be one of those very rare, very interesting occasions.
Oh, I think it's going to be one of those very rare, very interesting occasions indeed, Berkeley. An interesting point. Murray State Gold winning 3-0 against Purdue White in the regular season, being the only thing, the chink in the armor for Purdue. So I imagine, being a collegiate director and Overwatch coach, they VOD reviewed the heck out of that VOD to make sure they were prepared for this series.
Yeah, I mean, they must have had to do that. That's the only way you can prepare. And honestly, Murray State, if you get a 3-0 sweep like that, there's probably not too much you can get out of that VOD review. So again, I'm just seeing another advantage to Purdue. We're seeing it on paper, even though they're the number 2 seed playing the number 1. A lot of things seem to be on the side of Purdue. But Nuke, let's check out the rosters here and see who our starters are going to be tonight.
Absolutely. On the side of Murray State, we got On Her, My Wreath, Main Event, The Chief, Brodo, and Sky. Switching over in gears to the Boilermakers over at Purdue. What are we looking at?
We're going to have Park, Banana Man, Mini Martian, OG, Azuki, and CK Rookie. So, Nuke, I don't know too much about these rosters. We really haven't casted too many of their games this season, but just with what I've seen on paper and what we've seen in their playoff runs so far, it seems like this could be one of the closer finals of the entire evening. So I'm very happy that we get to sit down and give it the hype it deserves.
Absolutely. And what's awesome is, normally I would be able to tell you what's going on with the Purdue roster because I'm a fellow Hoosier myself, but this is a predominantly freshman and sophomore roster. So I'm also coming in a little bit in the dark about this roster, but very, very excited because a lot of these other teams in this division we've seen dominate both this year and years past. Valpo has done a great job in the past, Morningside as well, and Cumberland Phoenix, South Alabama. So to see both of these teams in the finals is a staple of this division. Looking at the maps, first map, we're going to be going over to Busan. And interesting, usually this is not the first pick in the control maps, Berkeley. Usually this is one that we come back to when we're in this playoff setting. It's usually one that's later on. With that being said, if you're just now tuning in, finals will be a best of 7. And every single map, the winner will ban, the loser will pick.
And then once more, the winner will pick what side they want to be on. That makes more of a difference on hybrid and escort maps where it's attack and defending. Control, not so much. So if you win map 4, you don't get as much of an advantage going into map 5. But that's all hearsay right now. What we've got in front of us is going to be Busan. Like you said, not something that usually leads off a set. Usually this is the second control map picked. It's one where, there's not too many cheeky sim strats where you can kind of hide what you're going to run on those hybrid and on those escort maps we're going to see later. So what that kind of tells me is we're going to get a very good look at the compositions that teams are going to play that aren't cheeky strats. We're not going to see that symmetric pick. We'll probably see some pharmacies. Maybe one of these teams is going to flash one of their hit scan picks they like to run with, or one of these teams might show which variation of dive comp they'd like to run. And right now we've got 2 different compositions. I'm sure in the spawn, these are still not completely set up, but Murray State, they've got a very interesting look. If main event sticks on this Roadhog, this composition doesn't completely synergize, but it's got 5 members that can do a ton of work together, and then main event is just the final boss.
Absolutely. And I remember from casting this roster earlier that the Chief is an absolute menace on this wrecking ball. So I'm eager to see how it goes up and fares against Banana Man and OG in their dive composition. Very good point. There is a lot of differences going on. The biggest difference being that Murray State Gold has all 6 of their players.
Yeah, seriously, that's a pretty massive difference there. Anytime your damage duo disconnects simultaneously, it's big disadvantage. Big disadvantage indeed. I want to point out to chat too, in our caster notes sheet, the Chief has 7 E's in it, I'm pretty sure. So that's why Nuke keeps saying it that way. I'll probably say it like that a few times unless we're really high flying and they'll shorten it up a little bit. But yeah, important you know.
You love to see it. And I mean, for those of you that are tuned in that are here and want to know more about these players as we're getting them back into game, let's talk a little bit about what we got on these players. So, looking at the sheet, Yori says this guy's super boring. On her, it says this guy is also boring. In my wreath, their information is not as boring as the others, but still boring.
I don't know, man. The Chief could be the most boring of all. His note is really enjoys rocks. And then, of course,
Yes.
Frodo, he likes bones. So we got we got some party animals over on this Murray State side, is what I'm seeing. Well, I want to take a look at Purdue because they've got a little bit more serious notes. A top 100 world Tetris peaked player. That's actually going to be Park. So Park is esports ready in multiple titles. I would love to see them drop a couple bricks in Tetris and see just how they can carve up one of those maps. But Nuke,
Arguably, the most esports ready player has to be Mini Martian, whose comment is yeet.
enlightening.
Mhm,
Really
indeed.
enlightening. Oh boy. Well, I hope we get back to Busan soon because these notes, Nuke.
They're funny. Actually, OG
They're
has
funny,
worked
but
at
it's not
Weenie.
much.
No, OG has worked at Weenie Hut Juniors, which is
I
a
think that's real.
definite establishment that I definitely don't frequent.
I've never been there once. We don't have those
Mm-mm.
up in New Hampshire. That
Nah.
chain doesn't come up this far north.
Mm-mm. Same here over in the Midwest, and never heard of it. Sounds good though. And
I'm really upset that we don't have a lot of old school RuneScape gamers. I've seen one in the NECC on Twitter, but I've never actually casted one that had it in their notes, and I'm just waiting for the day because I'm going to give that grinder so much props.
if any of you have Berkeley on Discord, that is his status as of recently. About 90% of the time is that he's playing RuneScape or on RuneScape of some sort.
It's been my status for like 4 months now. Just I don't even think I changed it since leagues came out. I think it's still grinding the leagues, which ended like 2 months ago. So I guess my notes need some updating too. I think that's the lesson learned here. Is none of us take great notes on ourselves.
Hey, it'd be like that, Berkeley. It'd be like that. But looking at this comp, let's talk about the comps a little bit while we have a bit of time to prepare. Purdue looking like they were running primarily that dive composition. They did have a Sombra in the field as well, and that looked like it could be a menace in the backline of Murray State if it goes unchecked.
Yeah, that's always one of those picks that can just cause insane disruption if it's not focused down. You can either opt for a couple of play styles against it where you can choose to treat the Sombra individually or just focus targets that are around the Sombra, not actually that hero herself. You can throw on stuns to deal with the Sombra, or maybe you can throw in some more mobile compositions that can get away from her faster, capitalize on another elimination elsewhere. But yeah, there were a couple of compositional differences, like we were saying, main event on the Roadhog that is just a total curveball that Murray State was going to throw out there on Sanctuary. So I like how Murray State is going to be a little bit creative with their team compositions out of the gate, not go with just a full stack of one composition look, having main event on something like Roadhog. Maybe they change it up with a different hero in their roster at some point, but not just going to be a very standard composition. They're going to have some other look that you might not be ready for lurking in your backline.
Absolutely. And that Roadhog can also be a menace. And get the pulls they're looking for. And actually, looking and hearing from the words of the gods right now, I have a prediction that we are going to be restarting the map because the players are getting blizzards.
Really?
Yeah,
Total
yeah,
restart? All right. All right.
crazy. Yeah,
I don't
which
mind that.
it's only
I
been
hope
about 10
first
seconds.
point I hope first point doesn't end up being Sanctuary because they might actually know each other's compositions. I feel like if it is Sanctuary, I don't know, that's kind of unlucky for these teams. I mean, they both got
Yeah,
the same scouting report, so it's fair, but you never like to go into a first map with that little inside edge on the other team. That's something that you should have to figure out by playing, in my mind. So I hope they end up on Mecha Base or Downtown or one of those other points on Busan.
it would be pretty neat. And it would be even more interesting if they don't go to Sanctuary at all. If one of these teams take it 2-0 and then, they go to maybe Mecha Base and then downtown and don't go to Sanctuary, that would be pretty interesting for sure. So, yeah, there's going to be no impact at all to the outcome of the match because we were obviously only 10 seconds in. No one had touched point. The point wasn't even unlocked for heck's sake. So, I mean, what's the point, right? We should restart and allow these players to get back in, get ready so that they don't get to point late.
I think the only fair way to go about this is we play map number 1 on the Overwatch 2 beta.
Berkeley, I'm glad that you brought that up. I'm actually so mad at Blizzard for dropping
Oh no, why?
Overwatch 2 this week. This week of all weeks, man. We got finals week coming up for these college students. We got NECC finals, and for this whole entirety of collegiate esports, finals are currently going on for every division for every single game. So it was just a really inopportune time, knowing the collegiate esports industry, to go, let's just drop the beta we've been waiting for a year and a half to drop.
Yeah, I guess so. We could see some GPAs plummet as a couple of gamers get distracted on that brand new shiny toy they've been waiting for 6 years to come out. It is kind of disappointing that they would drop it right now. I mean, if you're just like a college teacher and you're like, why are a third of my students just falling off the planet with their grades right now? Their marks are all dipping. But I mean,
Yo,
hey, it's the Overwatch 2 beta.
but Sojourn, though.
I know. Have you heard the call out for her?
No.
You know how Soldier 76 is legs?
Yeah.
Sojourn apparently is thighs. So
I get it
you have
because
that
of the
now.
slide. Because of the slide.
I
That's a
think,
good one.
or yeah,
That's a good one.
gotta be.
It's got to be because of the slide. That's great though. Yeah, I have was lucky enough to get a beta key, tested out a lot of the players I've seen in collegiate. I'm active in the discords. I'm looking at what the players are saying. A lot of people are happy. Chat, while you're hanging out with us, tell us in chat what your thoughts are on the Overwatch 2 beta, where you're at with it, what you like, what you dislike. There's a lot of new features, which for the first time in 3 years is pretty exciting for the community.
Yeah, definitely. Except like the tank roll, such a big shakeup. Overwatch has not seen anything like that. That is, of course, what comes with the second game. The support role, on the other hand, not a lot of big changes. I know people are a little bit bummed out about that. Lucio seems to be hard meta. That's what the common consensus is. So I love that. He's my third most played hero. But really, the tank changes stand out the most to me. And I got to give a little bit of an update here because something big just happened over on the NECCA stream. Hood College, the underdog, facing off against King's College, just won their championship 4-2. That happened 1 second ago. So, chat, now you're all up to speed on the action that's happened tonight.
1 second ago is pretty incredible. On my way over here, I was obviously watching the St. Ambrose matches. They're currently playing in their finals match, and they're currently up 2-0 as well against Eagle Esports. So that's a bit of an update, kind of off stream for you, I guess. And that's incredible to hear that underdog story. I know both of us love a great underdog story, and man, that's what this divisional structure is all about.
Yeah, it really is just such close competition in the playoff runs, especially. Things really kind of even out. I remember season 0 and the spring semester of that season as well. The best teams just kind of floated to the top early in the season and coasted. That hasn't been the case for 4 semesters here at the NECC, so it's really good to see that divisional structure working. And little tidbit about Hood College, I was their first Overwatch coach. And you know what,
No
Nuke?
way.
I went 1-3. And then I started casting, and then I couldn't coach anymore. So, yeah. There's a
Well,
little trivia for you.
I love that trivia. You should just start saying you went 13.
Nope.
1-3, take out the dash. Easy. He said, nope, actually.
No, I'm going to be
Nope.
honest. We were a losing team. But a lot of that roster is still around, and they've won back-to-back championships. So every time I see them win, I'm pretty proud of those kids. I usually send them a message on Discord or something. Maybe I'll play the Overwatch 2 beta with them because we're all buddies on the Battle.net. But Nuke, after much delay and level 99 stall tactics from us, we are ready to go back into Busan.
Yeah, we are all tracering this point right now. Absolutely, we're heading back into Busan, and we are seeing a massive change in the roster switch. OG actually opting for the Zarya. That's a hero I've not seen very much of quite at all recently.
Yeah, and this is probably the only point of Busan where you can get away with that, and I like how we are seeing a different objective here on our first map. We're not on Sanctuary, we're on the Mecha base, and this Purdue White team, they've got the sharp head of their spear here. They've got Park on the Doomfist, but goes down early just trying to get back in there with those cooldowns, but instead pays for it with their life and her getting the first elimination of this championship match, and Nuke, we are underway.
Set the load size to oof. Purdue White taking out one to kick it off. On her will fall early. Wow, that is a very, very fast field coming out from the Baptiste. The amplification matrix popped, and Murray State turning this one around. They could take point. They just got to rotate around. They did win the high ground. That will be them on the first point. However, looking at the Purdue White side, they have been racking up that damage. 3 ultimates now online.
Yeah, and OG getting pretty close to the Graviton Surge as well. Isn't going to have that energy coming into this next fight immediately, but that Grav could be online soon. But first, it's going to be the Deadeye, comboed with the Ant Matrix thrown out by Ozuki, and still looks like both of those ultimates were well countered by Murray State, but the slam lands for Banana Man, and now they're rolling into this staircase. 1 member is on the objective, and Purdue White has their first take of the night.
Yeah, that was a phenomenal slam coming out from Banana Man to keep Murray State at bay. It's going to be Purdue White now taking it at 20%. Now the script has been flipped. The Chief and Sky will have ultimates, while Purdue White only has that Graviton Surge online. We are going to hear that Deadeye get popped. It's not going to find anyone.
Oh, and the stun doesn't connect either. A desperation play there from main event as the barrier was broken for the Murray State Reinhardt, but it looks like Purdue White take full advantage of this fight here, just obliterating Murray State once the main tank falls, and right now they're rolling into the fight. And I love, Nuke, how they're not expending ultimates left, right, and center. They're kind of gauging the value of each one as they go. OG did a great job there of holding that grab that entire fight.
Yeah, I would say that's actually what's keeping Purdue White ahead of Murray State right now, is that ultimate use. The Chief really didn't need to use the self-destruct there, nor did main event, and it's going to put Murray State at a bit of a disadvantage because they got no capitalization off of that. It's going to be a massive Death Blossom coming out from on her, putting Murray State on the haunches and pushing them to the point. They will cap that, and what a play coming out from the star DPS on Murray State Gold.
On her just teleports right up to that little perch that this team is just camping in front of right now, but on the other side toward that other choke, and finds the 5K, opening up with a statement ultimate here. The first Death Blossom of the game used, and now Murray State, they're going to be playing this high ground here, maybe letting this flip happen, and it will for Purdue, but still Murray State has some resources that they could use, but responding right now is Purdue White getting ahead of it. They're going to be finding all the kills here onto Murray State, and a lot of them come out of the Peacekeeper of CK Aruki.
Yeah, that was some next level Graviton Surge coming out from OG, and Banana Man said, daylight come and me wanna go home. Swinging that hammer, taking out all of the Murray State roster. They will go from underneath though and make it to point in time. Actually, getting almost a full cap off, trying to get them off the point. Man Event tries to dash out, not going to come out though. Banana Man retaliating, and it's looking like Murray State has the upper hand in this fight.
It's looking like that, but the damage dealers are just trying to keep themselves in this one, but Purdue White will wither away in that, and Murray State get the objective back at about 50%, but Purdue White did a good job there of holding that objective down, making it so if they take this one back, it is surely final fight.
Oh, surely. I mean, either way, if Purdue White makes it back to this point in the next, I don't know, 10 seconds or so, they may have another touch up their sleeve. They get on the back of Mini Martini, but first, that's going to be main event with a massive Earth Shatter, level 9 Earthquake. Murray State sending Purdue back to base. That will be enough time for Purdue to regroup and get to the point. I keep wanting to say payload. I don't know why. We are on control. These are points.
I don't know, Nuke. I don't know. I mean, we had a little bit of a lull between our first and second cast, had some dinner, slowed down our brains a bit, but this is, of course, an objective. That's going to be my staple word throughout the night. Right now, Honor going into the back line here, popping another big Blossom, but that time it's countered by Mini Martian's Sound Barrier, and it will be the Deadeye from the heavens for both teams finding a pair of kills, and it's still anyone's game here. It's going to take a massive effort to clutch this one out, as it is 99-99. But, Nuke, this one still looks like it's anyone's game, but the damage dealers on Murray State once again step up to the table and get the point back.
That is absolutely insane. Yeah, these damage dealers in the form of Onher and Sky are just destroying this Purdue Right roster every chance they get. These Death Blossoms from Honor have been huge, and I would expect nothing less from the Egyptian God of War sending that spear. You were saying earlier that Purdue White had the tip of the spear in Park. Well, I would argue that's Honor, who is known for throwing the spears.
I don't know that much about the Egyptian god lore.
Mythology?
I like god lore because you called an Ant Matrix a super wall earlier, so we'll go 1 for 1 on these, Nuke.
Calling me out. No, it's okay. It seems like every week, Berkeley, it's one of us that are just saying some goofy things where you're like, I understand what you mean, but why?
It's just how it is. It's just how it is sometimes.
Look at that, though. We got main event on the Hog and Chief on the Hamster.
Yeah, I mean, this is the composition they had on Sanctuary, right? So it's clearly something that they're not memeing with. Main event has a purpose here, and I would imagine it's to be fairly far away from the rest of this Murray State team. Just be a sneaky piggy boy and pick off members of Purdue White around the map.
Yeah, and Purdue White doing a good job of holding the center control room until the point unlocks, and now they're going to be making their way downtown, walking fast to the point, homebound.
It looks like Murray State has a slight edge in this opening fight, as they might be able to capture this objective first, but Purdue White comes back in. Banana Man gets that kill on Tamara Reith and goes down in the efforts, not quite able to escape unscathed. Sky from the skies will be taking down the Winston there, and this point still has not been unlocked by either team, but Murray State still seem to be playing with a little bit of an advantage here.
Absolutely, that was a beautiful concussive blast coming out from the Sky, pushing Banana Man back. And as I say that, we're going to see a little bit of a flub. Rocket going into the wall, going to find the kill on themselves. CK Rookie now on point, trying to keep it alive for Purdue White, but recognizing it has been flipped and it's best to regroup instead of being staggered. Chief finding 2 kills there.
A very long first fight. Both teams just investing the pulse bombs to try and unlock it for themselves, but it was Murray State coming out on top there, and now they've actually got an alt economy to work with. The Chief will have that minefield. Brodo has the Coalescence to bail out the team with some extra support, and on the side of Purdue, they haven't charged anything up all the way just yet, but in the mid-fight, we should see quite a few ultimates come online for them, but the minefield to engage here from the Chief starts things off, and now Park trying to find a good hack here, almost gets the Chief to fall off the map, but with a good grapple, the Chief hangs on, but not for long there. Now it's going to be Sky going in the backline with a barrage, but nothing but some natural cover to send those rockets into. A disappointing ultimate there for the Murray State DPS, but it still looks like kills are coming in their favor.
Yeah, either way, it was completely one. Oh, a little bit of a cheeky wave from Banana Man. Gonna get shut down immediately by Murray State. trying to get something off of that Primal Rage, but nothing will come from it. I love these waves back and forth from these rosters waving at each other. It's very, very cheeky. As you said, though, Sky, I think it was a big brain play to be a distraction tactic so that the rest of Purdue White looked toward the back and going, is there a barrage behind us? While the rest of Murray State charged in.
That is a very nice way of putting barraging into a wall as high value, high IQ play. We'll see if they're able to make another one of those here this upcoming fight. They will have no alts to work with, and if they're able to defend the point, they'll be taking Busan, but Purdue White here has an onslaught of alt economy that they can use.
Yeah, they do. And speaking of the onslaught, I'm going to get a hack off on point and say, no, not now, not ever. We're going to see Murray State looking to capture the second point, 99-0, but Purdue White flipping the script. And that's going to be the flip over to the side of Purdue White. The res will come out on Brodo, but possibly a bit too late for this Murray State roster.
And Purdue right there used almost all of their resources except the Coalescence, what might be their weakest ultimate. And honestly, Nuke, that kind of tells me that they're not alt-tracking Murray State's resources very well here. I think they should have hung on to at least a couple more. EMP was probably enough to scare Murray State off of that objective. And now they're going to have to hold this objective for 60 more seconds with an alt economy that's pretty evened out now, but it is going to be the barrage here from Sky, taking down 2, hits that direct onto Banana Man to silence the tank line on the side of Purdue White, and now the flip is almost imminent, Nuke, and at 99% there might not be a contest.
I don't know. Mini Martian is keeping up the Caster's Curse. Initiated, Mini Martian will fall, and Murray State looking to take Busan. This is their first map of the series. We are going to see a Tracer touch, but is it going to be enough? Ooh, maybe. We are seeing Purdue come back. They do have some ultimates at their disposal. Banana Man opting to jump off the... Oh, no, he gets pooped off the map from Sky. Big concussive blast yet again from the Sphera.
Looks like Murray State has this one locked down, but the EMP comes out from Purdue White, giving them a glimmer of hope, but it quickly is squashed as overtime ticks down, and Murray State win Busan and take a 1-0 lead over Purdue White.
Absolutely. And unfortunately, that EMP did not reach the Moira and stop the Coalescence, and that was ultimately the downfall on her. I guarantee it was his teleport play. No, it was actually when they came out, teleporting up behind them and landing a massive Death Blossom. One of 2 amazing Death Blossoms from this DPS. Man, I'm eager to see what else is up the sleeve of this Egyptian God of War.
Yeah, I mean, they clearly are bringing the heat. Anytime you open up a map with a 5K like that, you're making a statement that the other team has to find a way to deal with you. You can't just be at large in the backline this entire time. Those stuns have to hit. A Death Blossom is not an ultimate that should really get popped right in the heart of your team, especially if you have a Cole Cassidy like that. You've got a stun to deal with it, and that is kind of like the point I was making earlier, where it doesn't seem like they're tracking those ultimates quite as well as they should be, especially in a championship. I'm sure they might be feeling a little bit of the pressure, but it's a best of 7. It's a long game of Overwatch ahead of them. They've got some time to make adjustments. And Nuke, heading into an escort map next, it's going to be Purdue White's pick. Do you think they go with anything that actually favors them? Did you notice any strengths or weaknesses of either team in map number 1?
I think they have to do something to shut down this Reaper on the side of Murray State. It's just too much for the team to handle. The Chief also doing a fantastic job keeping them at bay. An interesting point here, Berkeley, is that Purdue is a club team, 100%. So it could be that maybe they don't have the guidance necessary to tell them and kind of be a little bit more strict on what they need to do. Now, I could be completely wrong. That could not be it. And who knows? Maybe they're just starting off at a slower pace and it takes them a bit to get in gear. I mean, that's exactly what we saw from ESU Warriors when we kicked off the Overwatch finals earlier this evening.
Yeah, that is pretty much exactly what we were seeing in that matchup as well. And they really did come alive late in that game. 3 maps in a row went the way of Huntington in that one. And ESU just battled their way back. And the final control map, too, was just tooth and nail. But Huntington came out on top. And Nuke, honestly, like we were saying, long game, lots of time to make adjustments. you can only get so much from an opening map, especially when it's control, and we're going to be playing mostly hybrid and escort tonight. So I would say for them, just lock in. You get the map pick here. You get to play the strategy that you worked on in scrims all week long and even prior to that. Remember what you learned in your VOD review, and this one could be in your hands. I mean, again, this is a 1 seed versus a 2 seed, but like we were saying earlier, Purdue has dropped far fewer maps throughout the season than Murray State has. So Murray State is kind of fickle. If you're able to take one map off them, you can usually take more.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I think if you get it together, they're going to be a good roster. They're mechanically doing just fine. It just seems to come down to the synergy, which, as we said earlier, Berkeley could mean everything in these finals matches. But Murray State will ban Havana Unana, and Purdue will pick Watch Point Gibraltar. There will be no side swap, and MS, as in Murray State, will pick defense for Watch Point Gibraltar. No subs as well going into this second map.
So they're going to be on defense. A lot of people view that as an advantage, and I kind of like it. They're not going to be playing that insane Roadhog composition too much tonight, I don't think. Main event probably has a lot of hours on Roadhog, but I would imagine they pick an off tank that more synergizes with the main tank and the rest of the team, but we'll just kind of have to wait and see. Murray State is a little bit of a wonky team. They're pretty confident in their play, and they're not afraid with throwing main event on Roadhog in a lot of different situations. Watchpoint could be one of those, but I honestly think Purdue, they've got to find a way, one, like you said, deal with the Reaper, and two, make main event uncomfortable. If you can make him doubt his hero choices, especially when he's going to pick something very niche like Roadhog in these situations, make it so he has to think twice about it. If you can make him play a little less confident, he turns a little more passive, and that could actually weaken Murray State because they were just very aggressive in that first game. That's what I noticed.
Looking at the roster, thinking and considering the heroes that Murray State versus what Purdue is playing, maybe an Ana is an answer here. They could get a great sleep dart off on any of the opposing ultimates, whether it be the Pharah or the Reaper, and they could get massive antis on this Hog as well as the backline of the Murray State roster.
And how many times throughout the course of these playoffs have we seen an Ana player be the insane difference maker for a team? Earlier tonight, we gave our player of the match in that Champion Navigators Final to Doxic, the Lucio Ana player for Huntington University, and I believe last week we gave it to another Ana player as well. I just am kind of forgetting which team it was from. I got it here in my notes somewhere. It might have been King's College. Yeah, Mojo Jojo, King's College.
Yep, it sure was. It sure was. And that just goes to show the impact that you can have as a support. Note that when we were talking about Doxic, it wasn't just the Ana plays either. It was the Lucio plays. As a support in Overwatch, your job is arguably one of the most important, keeping the team alive and using your abilities both as a shield and a sword.
Yeah, the support cooldowns are probably the most powerful cooldowns in the entire game. They've got the most mid-fight potential, especially Ana, which we're seeing both teams actually opt for, at least to open up here. The attacking team could always change before they end up leaving the spawn doors, but there's no bigger cooldown in the game than an anti-nade. If you can splash that onto 2, 3, or more members of another team, that is just such a green light for a mobile composition. Both of these teams running dive tanks, and if a big anti is landed, those are eliminations that are bound to be found.
Yeah, both of these teams are running the same tank, or dive tanks, the same support line. Very, very, very different DPS lines. Sky opting for that Genji, the staple play of this player. I know Sky loves the Genji, so it's going to be pretty great to see what impact they have moving forward. I'm also going to be looking on her, on this Tracer, and see what impact that'll have at the backline.
Yeah, the Murray State DPS duo has a lot of synergy here on Genji Tracer, but right now it's looking like Sky's in a lot of trouble here. Retreating over into the server's room, but finally getting out with their life. Very good support play there from Brodo and Myrith. And Nuke, these support compositions, like you said, they're the same, but they're very advanced. And this is something we see in our Challengers division and above, is we see Briggs peeling so well for their Ana counterparts. And that comes with the form of whip shots, booping tanks away, that shield bash getting off timely stuns onto someone just trying to aggress on your backline. And of course, the armor packs can just be dished out across the map to keep your team alive. But right now, Purdue is doing a pretty good job of just pushing this payload forward, and there might actually not be a second fight before this objective is capped.
Absolutely. Purdue just rotating around the outside and keeping all of the members of Murray State off. Oh, except for the Chief, who will sneak by, get in, get a pound, and drop the minefield with only 1 meter left. And now we are going absolutely bananas as Banana Man drops the Primal Rage on point, trying to keep Murray State off so they can just move this payload but a meter more.
And the grab comes out here from main event, and there was an anti-nade landed in it as well, but Purdue able to bounce back despite being grabbed right near the payload, and there looked like there was a ton of follow-up damage possible for Murray State, but it just didn't come to fruition there. I'm not sure how it didn't land. It could have been the Matrix from OG. It could have been great healing by Azuki, but somehow Purdue stayed alive.
Yeah, Purdue did a great job of keeping their cool. It's so important when you're in these fights to recognize what your condition is, what your target is, and keeping that mental up while comms are clear. And Purdue, seeming like it's taken them a map to get into gear, but they're starting to shift it. They are putting the pedal to the metal.
And that can always happen when you come in and you're the team that picks the map here right now in this upcoming fight. Sky pops the Dragon Blade, dashes into the back line here, struggling to find that first elimination, but able to dice down Mini Martian, taking down Azuki as well. In the back line for Purdue White is felled by the damage dealers on the side of Murray State, and they're thirsty. They're looking for more here, Nuke.
Yeah, Murray State, this double bubble comp seems to be working out well for them. And I love that they have a main event on Zarya. You get a lot of value by getting that bubble off on the Tracer, on the Genji, like really anyone on this roster. Sure, Brodo and Myreath will be healing for each other, but usually you're throwing it on that Winston, but it doesn't always need to be that Winston when you have 2 dive DPS.
Yeah, and of course, it's just added damage that D.Va doesn't quite have in her arsenal, especially when Zarya's at high energy, and the Graviton Surge, as everyone knows, probably the biggest ultimate in the game from the tank slot, so it's hard to land, as OG is pretty good at eating up projectile ultimates like that, but if it lands like it did on point number 1, there can be so much potential in that.
Yeah, Azuki doing their best to keep their Brig Mini Martian alive, and that is going to be Winston in the backline taking them out. Sky going to find that kill. Will Mini Martian pop the rally here? Is it necessary to do so? Yes, as they have been nano boosted and rallied. They're going to go on a rip and a terror in the backline and continue pushing this payload. Now 4 minutes left on the clock. Purdue White has 2 more ultimates to push, looking to stagger the rest of this Murray State roster.
And this is some attacking aggression we did not see from Purdue on Busan. They have had the pedal to the floor ever since point number 1. I don't think it's been stopped more than once. And right now they've got 3.5 minutes to finish Watch Point Gibraltar. This is a stellar attack they're putting on, really trying to take back that momentum they lost after Busan.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, completely agree, Berkeley. They have definitely become a momentous team, which, I don't know, makes me a little nervous if they start to lose this momentum, what that could mean for this roster. Because momentum-based teams are great if they're ahead, but when they're behind, it can be a bit tough to get back in that position.
And as we know, it's really tough to keep that momentum going in a best of 7. It's just such a long game of Overwatch ahead of you. But right now, they only have 15 more meters to push this payload, and they have a couple of ultimates to close it out. The spawn doors are so difficult to get out for Murray State, and right now, they're acting in desperation. The pulse bomb there lands onto Azuki. The Reinhardt charge lands onto OG, and right now they've got 2 eliminations in this fight. They're looking for more here. The defense maybe starting to stabilize, but a copy here for Park lands onto the Reinhardt, and a shatter is imminent. Having to hold up the shield is main event, but not backing down to the tank line for Murray State, and they've still got some hope, Nuke.
I'm not sure what that audible was, Berkeley, but OG had self-destruct that entire fight. All OG had to do was pop that self-destruct in the doorway. Murray State can't get out. There's nothing they can do, and they just continue to push that payload until the end. That could have been map, and I'm not sure what that audible was, like I said, but I'm sure someone called them off of it because we saw Park ult swap over. So just an interesting point of discussion.
Yeah, and now Murray State is going to sweep away this follow-up fight, just battering Purdue back to their own spawn, and maybe it was a call to just use an economy fight there, only committing the Echo copy and trying to farm up some other ultimates as they go in a couple fights later, because now they're going to be set up with almost 5 ultimates online to close out this map, but the payload has drifted about 30 meters away from the finish line. Murray State could have another chance to get out of spawn in time and make this a stall fest.
They could, and I think that they will. Murray State getting in position here on her. We'll have the pulse bomb. Brodo will have the nano boost. We're gonna hear the rally popped by Mini Martian. Self-destruct pop over the top. We're gonna see it take out Brodo. There's a trade in kills. Scratch that. We are gonna see the resurrect come out onto Brodo. Park taking out Sky, and Murray State pushing in, keeping Purdue back.
And I love it, the commitment to Shadow right there from main event, just to keep Purdue at bay for a little bit longer. Resources are low, they've got to collect themselves here, but Brodo goes down to the sticky bombs, thrown out from Park, and Purdue are starting to aggress into this fight. Park finds another, just cycling that cooldown perfectly, lands those stickies onto main event. And now the payload only has 10 meters to go. They're finally nearing the finish line here, and once more they've got ultimates online to close out the point, but they've got to be precise here if they want to get it done. 3 meters now to find, and Honor goes down there. CK Rookie, and it looks like, Nuke, they might actually have this one, but Murray State gets their tanks back out, and it's still anyone's game, but Park and CK Rookie are just not giving up. They're trying to keep this fight going, and we're almost in overtime now, but Purdue White, it looks like, Nuke, they've got it done.
Absolutely, I think they do have it done with only 5.2 seconds to spare, almost dipping into overtime. Very, very, very good play from both of these rosters. Purdue White doing a great job at holding that defense, and that just goes to show, Berkeley, like we've said before, the first map matters, don't get me wrong, but it is for information. It is for gathering that info, getting up to gear, and getting ready for these payload escort style maps, which is dominantly what we're going to be seeing in this 7-game final series.
Yeah, hybrid and escort maps are very similar in the way that they're played, and you're only going to see control twice tonight. You're going to see those other maps up to 5 times if this one goes the distance. So Purdue White really kind of transforming their play after playing on Busan and losing 2-0 to Murray State. But right here, it looks like their backline is solid. On a Brig seems to be working very well for them to stay stable. And then the dive tanks are coordinating well with the DPS. CK Rookie on the hit scan, kind of able to hang back near the supports, and then Park is more up front, in your face, dealing damage alongside those tanks. I like this composition for Purdue, very well rounded. Murray State, it seems like the double bubble was working to add some damage and a threatening ultimate, but it's just got a couple of hitches to it that Purdue was able to take advantage of.
It doesn't work that well when you need to throw so many bubbles out, right? And I think that was their issue on the side of Murray State. That, and they just kept getting staggered over and over. It felt like Purdue White, though, on the side of there, something I always look at is whether or not these echoes are mechanically skilled with the other heroes that they're copying. And Park just showing up and showing out against this Murray State team. The copies have been on point, and they've gotten multiple ultimates, it seems like, every time they've copied. Jumping onto the high ground, the Chief trying to find a kill, but instead gonna find death.
We'll get rezzed back up there, though, by Myreath, and now it looks like the fight has evened out a little bit here. Sky hit a lot of directs there, splashing into multiple members of Purdue, so charging up that barrage fairly quickly, but charging up their ultimate the quickest here is going to be Azuki on the side of Purdue. It's the Ana player here, so you're going to have a big advantage to Nano Boost, more likely Banana Man than anyone else, but still, Purdue, they're starting to back up, but they're still playing confident. They know they've got the resources to win the next fight.
Absolutely, Banana Man now stuck on the back line, trying to peel for each other. Brodo and Myreath trying to get the save out. Banana Man opting to go back down to point now. And we are seeing this double bubble begin to work as Purdue White starts to split off a little bit. And the Chief and main event are able to pick them apart one by one. That is where this comp was working for Purdue White. They were keeping the Chief at bay. Every time they dove in, they would just burn through that bubble and kill the monkey as soon as possible. But once you start splitting, you're going to have a bad time. Nano boosted electricity hurts. This just in.
Breaking news. The Chief
Breaking
amped
news.
up is a big, big threat. Nuke, one thing I noticed in that last fight, at the very start of that long last fight, Azuki, like we were saying, had that nano boost quicker than anyone else had their ultimate, but tried to use it and went down before the nano boost actually found the target. So that big advantage just squandered by Focus Fire, something that is going to be so important in these games.
Oh, absolutely. Focus Fire is literally everything in this division. When we talk about synergy, when we talk about target calling, that is essentially the Focus Fire that you need to win. Purdue White, though, sitting with 3 ultimates, could hold a strong defense here. It's going to be a big boop off the high ground from Sky, getting that concussive blast. Wow, that's going to be a shot from downtown, that Graviton Surge hitting the high ground. The Chief meeting them up there, and once again, the rosters are split.
Big pulse bomb stick there lands onto some tank players, but it doesn't look like that's going to be enough damage to find those picks. Resurrect now coming through, but not able to get off in time as Banana Man collapses onto Myrith, taking down the Mercy player on the side of Murray State. And this attack could be halted here as Purdue, they come out of spawn, they claim that catwalk high ground, and from there they just pounce on the point and they dissect the fight, stopping Murray State with just over 3 minutes and just under 3 meters.
That was very close indeed. Murray State gonna need to get it into gear. They're gonna want to take it to the end here. Purdue did a fantastic job of just sort of barreling through this point on offense. They have their win condition. Just have to stop Murray State here.
And right now, Murray State come in with an opening pickoff there onto CK Rookie. The hit scan gone means that Sky is a little more free to roam here. Only has to worry about OG and a duel from Park. And it looks like those two are challenging the heavens up near where Sky is kind of making that claim to his land. And right now, we've got Onher just closing it on the back line, and suddenly Murray State come alive here. They find 4 kills in this fight. Onher still has a pulse bomb to use if they needed to capture this objective, but it doesn't look like they're going to. With just 5 meters to go in point 2, they are able to clutch it up without using very many ultimates.
4 minutes on the board is a lot of time, Berkeley. They have a lot of time to push up here. They're going to get the staggers on Purdue White. We're going to see Azuki jump off the edge. We're going to see a quick pick on Mini Martian. That's going to give them a little bit more space to get up to this corner, which is the choke where Purdue will want to hold them.
And Purdue just trying to claim this high ground as it'll make Murray's attack a little bit tougher as they round the corner. And having some ults come online here too. It's going to be a big value bob for CK Rookie, trying to throw it in the back line before Murray State is able to make their attack worthwhile. Sky right now in a duel with a hit scan. Ends up suiciding. The splash damage from their own rocket takes them down. Having to resurrect there was Myrith, and now it looks like Murray State has to go for a soft reset before they commit some resources.
Yeah, that was a big brain res coming out from Myrith, though, getting Sky back online, recognizing Sky had the rocket barrage, trying to make a clutch play. However, what they were not expecting was the bob coming out from CK Rookie on the side of Purdue White on the high ground and in a really great position, forcing Murray State back and to regroup, like you had said.
And now Sky again just trying to find an opportunity here to pop that rocket barrage and secure some eliminations for Murray State, but Purdue White just hanging in there. They use a copy. They've used 2 Primal Rages in this fight. Park popping the second. Might get another one online, but no, instead the copy does end here, and the defense continues to hold. They're aggressing now, but Sky wins the duel against Park up on this high ground perch. The king of the crow's nest is going to be Sky here, and now still trying to find an opportunity to pop this barrage. How many times am I going to say it before he just lets it fly, closing it on the doorway, and there it is, letting it rip for a double kill. Now trying to find more. If Banana Man goes down, this is going to be almost impossible for Purdue to get back out and defend.
Ooh, Banana Man barely making it back into the spawn doors. They're going to be very close to taking this map. There it is. They are going to have 2 minutes and 36 seconds left to push, which is over double the time that Purdue will have, as they will reset back to 1 minute. We will go back to the beginning of the map.
Oh, look at the kill feed. CK Rookie comes out, throws in a bob, gets 3 kills, but It's all just horseshoes and hand grenades. Hand shoes and horse grenades.
Hand, shoes, and horse grenades. Indeed, Berkeley. Hand, shoes, and horse grenades. So, going into the second push, I wonder if they keep the same rosters moving forward, the same compositions. It's looking like they are as of right now. It's pretty much going to be the same. Both of these teams finding confidence in what they're playing. CK Rookie making the swap over to the Symmetra, which could do a lot against the Chief coming in, right? You get that beam online, and that does a lot of damage.
Yeah, that focusing beam, one of the best cooldowns in the game in terms of just securing those elims like you were saying, and I like it. We got echoes on both sides, so Purdue White kind of having to deal with a duel here. Sky not afraid of Park as a challenger.
Look at the finesse of Sky! That is some moves!
4, 3, 2, 1.
Nothing? Okay, that's fair.
He emoted.
Yeah, but the moves in that emote, the schmovement, you love to see it. Park getting stuck on the side of this first point. Very, very interesting, recognizing that they're up there once again. They've done this teleporter strat every time they've started on the side of Purdue, and it's worked out for them.
Yeah, pretty much most high-ranked teams will opt for a sim TP out of spawn to that high ground just because it's the quickest way to get to a crucial high ground, and then you can play the catwalk and start to make your way into where most defenses like to set up, and that's what we've seen in both rounds. I think it's a pretty much sure bet that next round of overtime, too, we're going to see it as well. I love this little mid flank here from On Her, just going into the back line, recalling out before they're able to find an elimination there, and right now it looks like the payload is slowly progressing as Murray State don't get quite the clean wipe onto Purdue.
Yeah, that was a very sneaky push underneath now, as they will stay on the high ground and have players push it under. One person staying on that payload. They are now in overtime, meaning no one can get off the payload. If they do, that is going to be the end of the map. Main event, finding the pick on CK Rookie to sort of kick this off. We're going to see an anti-nade kill Brodo, and the Chief and main event go on a rip and tear on the side of Murray State.
Yeah, the Chief has really showed up in this game so far, and as overtime ticks down, he's just trying to make the biggest plays they possibly can. Right now, main event sends in the grab. The Pulse Bomb sticks as well, and 1,000 HP for Banana Man turned to dust as multiple ultimates from Murray State were committed onto that Winston. And as overtime starts to tick away, it doesn't look like Purdue has much of a contest left here, but now they've got two members back in the fight, and CK Rookie is not dying easily, still at large.
Ooh.
No!
Very close, but that will be the end of round 3. Murray State now has their win condition. They just have to get it a little bit further than underneath that bridge.
I've seen crazier things happen than what would be a full hold here. 2.5 minutes seems like a lot of time, but both of these teams are playing compositions that can stall out a payload's progression pretty frequently and easily, so it could be Murray State struggling initially on this attack. If I were them, I'd be trying to just go with a little bit different of a strat and just try and shock Purdue, because right now they probably know what's coming in terms of compositions. This might be one of the few times where I would shake things up in this game, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the play for Murray State.
No, I don't think that they're going to shake things up at all. This is the comp they know that they want to run on this map. It's likely what they've ran in scrims. Actually, as we say that, Berkeley, Sky making the switch over to Sombra, which could have some massive implications. I wonder if we're going to see My Wreath switch off of the Mercy, and in fact, since there will be 0 air support aside from, the Winston jumping.
We could see something like that. I'm still not quite sure. I was liking both of these teams running the Ana Brig just because it peels so well for each other. Ana Mercy can get a little lost in the sauce. Your Mercy player can usually peel across the map for your Ana player, but you've got to have that awareness, so it's difficult sometimes.
Yeah, you're right. And I do agree with you. I do like the Ana Brig. I think that it does have a little bit more peel potential, just stun and sleep potential. Mercy sure has the res, but doesn't really have much, if any, CC at all.
Ooh, are they going to go for a res here onto Chief? No, Chief will end up respawning here, and somehow main event able to get an elimination onto a member of Purdue, sending in an alt fire from very far away. Now Sky going up into the skybox to dual Park, but Park ends up using that focusing beam to just melt Sky down, and we've got a 5 versus 5. The payload very close to where it needs to go. Don't forget, chat, that it only has to get on the other side of that bridge, and right now they're just 14 meters away.
It was really, really sneaky, too. They had a couple of people down there just pushing the payload as they fought up top, using a bit of sleight-of-hand tactics. It's going to be Chief on the high ground, trying to push off the Purdue White main tanks. They're going to do so. It's going to be a chase to ult charges at this point. Massive anti-nade coming out on point, going to demech. The Chief finding a pick onto Park. Purdue falling apart. Unfortunately, rocket barrage coming out. And Murray State looking like they're going to take Watch Point Gibraltar in their second map of the series.
That was a good showing there again from Murray State, letting us all know why they're the number 1 seed, why they 3-0'd Purdue in Week 7, and that Purdue was not hiding strats. That game in Week 7, that was the real deal. That was a clean sweep that Murray State handed them. And this could be a hard one to bounce back from, because Purdue being down like this means that their opponent is bringing their game to the table. They're playing their style of Overwatch, and we haven't actually seen Purdue really come up and control a map with their style of Overwatch. It's been a lot of mirror picks, and Murray State has had the edge.
Absolutely, and we've seen a lot of back and forth between the tank rosters on both of these. Banana Man and OG trying to take out and butting heads against the Chief and Brodo, I think. But I think before we go any further, Berkeley, we need to take a short break, allow these teams a little bit of time, regroup. We'll be right back.
That I have, well, I'm going the distance with you. I didn't know what I had till I knew what was missing, and everything that I dread, well, I built a resistance with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you on the ground. You were gone, I wish you'd stay. I could look at you for days. Time was well spent, that's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you. Take your time, not in the fast lane. I understand that you've been broken too many times, but I'll be waiting to mend your wounds from all you've taken. But if we listen to each other, admit our mistakes, then I can show you who I am, because I'm not the same. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you on the ground. That's when I knew
The seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea, into the blue. They change but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason. But I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. The seasons turn and change just like your mind. Like the sun gives into the moon, into the night. Time continues marching, it slowly crawls. With each new one starting, I recall. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason. But I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. Each time of year carries memories, like a never fading whisper in the breeze. Oh, we will keep on changing all over again. Yeah, we will keep on changing. Just like another season. Don't want another day without you by my side. Oh, this season. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Just like another season.
Is it okay if I'm to say I'm catching feelings from all the dealings? Am I astray? What do you say? How are you feeling? Is it the same? I hope you're not planning to waste my time. To my surprise, that was her reply. Now we vibe. It's been a while and such a ride, the stars align. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role.
Hey, he is here. Nuke.
Yes,
Oh.
we are back once again.
Thank
Alt
God.
charge. Yeah, of course, man. Of course I'm back. I'm always here, sneaky, suspicious, ready to go, and we are heading straight into King's Row, our next map in the series. Once again, I am Chase Nuclear Nukem, joined here by Berkeley Alt Charge Stevens. We're heading into the third map of Murray State Gold versus Purdue White, and it has been an absolute slobber knocker thus far.
Yeah, Murray State are threatening to run away with this one if they get a win here on Kings Row. They'll be on match point up 3-0. I can't remember a time where we've actually had a reverse sweep in a best of 7. We've seen it a lot with best of 5s, but I really don't know if it's happened in best of 7 other than just one time 2 semesters ago. Last spring we had one. I don't think there were any in the fall. There haven't been any so far in this leg of championship matches, so Nuke, I mean, if you're Murray State, you go up 3-0, you got to be feeling pretty good. And if you're Purdue and you give up that map, it is tough to bounce back.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it is. I mean, your mental at that point is so low, and you see the steep hill that you have to climb to make it to the end. 4 maps in a row is no simple feat whatsoever. So Purdue will want to bring their everything to this map to ensure that they put 1 on the board against Murray State's 2.
And this was, again, their pick, so we could see some more strength start to pop up for them. It is a very brawl-heavy map, as pretty much every Overwatch spectator knows. I know we've got some family members in the chat who are probably just hanging around, don't know too much about the game, so let's just explain, Nuke, why this is such a brawl-heavy map.
Yeah, this is a very brawl-heavy map because a lot of the ways to get around the map are very narrow, very tight corridors where you can get that Reinhardt in, and there's a lot that can complement the Rhine and your support line getting through these chokes. Pretty much the only difference that we may see is the Mondada hat trick we may see at the very, very, very beginning of the game, and that is getting a Symmetra and a Bastion to teleport on top of the statue very beginning of the map. But that is that's kind of a niche pick. Not a lot of people have been opting for that this season, as it's pretty scripted.
Yeah, a lot of people know that if they see those heroes come out of the spawn, they know exactly what they're gonna do, so I wouldn't expect to see something like that in a more high-ranked lobby like we have here with our Challengers division, but Purdue, they're going to be attacking with a brawl kind of composition. They have Park on the Mei, Banana Man on the Reinhardt, brawl staples right there. Murray State on defense, they're going to have main event on Zarya. That can kind of combat the brawl. Those bubbles can be used to save teammates from Park's freeze ability. And then they have Chief on Wrecking Ball of all things. So this is a team comp that is looking to have a little bit of backline presence. And then Chief and Anher are just going to be diving in your backline, trying to find those picks onto Azuki and Mini Martian.
Absolutely. And we're kicking it off Banana Man, trying to get around this first corner. And we'll see if they can get those picks like you were talking about, Berkeley. That's going to be huge. Looks like they're opting to go through the hotel. Onto the other side, speed boosting, trying to get onto point. Banana Man going to fall underneath 100 health, and that is going to be extremely close. They're going to take out the Immortality field, and Murray State doing a great job of just keeping their calm and dishing out the damage Purdue is sending their way.
And Mini Martian amps the speed there, and they push all the way up to the statue, taking down main event and Brodo. Can they find more here? They get that kill onto Chief, and it looks like the first point might be taken here by Purdue White, but a mobile composition for Murray State could get them a recontest, but Nuke, that was pretty clean. I don't think Purdue give this one up.
No, Purdue, they have it. I mean, there's no way Murray State is going to make it back in time. The Chief could come in, like you said, and touch point. It's unlikely they're going to. Which, I don't know how I feel about this composition switch.
Yeah, it's a tough look for Murray State. I mean, it really kind of banks on holding that first objective. This composition really is not going to fare too well on Streets phase. We're going to have a couple of ultimates online that might win them some fights, but overall, Purdue has a major edge in their hero picks.
Oh, absolutely. Even just alone in having that Reinhardt is huge for the roster. Mei, also an exceptional pick on this map. Murray State going to throw out the Dragon Strike, separating the team left from right. Payload is coming through, and they are going to drop an ultimate of their own. The Chief, however, is in the backline with that minefield. They got to watch where they're stepping with them Tootsies. They could get hurt. beat will get dropped on the side of Purdue White, ensuring the team will stay alive through this push. That bubble is not going to last very long. The Chief main event almost has Graviton Surge, but it almost makes me wonder if they are going to switch because they are getting staggered and pushed. Massive Earth Shatter coming out on the payload, halting any chance Murray State had of stopping this Purdue roster from continuing that push.
And Murray State had a big chance of stopping it there with main event's Graviton Surge, finding so many, but Banana Man seized the opportunity, knew that Murray State did not have a shield their entire time, and I mean, just kind of holding on to that Earth Shatter, had a few opportune moments, but instead used it to counter a major ability from Murray State, and that could end up getting them the second point. But Murray State looked like they might actually want to get back out there with a speed boost, but that Maywall makes it impossible.
Yeah, that Maywall is going to be tough, but it will drop, as will the Deadeye, taking out My Wreath, and this is an entirely different Purdue roster. Now rounding the corner, third point of Kings Row with 4 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock, Berkeley.
Yeah, this is massive for them. This is exactly the kind of response they needed. Already Banana Man has another Shatter online, so this Reinhardt for Purdue is feeling it. Kings Row is a home game when you're a Ryan main. And right now, we haven't seen Murray State go on Reinhardt compositions very much, so Purdue probably sensed that. They like to play a lot of dives, so let's just throw in the most brawl map in the game and see if Banana Man can just bring the hammer, and right now he is. He is delivering on a great level.
Yeah, it almost makes you wonder if this is going to change the pace of the series. If Purdue White gets to pick the map, if they're going to pick more brawl-heavy maps. Banana Man going around the corner looking for a Shatter, but instead going to find main event's hammer, dropping it down, and that is going to be an open field now. Main event does have Earth Shatter online as well, but looking like it's not really going to be needed as Purdue White backs up with 4 ultimates online and a resurgence in this map.
And with 3 minutes 45 seconds to play here in this attack, Purdue need this with a big time bank to start making more of a statement as they finish off around, not just making it so they go to third point with a bunch of time, but that doesn't matter if Murray State defend well. They need this objective with tons of time. That slam lands for main event, and he is the showstopper here, sending Purdue packing in. They're still sitting on some ultimates, but they don't need them when the Earth Shatter is that big.
Oh my. That was a level 9 earthquake coming out from main event. That Shatter was huge. Purdue White didn't even get the chance to utilize any of their ultimates. Speaking of which, they will pop the amplification matrix, or as what I call it earlier.
Super wall, man.
Super wall, the super wall. That's right. Park trying to get in on this Murray State roster, getting a freeze off. Instead, gonna get the whole blizzard to come off. Self-destruct will be dropped, but they're only falling 2s thus far.
And I love the teleport out there from On Her just to get to the high ground, threatening with the Death Blossom. It seemed like Purdue sensed that, backed off. Now Mini Martian pops the sound barrier and the speed boost as they head back in, but somewhere lurking around is On Her with a Death Blossom. You've got to be ready for this. Stunned out of it there. That's the response they need. CK Rookie making a massive play with the flashbang, but still, Murray State buy right back into the fight with a Deadeye and an Earth Shatter, and that is more than enough to win it out from Purdue White.
And just like that, Purdue White lost all of their ultimates. They had so methodically built up to try to take this final point. That's just an unfortunate situation if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, you can't get ahead of yourself when you build up a big economy like that. You've got to be methodical with it in the way you use them. And right there, they weren't. They were throwing in Blizzard, Self-Destruct, Earth Shatters, but not really fast enough follow-up on any of those. Here they're going to be going back in with the Deadeye from CK Rookie. That one doesn't find any eliminations, but the tank still push forward off that effort. It's not quite enough to buy the space they were looking for, but Reinhardt's are traded out, and a little bit of a retreat ensues for Purdue White as they don't push the advance without a shield.
Yeah, they have to back up. I mean, Brodo dropped the sound barrier, and they really had no choice. Not only did they have a shield, they were fighting a team with a lot of health and not really much sustain. They will return now. Banana Man pushing into the roster does have Earth Shatter online, trying to get through, and oh, will lose the ultimate, dying right as the sound cue is popped. Once again, all for naught.
Yeah, just a little too much aggression there from Banana Man, and Sky sets down a trio with the Deadeye there. The Blizzard gets popped from Park, and that is one you want back, as that fight was just squished. Sky's ultimate there, the no doubter. Anytime you get a 3K with a Deadeye and there's no tanks left standing, that is a wrap. Nuke, now we're looking at Purdue with just 40 seconds left. Where did that 4-minute time bank go?
Momentum. I'm telling you, Berkeley, it's like we said at the beginning of the series. Purdue is a momentous and a momentum-based team. But when you stop them, when you hard stop them, they have a hard time building that back up. We are going to see a self-destruct thrown into the back line. Not going to find anyone on her getting in position. This Death Blossom is on point. And there it is! First one will be dropped. Taking out 2. Main event from the other side. Pincing with the Earth Shatter. And that gank will be what Murray State needs to hold Purdue White off of this payload and have their win condition for Kings Row.
And this is a very obtainable win condition for how they've played so far in this set. Purdue White shaking their heads. They know how well they played on point 1 and 2, but it just fell apart at the third and final corner of Kings Row. Just not quite enough. 4 minutes of effort just defended so well by Murray State. Now, if they can get 2 points and 63 meters, they'll be on championship point.
Oh, man. Yeah, I think Murray State, if they play this smart, they could do it. They can't be running any of that wrecking ball nonsense on this map. As they tried, it did not work, and it actually allowed Purdue to get to the point they did with the amount of sustain that they had with their brawl comp. And honestly, Purdue, it was nothing short of a miracle that Murray State was able to hold, with Purdue having 4 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock when they first got stopped on the third push. Man, it was a tough situation for them, and like I said, it was nothing short of a miracle.
Yeah, I mean, they really stepped it up there. The adjustments they made to respond to a big time bank that was being thrown up by Purdue. I mean, what I took away from that is Purdue White, they don't get memed on by the best team in their division. Murray State can't run just anything. They have to run an even matchup. They can't get away with those compositions like they tried to open up with on that defense with their wrecking ball. That nonsense is not going to work. Purdue is a serious opponent. They're just having trouble, like you were saying, keeping that momentum going and around. Yeah, and that momentum has been halted a few times. Let's see how they do on defense, though. Banana Man finding a couple of picks on the side of Purdue, on to Murray State, that is. Murray State having to back up, and Purdue following them all the way back to spawn, trying to get a quick stagger, and they're going to find it actually in the form of Sky. And they needed that open up around with a ton of damage. Anytime you get a team wipe like that, your alt economy is going to be about 1,000 hit points of damage better than your opponent. So that sets them up here for what could be a long hold, but they're going to have to play some perfect Overwatch here on point number 1.
Yeah, Azuki will have the Matrix online first, and they are actually going to pop it on the corner of the point. Murray State doing a great job of just waiting, holding up. Banana Man does have the Earth Shatter. Murray State going to pop their Amplification Matrix of their own, dropping the shield, but opting to back up, not using that Earth Shatter when the shield had been dropped. And that's going to be a massive Deadeye from the top turnbuckle. Sky putting a nail in the coffin for Purdue White and forcing this first push, capping the point for Murray State.
And like we were saying, Purdue had the advantage after winning that first fight, but they didn't use the ultimates that they got with that advantage. They didn't use the Shatter. They didn't use the Deadeye. They needed to invest more. Murray State kind of eked their way back into the alt economy battle, and they were the ones who followed up first, and that is what won them that first objective. Now Purdue, they're playing with a big time bank, almost 5 minutes to defend second, and they've got to be super aggressive and continue to hold in these very close, uncomfortable places. And that slam lands for main event. Once again, the showstopper Reinhardt sets his team up for huge success. Mark trying to respond here, but not going to buy back into this fight with the Blizzard. Instead, it's going to be a full reset and a clean team kill.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the silver lining here is that Purdue White does have 4 ultimates online. But exactly as you said, Berkeley, they needed to use that crucial Earth Shatter earlier when they did break main event shield. Instead, they were too afraid to commit, which makes sense, right? They did have the amplification matrix in their face, but now they find themselves in a much more comparable position. Self-destruct, gonna get pushed onto the payload. That will be their immortality field wasted for it. So this is Purdue's time to push in. That is going to be an Earth Shatter that will find two, that Death Blossom to retaliate, but is it going to be enough?
I don't know, that sound barrier from Brodo there is going to fully support this Murray State squad as they continue to steamroll into Purdue on the back line of this second point Streets phase. It doesn't look like Purdue has it in the bag here. They've got to start alting fast, and I'm not sure they have enough heroes left in this fight to keep it, but Banana Man able to hammer down Sky, and the sound barrier popped by Mini Martian, and they're starting to fight back. Murray State running for the hills. They're back to the bookstore corner, and it looks like Purdue finally make a stand on Streets phase.
The sound barriers from either of these Lucios have been huge, just in King's Row alone. Mini Martian doing an insane job of popping that sound barrier and keeping the Purdue White roster alive to push Murray State back. And looking at that engagement, Brodo popping that sound barrier to get the team in was crucial to get the picks that they had. You know what the mascot is for Murray State, by the way, Berkeley?
What is the mascot for Murray State, Chase Nuclear Nukem?
They are the Racers. And they are, I find that fitting because they are racing this game and trying to get to that checkered flag at the end of this series.
Yeah, they're definitely going for a speed run any percent here, but right now, I'm liking the adaptations Purdue has made to their play. They're ulting earlier in these fights, not letting Murray State just aggress like crazy. Banana Man has to lay one down here. That one blocked by the big blue barrier from main event. Now circling around, trying to capitalize on this blizzard is Banana Man. And the follow-up seems to be there as Myreath goes down. They're able to demech Chief as well. And just like that, Purdue, they take so many angles surrounding Murray State in that fight, and they come out on top. Now that 5-minute time bank turned to 2.
So, looking at now how far we are in this series, I believe Purdue is just really good at their target switching when they're in these fights. They do a great job of their offense, getting in, getting the damage, and getting out. Where their chink in the armor seems to be is these flanks that we're seeing from Murray State, catching Purdue off guard. I mean, even if we go way back to the first point on Busan, that was Purdue's Achilles heel the entire time, was they kept getting flanked and on her ulting with that Death Blossom, and that is becoming very prevalent in the end of the second push as Murray State only has a minute left to make it into the second point. That's going to be Sky with another 3K Deadeye. Yes, I did say another 3K Deadeye. That is probably the third 3K Deadeye Sky has found so far in this map alone.
Yeah, Sky stepping up on multiple heroes in this game, playing projectile, flying DPS, playing hit scan at an exceptional level. Not to be outdone on her, obviously doing a great job on Reaper throughout the match, but really just good depth we're seeing from the Murray State damage dealers. And right now, they're able to capture that second point, and they are just 40 meters away from championship point.
They may make it as well on her. Gonna get a teleport up top. Gonna get noticed very quickly by OG. The sound barrier getting popped by Mini Martian. Perhaps a tad too early on her. Wrapping around the outside, trying to make it back to the rest of the roster. His main event will fall. The Chief will get demeched. And that's gonna be Murray State needing to back up, which was a good time to do it. If on her had popped the Death Blossom in that fight, that would have been very unfortunate for Murray State. They would have only had one ultimate going into this next fight. But Purdue White does have 3 on the board. It's going to be coming down to who can get this Earth Shatter off.
And they used that sound barrier, right? So when this Death Blossom comes out from on her, it's going to be up to CK Rookie to stun it again. A big play has to be made as the Blossom is popped here, but it finds no value. Both shatters get blocked simultaneously, and Brodo bails out the Murray State Gold roster with the use of that sound barrier, but still, Nuke, no eliminations have been found. It's going to take more investments to claw out this fight.
Yeah, the Chief does have their self-destruct online. We are going to hear both the Deadeye's popped. It is high noon all around from these rosters. Actually, just on the side of CK Rookie, Sky still has the Deadeye, which we've shown is deadly in this series. This is also one of the best maps in Overwatch to pop these self-destruct, these massive plays. You can get over to the top. I wonder if the Chief is going to look for one of these plays now. Blizzard getting popped on point from Park. Going to push back the rest of the Murray State roster. Purdue White holding true on this corner. Murray State only needing a few meters left. Ooh, main event trying to fall on the sword and push the bomb out of the way, but that will kill Brodo, unfortunately.
That was fun, that was honorable, but I'm not sure there's going to be enough time left for them to get back in time. We might actually be seeing Purdue steal a map away from Murray State. Just 1 second until overtime ticks, and they don't even make it. Purdue White taking their map pick in Kings Row, and now Nuke, we've got a game on our hands. The score is 2-1.
That was incredibly close, Berkeley. I was not expecting that whatsoever. Main event will have the play of the game, more than likely with this Earth Shatter. I love that, the jump around the corner. That was cheeky.
Yeah, a stun finding all 6 too. Big dopamine hit for the main tank there. And Nuke, I mean, Purdue, they're able to steal away one of their own map picks. Now they're not going to have the luxury of picking the next battleground. It will be Murray State. Given the way that one just went, where it seemed like Purdue had the edge there in brawl compositions, what do you think that Murray State might go for?
You know, that is a really, really good question, Berkeley. Truthfully, I think they're going to have to go for something that plays to their strength. They love playing this ball comp, so whatever they pick is probably going to be more revolved around the Wrecking Ball. The Chief loves that Wrecking Ball.
And we're going to be going over to Escort next as well, so a lot of open maps for possibilities here before we get our band and our pick. Just talking about a little bit what Purdue did so well, I think it was just committing to the brawl composition early, not making that move Murray State did, where they opt for something else on Kings Row, because we all just know that it's a brawl map. You could big brain it with a mobile comp, but in a game so close like this, where it's a number 1 seed versus a number 2, those kind of strats probably aren't going to work. We've seen mostly mirror matchups tonight, and right there in brawl, Purdue had a big edge.
Absolutely. So I think the maps that we're going to be looking at here are either going to be Dorado, Junkertown, Rialto, or Route 66. Out of those, you know, which do you think fits the play style of this Murray State roster best?
I don't know. Havana is still... Was Havana banned? Is that another one?
Havana may have been banned. Havana is in the pool, though, and that could be an option if it was not banned.
It was the first ban. Okay. I think Murray State pick Junkertown, and they just win. I think that's just the case. It's like the most open map in all of Overwatch. Their biggest strength against Purdue is just playing on an open battleground. So I think if they're able to pick that, they might run away with our map number 4 here, Nuke. What are your thoughts?
I think the first point of Junkertown is one of the most open for sure. But as we get further into Junkertown, right, we almost have a streets phase like you would see on Kings Row, right? Oh,
Right?
there it is.
And they picked it.
There it is. They picked it.
The hive
And this could go
mind
either
I
way.
have with Murray State.
This just in, they're on another level. Oh yeah, the beautiful mug, You love to see it. And honestly, Berkeley, I could have seen them picking this map just for this first point alone. This first point is infamous to full hold teams, whether it be at the spawn or at that final point when you're rounding. There's just, like you said, so much open area.
Yeah, there really is. And I mean, it doesn't take a dive composition to run through this map. We do see a lot of double barrier bastion compositions. That might be something that Purdue chooses to play if they're feeling a little uncomfortable on attack or defense on this map in particular. But Purdue, they've got their work cut out for them. This is the first time tonight since map number 1 where it hasn't been their map pick. So they're probably going into a map where they know it's not their strong suit. I highly doubt Purdue would have picked this map at any point in this set if they were choosing our escort map. But Murray State, they could have a field day here, Nuke. This one could get pretty out of hand. I'm not quite sure if Purdue keeps their momentum that they just built.
Yeah, I mean, the momentum's resetting, right? We're picking an entirely new map, entirely new compositions. So that's once again the thing with these momentum-based teams is if sure you get a win on a map, that's great. You've got your first win. Now you have 3 more to go. That is still a steep climb, and the cards are currently played against you. So mentality and endurance will start to come into play as we head deeper into this best of 7 series.
Another thing about Junkertown, snipers, right? We haven't
Right.
actually seen Murray State pick a sniper, and we have seen CK Rookie on the side of Purdue pop off on Ash on multiple occasions on Gibraltar, so maybe this one might not get as out of hand as I was imagining at the start. But
Oh
just
no.
as I say that, look at that
Oh
Murray
no.
State comp. It might not be the movie. We might just be watching a trailer that is nothing like the actual release of the composition they're going to come out with. But Purdue, they are choosing the double shield, double sniper, a great composition for Junkertown. They're clearly ready to play this map.
Absolutely. Mini Martian, how do you feel about Mini Martian on this Brigitte Nasuki over on the Baptiste?
I mean, Baptiste, I love right away. Mini Martian is going to be tasked with just making sure those shield bashes hit, and even though a lot of opponents are going to be very far away, you've got to connect with those whip shots to keep proccing her Inspire AoE healing, or else you're not going to get enough healing value out of that hero.
And this is a roster that is meant to back up. The only chance that Mini Martian's going to have to go in is when they either dive on them or when OG decides to step up a little bit. Ooh, speaking of which, oh geez, Rick on her. Gonna take a pick on OG very early, and they are not stopping for anything. Murray State already rounding this first corner and halfway to this first point.
A good response there from Purdue, though the defense starting to show up with some elims of their own, and the payload is still progressing, but I think Purdue is just backing up and playing their ground correctly here. They've got a couple of off angles, they've got 2 snipers, so like you were saying, it's designed to back up, it's designed to just give up space as Park hits another arrow right into the head of On Her, and that is just what this composition is all about. Let them come to you, let them make a challenge, and just play your ranged advantage.
Ooh, and right at the end of that main event, we'll get a grab. However, that hook will not kill OG. And Sky gonna get headshot, but the res will come out. Sky has another chance at life. Looking at the ultimates, Murray State has been pumping out the damage, but Purdue will get the first ultimates on the board in the form of the Amplification Matrix and the Dragon Strike.
And these snipers for Purdue have been on fire. We haven't spectated them yet as Murray State look like they're sweeping out a fight finally, but CK Rookie and Park really kept this attack at bay for 2 minutes there just by consistently hitting headshots onto damage dealers and supports.
But count them. Put a couple more minutes back on that board. 4 minutes and 30 seconds now. Murray State really hadn't expended any ultimates to get to that point. And sure, they have been keeping Sky out of the sky, but they're so close to spawn. Sky was just able to come back in about 2 seconds. Just pepper that damage off more and more. Like we anticipated, Purdue White having a bit of a tough time on this map. And this double sniper composition was working for a minute. Now we're going to see CK Rookie switch over to the Ash. The barrage will come out and take out 2. As well, the pulse bomb taking out 1. CK Rookie stopping Sky. But the push continues. There is 1 on the payload. Ooh, great hook onto CK Rookie. Purdue White now stuck on the back foot. And this Roadhog is going on a flank.
Yeah, this is what main event is all about here. Just getting way too aggressive with their ability to take space and just roam free in the back lines. If they can just be at large for most of these fights, Purdue might actually play very distracted type of Overwatch. But here, a nano boost onto the Wrecking Ball, not something you see much. The Minefield committed to just seal off that high ground. No longer able to defend from there is Purdue in main event. In the meantime, finds the hook and the elimination onto Azuki. And it looks like just meters to go here on our second point streets phase. Ultimate's gonna have to be committed here by Purdue if they want to hang around, and it looks like eliminations are being found. CK Rookie picking off 2, Banana Man with 1 of their own, and it looks like the defense will stay here for now.
I think in the entirety of every finals we've ever casted Berkeley, those series of ultimates were the goofiest set of ultimates I've ever seen. The Gravitic Flux only grabbed one. We saw the Nano onto the Hammond, who stayed in ball form. And we saw, it was just goofy all around. We saw the Dragon Strike on payload, didn't really hit anyone. It was just back and forth the whole time. But now Murray State looking to retaliate with new ultimates that they have, and actually a great set of bongos going to get dropped by Banana Man, but Banana Man will fall. Park finding a kill of their own, and Park actually being a menace on this Hanzo, getting multiple headshots. CK Rookie now following up as well, and Purdue White halting Murray State right before they have their chance to make it to the final point of this, or the final of the second point.
And I'm sure I'm going to caster's curse myself here, and they're going to get dropped immediately, but I would love to just spectate CK Rookie for an entire fight here, because I've got to see what they're doing on Ashe that is being so successful in these mid-fights, because they're just backing up, laying the high ground, dropping down, going back up with that coach gun, keeping the space away from this dive composition. They've just played it so well to this point.
Yeah, they have. This dive composition has definitely worked for them on this point. These proximity mines, Chief again with the minefield. Put it up top last time, didn't really find any kills then, but that CK Rookie with Sir Robert on the field, finding the picks and the retaliation that Purdue White needed. That is exactly where these sniper compositions can come into play, and getting these headshots. Asuki actually taking out on her as they try to retreat.
And we actually did get to see CK Rookies play in that last fight. They started up here with the front line and then cycled around to that back high ground. Chief tried to dive them, but a great use of the coach gun again kept that space between CK Rookie and the dive from Murray State. So if they can do that for 50 more seconds, they're going to be a very hard target to kill, Nuke. I love how they're playing this hero in this point.
But look, they're sneaking the payload. Oh, they almost C9'd it. Almost. Ooh, we're going to see a res off, and they actually will get it off on Sky this time. The Chief is actually going to get the nano boost again, backing into the backline. OG getting the slam down. So proud of him. We're going to see a great pick from Park, finding the Hanzo battle and taking out Sky. Purdue White finding themselves in a great defensive hold, and Murray State making a last-second swap Sky over to the Genji. Chief has that minefield again. Every single time they've come into these fights, Chief has had this minefield. But will this main tank for Murray State be enough to clutch it out in this series?
I don't know, right now this composition is looking pretty desperate considering they were the ones who picked this map. Overtime is underway here. The Pulse Bomb only finds the Supercharger, and on her pays with that with their life. The Minefield able to connect with an elimination there onto Banana Man, but this composition just finding so much trouble to get these elims. It's not paying out for them, Nuke. This was Murray State's map pick, and this defense for Purdue was phenomenal on it.
Well, like I said, Berkeley, it's like I said right before we got into this map. Purdue White, while they did not play a brawl composition, they played more of a sniper bunker comp. As soon as we got into the streets phase, that's where they hit their stride. This team is great around playing these small corridors, and their target switching is just on point. That is where Murray State is gonna have to play with the chinks in the armor. And I don't know how I felt about main event on Zarya that entire round. When you have all of those snipers putting out the damage, that D.Va just has so much value to it, especially paired with the Sigma. They could have done so much more, or even with the Wrecking Ball, right? But I don't think that comp really played to the strengths that they were looking to, and now it's going to be up to Murray State to get a full hold defense here. It's Purdue White is now swapping over to a very weird dive. Okay, we're seeing switches come out now. I was going to say it's a dive sniper comp.
Yeah, I mean, if CK Rookie is able to hit a shot, the tanks can just close in, grab that elimination, space back out, get their cooldowns again. You were making a point about Murray State having trouble with the Zarya. I think mainly that just came down to closing the distance against the snipers. CK Rookie, like we were seeing, cycled to the back of that objective so well. Park stayed a little bit more aggressive, stayed up front, but those two staying separated made that the composition of Murray State with just one mobile tank had to pick one of the two snipers, and it was never enough in any of those fights to get the job done.
No. Oh,
Oh, money!
Yeah, absolutely money. That was cash. CK Rookie finding the first kill of this push, getting a headshot onto Sky. The Chief wrapping around. They're gonna try to touch point, get a little bit of a stop. But do White so far looking pretty strong.
So far, looking good on the sniper comp. Again, Andre able to get one pick off there onto CK Rookie, who has been lights out so far in this round. Main event, capturing another elimination, but it's still a back and forth battle here as Banana Man playing Winston so well to just hop in on these low targets on the side of Murray State. Grabs another kill as Sky is taken out of the skies. Nuke, we've got a 4 versus 4 here.
Yeah.
It's still anyone's game, and I gotta be honest, the way Purdue is playing, I think they're gonna keep up this aggression, and they might end up paying for it.
They might, but wow, Banana Man finding 2 picks on the pharmacy, killing them both. Sky will get the pick on CK Rookie, falling extremely low. This could go either way right now, Berkeley. You're 100% right. Massive anti-nade coming through, though, and that's going to be a pulse bomb taking out Mini Martian. Absolutely nutty plays from both sides. Murray State will hold for now, but Purdue is showing that they have this push potential with this roster.
They could do it if they're able to find those picks. If CK Rookie can get them one, then the rest of this roster can certainly capitalize on a few more, but it's been tough for them to close in on the supports of Murray State. Usually they're taking down Sky or on her in these fights. You've got to get one of those supports out of this mix because they're just keeping those tanks up, and Chief and Main Event are able to stall forever on these heroes. Main Event popping that whole hog here to keep Purdue at bay, but gets slept out of that ultimate, and now the Nano Winston comes in, jumping into the backline right onto Brodo, but having trouble finding this kill as Myrith putting on a great pocket to their counter support, and right now, Purdue still hanging in the fight, finding 3 kills. A Resurrect gets thrown onto Main Event to kind of keep Murray State in this, but Nuke right now, it looks like Purdue are finally kind of stepping their game up. They might have this one.
Yeah, I think that they might have this one. We are going to see OG get a couple of picks as well onto Murray State, and they're going to opt to back. Oh, no, they are not. They're going to get in. The Chief is going to get antied as soon as they try to get back to point. With 4 meters left, they might have enough time. The barrage comes from the top turnbuckle, but that's not going to be enough. They only stall time and waste their ultimates, unfortunately.
Yeah, and it's a big waste, too. They spended 4 ultimates there, both DPS ultimates, both support ultimates, and Purdue did not have to use much. They used a Primal Rage, which really not that costly to use, and then, of course, a Pulse Bomb. Again, probably their 2 least valuable ultimates to stave off 4 from Murray State. That sets them up so well on Street's face.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. This could be a reverse of what we saw before, and it's going to be dependent on how Purdue gets through this point. We are going to see Bob and Self-Destruct popped. Park will find the first pick of this fight, forcing a 6v5. Murray State opting to just back up and wait for their Winston.
Banana Man goes in, almost gets gunned down there with a fan of the hammer from Sky, but instead gets the nano boost slapped onto them by Azuki, and now rolling deep into this hallway. The staircase is owned by Banana Man, but now locked in a duel with Sky, trying to become the victor and will, and now the payload just sits 3 meters away from its destination on second point, and Purdue, they even this one back up. It is a score of 2-2.
2-2, and it's almost as though my caster's curse is working in the favor of Purdue. Not only have they found their momentum on this map, they know and have recognized the weaknesses that they're starting to see on the side of Murray State. Murray State showing an exceptional play in these first 2 maps, but having a hard time adapting as we're going through the series. Or maybe it's an endurance issue. Either could be true, Berkeley.
Yeah, it's late at night. It's a best of 7. It certainly could be an endurance issue. These teams are used to playing best of 3s in other leagues, best of 5 in the regular season for this conference, the NECC. So best of 7 always shakes things up a bit. That means our map 5 is not the deciding factor here. It's going to be Control just after this.
Living in the same routine. a long way down. Trying not to follow suit. Don't like the color, I'll change the shade of it. I'm not afraid of it. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. Fast forward a year or two, friends have changed, but so can you. So can you. For too long about the mistakes, while I resent, I learned to hate. Forgot your names. Fear the struggle to follow on. Need to focus to prove you're wrong. I'm not wrong. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. Cigarette ash, it looks like snow. When it falls in the wind, you know. And you say you wanna dance. You're worried, you know, you'll end up in the
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the championship match you were hoping for. It is all tied up 2-2 as Purdue bounce back and even this one up against Murray State, joined by Chase Newcomb. I'm Berkeley Stevens, and it's been a banger. Junkertown just ended. That was Murray State's map pick. Purdue played their best Overwatch of the night on it. And now we're going to be heading back into Control. Nuke, what are your thoughts on the game so far?
Oh, so far, it's exactly as we've talked about, Berkeley. I feel like our analysis as we have progressed as casters throughout these seasons at the NECC has only gotten more on point every time. We noticed that Murray State did a great job running those dive compositions and keeping the Purdue roster back. However, once we got into these payload-styled maps, Purdue started finding their stride. Now we have an even series, but we are going back to Control. So, our first Control map was on Busan. Now we have a couple of options at our disposal. But it looks like Purdue is going to ban Oasis. And actually getting this just in from the gods of production, we are going to see Murray State pick Lijiang Tower. That'll be our next map in the series.
Yeah, and Lijiang Tower comes to mind, which is there is a point in particular, Control Center, and if this one is 1-1 and Control Center happens third, we're going to have a brawl versus brawl matchup, and I think that could possibly be the most interesting scenario because these two teams on Kings Row were neck and neck on those kinds of compositions. If this one opens up and we maybe get Control Center first, then I think whatever team wins that probably just locks down Lijiang Tower. I think that is the deciding factor here because there's going to be some wonky compositions played, some Symmetra for sure, likely a Pharmacy that we've seen so far, a lot of it coming up from Murray State. I'm more interested to see what Purdue might be picking here because they haven't shown their hand to be one that has a Pharah that plays a lot. They played a little bit of a Bird on Watchpoint Gibraltar, but since then, they've just been locking down the hit scans of the snipers, and that's been working for them. I think MVP of Junkertown had to be CK Rookie on the Ash. I mean, really kept this team alive with all of those pickoffs and headshots.
The entire time. That
All
Ash,
of it.
there was a Bob every other fight, it felt like. Bob was just the seventh character, just hanging out.
Yeah, running the 7-man comp. Very good strategy to put out a bonus teammate there. Nuke, they might have a little bit of a tough time playing Ash on this map. We might see a Cole Cassidy, we might see Soldier 76, but I think this map pick from Murray State comes in because Ash really isn't a major possibility here.
True. And the other thing I was going to mention is we have seen this Purdue white roster pick Echo a couple of times. We saw that on Watchpoint Gibraltar, so that is a possibility as well. But it looks like Sky on the side of Murray State will be on the Pharah with, this time, Myreeth sticking on Lucio, so there will be no pocket Pharmacy, which is totally fine for this map. Pharah can get in and out and play around this point just fine.
Looks like they swapped over to the Mercy, maybe just on that Lucio for the speed out of the spawn, but now Sky will have a little bit of a pocket, but this objective has a roof over top of it. Chief finds their way off the side of the map, but it doesn't matter because Park goes down to Sky, who is already at 60% to that barrage.
Wow.
That is insane alt charge speed.
They literally came out of base with nothing but raw and pure aggression. 80% now. Those rockets are landing, and that barrage is all but coming to fruition. Sky will fall, though, to CK Rookie, the Tracer, getting a couple of headshots and taking them out.
It's not easy to take down a Pharah without a dedicated hit scan like that, but the Resurrect comes back in, and now Sky sitting at 90% to that barrage. The Pulse Bomb gets eaten up there. A great play by the Diva for Purdue White OG to deny that ultimate, but now they've got to worry about Sky poking through the window, looking for an opportunity to let those rockets fly. In the meantime, it's going to be main event, landing the hook onto a faraway target in Mini Martian, and that could actually get Murray State this objective back.
I mean, they just lost two. I think that Murray State pretty handedly takes this objective. I don't even think they really need to use ultimates. They got enough picks. It's going to be a little bit of a roll from here. Park trying to get in position for an EMP, but recognizes the reset coming from Purdue. They will regroup. They will have Coalescence and EMP at their disposal.
EMP, a big ultimate in this situation. That's going to deny main event the ability to heal and run away and stay safe. And of course, Chief just turns into a big alt battery if you get both of those tanks in it. So Park could make a big play here to get the point back for Purdue White.
Yeah, doing great scouting on the side of Purdue White. CK Rookie telling the rest of the roster exactly where Sky is, and they're going to try to get a hack off. That's not going to be enough, and ooh, instead, it's going to be a massive concussion blast, pushing Banana off the edge. Murray State doing a great job of just playing around this point and playing to the strengths of their dive.
And Murray State lost 2 members early in that fight and bounced back. A lot of that was because of the play from On Her sticking that pulse bomb, and then Sky, of course, booping off that Winston in Banana Man.
Purdue White, now holding on to all of their ultimates, will more than likely try to throw everything they can at this next point. And I think what's going to really shift the tide of this fight will be the EMP coming out from Park. Sky looking for a couple of cheeky picks and holding Purdue White in this room. We're now going to start to bum rush point as the fight is going to break out.
CK Rookie goes down first here. No ultimates used yet for Purdue White, and they've got to just find the go button here. You've just got to get aggressive and start to burn them, because Murray State could be running away with this first objective, and you might be sitting on your whole alt economy when the round ends.
Yeah, I mean, they got to use it, man. They got to get in there and just not wait. Currently, Murray State has 93, 94% on that clock. Sky has had the barrage the entire time and hasn't really needed to use it because Purdue hasn't used anything as well. But here we go. The Coalescence is going to get popped on the side of Murray State. We are going to see the Primal Rage from Purdue White. EMP coming through as well from Park. We're going to see the sound barrier dropped from Mini Martian. We are going to see as well Tracer's going to try to get a couple of picks. They're not going to find anything. The whole hog will come out as well. Self-destruct from OG on point. And that's going to be a massive pick from Main Event, landing the hook. It's pretty back and forth and really even thus far, Berkeley.
This is how Gardens goes, especially when overtime starts to tick away. If teams are running mobile comps like this, the stagger could go on forever, but Murray State are trying to put an end to it here. Overtime is going to bleed down so fast. And Murray State jump out in front here on Lijiang Tower 1-0. And Nuke right there, it seemed to be like Purdue just had a complete lack of aggression when they had so many resources they could have used.
Until the very end. They literally held it until the very end, which is an issue that we saw on the side of Murray State back in Junkertown. But On Her landing a cheeky pulse bomb at the end of the round, which was pretty cheeky. We are going to see a tech pause come out on the side of Purdue. Looks like they're going to have some technical difficulties and need to work through that very briefly. But as we head into the second point, I think that's going to be one of the deciding factors, Berkeley, is this alt economy coming out from either side. When the stocks are high, you got to hold on. And when they start to dip, that's when you sell.
Yeah, and honestly, Purdue, they had one of their highest stocks on Kings Row, the Brawl map, of course. As you probably just saw, we're going to be heading to Control Center for point number 2, so this is probably their best chance to bounce back and steal a point away from Murray State. And then we're going to be headed onto Night Market for point number 3. This is a pretty interesting lineup for objectives on Lijiang Tower. I think Purdue has a really good chance here to finally respond to a very lackluster opening round there on Gardens. Nuke, if it's Brawl versus Brawl, do you still give the edge to Purdue here, or did Murray State actually look pretty good on Kings Row once they switched onto a proper comp?
Here's the thing. I don't think the Brawl is going to matter in this control set.
Why is that?
I think it's going to be Sky on this Pharah that is going to make all the difference. If they give the resources to Sky on this Pharah, that's what was securing a lot of these kills in these fights, was just taking these corners and really playing that field of vision as much as possible and using those sightlines to their advantage. If Murray State continues to pocket this Pharah, and if Purdue does not have an answer for it, I really feel like they're going to lose Lijiang. It's not going to come down to Brawl. It's going to come down to the Skies.
Yeah, Sky really did carry them through that first round. It really wasn't just a lack of aggression from Purdue. Sky really did show up and show up strong. CK Rookie, the Ash player who has just been silencing Murray State, not able to play that hero to its full effectiveness on Lijiang. If you're Purdue, do you just throw CK Rookie on that hero and just hope for the best? Because they're able to space away from the enemy very well. They might be able to find that space on Lijiang Tower, even though it's a very difficult map to do so. It doesn't look like that's actually the pick they go out with.
Yeah, they're going to have CK Rookie on the Symmetra, which could work. I mean, that could be a possibility. I don't know how I feel about Park on the Junkrat, but looking at the side of Murray State, they are not going to be running the Pharah again. Sky will be on the full Cassidy, and on her will be on Symmetra this time. So Park may actually do the Duke here.
Yeah, I mean, Park on Junkrat here, it's a pretty niche pick, but it does have a place on Control Center. Just for the purpose of this one staircase, we see the fight happening in, already at 40% to that Riptire, and that is an ultimate that has so much swing potential in a fight. It can just find 3-4 eliminations in the blink of an eye, but right now, Murray State rotating around, opting out of challenging that staircase. They know that they can't push into a Junkrat like this, so this rotation might work pretty well for them, but they're still playing with very low HP. But Park goes down first to Sky. It doesn't matter if he's on Pharah or on the Cole Cassidy. Sky is showing up to this game in a big way.
Absolutely, Sky finding the picks, and man, that's exactly what Murray State needs right now. Is they were kind of pinched back and stuck a bit. That's CK Rookie now pushing back Banana Man on the heels of Murray State as they now need to regroup. But they did build 2 ultimates in the process.
Yeah, Murray State will have their DPS ultimates online, as will Purdue, boosted up by an Earth Shatter as well. Alt Economy looking very close so far in this one. The one that kind of jumps out at me the most is Brodo's Sound Barrier, slightly ahead of Mini Martian. That support quick to the fight could be the difference maker here, but a big slam from Banana Man sits down 4 members of Murray State, and they are dropping like flies here. 1 ultimate required by Purdue White, and that should secure them the fight. But Nuke, what I'm noticing is they invested far more than just the Shatter. They put in both DPS ultimates there as well.
They did. They threw everything it felt like that they had in their disposal. I guess OG still has self-destruct, and Mini Martian does have the Sound Barrier, but they used a vast majority of their ultimates in that fight. And good. Do not hold on to those. Use them as needed. Purdue White may edge out this second map just from that great block coming through from Banana Man, stopping Main Event from taking the show-stopping Earth Shatter. OG gonna find the kill on Main Event. Now Murray State, without their main tank, may have a struggle in holding this point for the rest of this push.
And now the point was flipped. It's going to be Purdue spilling onto it now, trying to recontest it. Chief lets that Sound Barrier, or I'm sorry, that self-destruct go to zone out Purdue White. Purdue White quickly get back into this fight. Ozuki using that Ant Matrix to just amplify their own damage and healing, trying to find picks on their own, but instead it will be the off-tank, and OG and CK Rookie yet again stepping up to the plate and securing the objective for Purdue White once more. And Nuke, 85% now. This could be the final bell for Murray State.
Set the wash size to oof, because Murray State having a hard time getting in and getting the picks on this back line. Massive Riptire coming through, taking out My Reef. That's going to take away their immortality field, but they got to get to point. They don't have a lot of time to really do anything. CK Rookie taking out Sky, and that's going to be the second point. It's like I said, it's not going to come down to brawl. It's going to come down to whether or not they continue to run these Sky picks, whether it be that Pharah or that Echo. I think Murray State desperately needs to be taking to the skies, especially, you notice in that map, CK Rookie's on Symmetra, Park is on Junkrat, so they really don't have anything to be able to contest a pharmacy except for OG. I'm sure they could make the switch, but that's got to be after a fight, right, Berkeley? So Murray State could have taken that point back, force them off of that comp, and maybe that map would have gone differently.
Yeah, I don't blame Sky for not playing far there. It's a very tough point to play. There's no natural cover on the objective to stay safe, and you would love to have just the Lucio Baptiste support line instead of having a Mercy on your team. So it's a tough choice for them to make, but now they're just thinking about this Night Market map as the first fight already underway. They've got Sky on the Doomfist. Again, the sharp head of this spear, but goes down early here, and Banana Man just aggressively pinning in, nailing that one on her, and Banana Man just continues to steamroll. That hammer has not stopped swinging. That Earth Shatter already blue check marked up, and Main Event sitting at just 31%.
Wow. The next closest ultimate is on her over on that Symmetra, and that's just because there was a turret on the left side of point that was just consistently putting out damage and actually killed CK Rookie as they came onto point. But Banana Man, that is a feat in itself. Charging up that Earth Shatter so soon. Sky on this Doomfist looking for something. That Earth Shatter, unfortunately, not going to find really anything. But Sky will find a couple on CK Rookie and Pain. Doing a great job of dishing it out.
Yeah, that fight, Banana Man not able to just swing freely the entire time. Answered pretty early there, up in the front line, stunned a couple times. Sky battered them around a little bit on her, was charging up that beam. And Murray State responded very well despite that first fight being so one-sided for Purdue. And now Murray State is holding on to a couple of ultimates to continue to hold this objective, but Purdue White, they've got an Ant Matrix. They're going to have a Sim Wall in a little bit, but Banana Man goes down. This could be an early economy fight, Nuke.
I think it is going to be an early economy fight for Purdue White. Murray State throwing out a couple of ultimates. They want to ensure that they're going to hold this point. I think that is what they've done. Sitting at 34%, Purdue White will engage, but whether or not they're going to be able to take the point fast is another story entirely. It's going to be up to whether or not the self-destruct finds a couple of picks as they push in.
Going in again, CK Rookie has the Sim Wall to buy some space for the front line. Banana Man not able to block that shatter from main event, is sat down and beamed away by On Her, but Arc responds with the Deadeye kill onto Sky there. Still backing up, but looking to go right back in is Purdue White. They would love to just make their way onto this objective. Sim TP gets thrown in, as does the self-destruct. Doesn't find any eliminations there, but now they've got a route to retreat by. Art gets one, Chief gets another. Banana Man back in the fray here, swings away at Brodo, and this one still looks like it's anyone's game, but Murray State buy back in with 2 eliminations. OG and Park go down. Duke, this one is just a slugfest.
It absolutely is on point, and Murray State showing that they can hold their own in these slugfest. It was going on the side of Purdue White for a long time, but it's also now coming down to whether or not these Symmetras can find the value that they're looking for. CK Rookie able to put a TP out and get the rest of the Purdue White roster on point in time. Just in the nick of time, Berkeley, as Murray State Gold have 97%. So if they get a full wipe in this next fight, that will be all of this point, all of the control map, and Murray State will have 3 under their pocket taking Lijiang. If they're able to take it, that's going to be an Earth Shatter, going to be set down by Main Event, but Main Event going to get sat down instead. The rest of the roster pushes in. Purdue White pushing their advantage.
Purdue is so good at capitalizing on a frontline mistake there. Main Event tries to get away with a very early Earth Shatter, instead gets caught out around that corner of the opening choke. And Purdue just amp a speed boost, go all the way to spawn with it. That buys them 20% more now. A big slam again, Banana Man lays it down, and the follow-up is immediate. A 6K in the feed, a swift team kill. And now there is just one fight remaining here on Lijiang Tower, and one of these teams is going to be on championship point.
Murray State didn't even get the chance to build ult charge that fight, or even try to have an economy fight at all. They just were met by an Earth Shatter immediately. They're going to wrap around the outside, try to get to point. We are going to see the final fight ensue, kicking it off with Sky getting a pick and OG finding 2 on the self-destruct. Boop kill onto Banana Man. We are going to hear the sound barrier drop as well from Brodo. Same from Mini Martian. CK Rookie dropping that wall. And Purdue White is starting to kick back into gear. Now for the first time in the series, taking their lead 3-2.
And Nuke, what have we said about this Murray State team? They've lost more maps against more opponents in the season than Purdue have. Purdue, if they can just start to take maps away from Murray State like they did, they might not stop. They've won 3 in a row despite dropping our opening 2 and heading into hybrid next. It does not look like they're looking to stop. They want this championship on the next map.
They're showing they won at Berkeley. I mean, they are showing grit. If I've ever seen a team with grit, it's gotta be Purdue White. They are showing the Boilermakers have what it takes to get that engine running and pushing as hard as they can.
Yeah, and hybrid, I mean, we can't go to Kings Row, so it's probably not going to be too brawl heavy. It's not going to favor Purdue as well as Kings Row did, but right now, it looks like Purdue is just firing on. I think it's going to be Blizzard as well, but It looks like Purdue is just firing on all cylinders. If it comes out to Blizzard World, I'd like to see him play 2 snipers again. Hanzo and Ash worked so well for them. I think it would be a major mistake for Murray State to pick that map.
Oh, absolutely. Murray State, though, probably going to try to pick something that has a little bit more capabilities with their dive. I would expect a Hollywood on this. Eichenwald, probably not. Numbani's potential, but we should look over see what they've banned. Purdue will ban Numbani, and it looks like there's only a few options, but I think Hollywood and Blizzard World are probably the 2 most prevalent.
Yeah, all of them. Blizzard World, Eichenwald, Numbani. They're all those options where Purdue can run that Ash and Hanzo. They can run double shield if they want. This hybrid map, since there's only those 3 choices left, I gotta give the edge here to Purdue. And Nuke, it is going to be Blizzard World. I think that's a big mistake for Murray State. They're going to have to play some incredible Overwatch because Purdue is going to be bringing their best composition to this map.
I mean, this is a turn of events, Berkeley. This is match point, and Murray State has to bring the thunder here. If you look at all of the maps that we've played thus far, a lot of them have been brawl heavy, and they have favored this Purdue white roster. Every map that we've played, and maybe except for Junkertown First Point. But as we saw, it went in the favor of Purdue white because they got to that second phase, and they held them very closely right in front of that second point.
Yeah, if it's not a hard brawl map, it does not bode well for Purdue, but they've had the luxury of playing those brawl maps. Kings Row went their way. Junkertown, very open first point, but much more condensed second point. Purdue was able to rally with that double shield, double sniper, and just there on Lijiang Tower, they smoked him on Control Center. Night Market was very close. That's an objective where it's not quite brawl, it's not quite dive. It's one of those wonky points in Overwatch where everyone runs sim, and it's very weird. And it went 99-99, and it deserved to. But now hybrid, with the picks we've got left and that we're going to Blizzard World, I just can't stop saying that it heavily favors Purdue. And that's the number 2 seed. That's the underdog. That's the team that lost to Murray State 3-0 in Week 7. Murray State had a perfect record all season long, even leading into this championship. And right now, it's looking like their season could end after this map.
Yeah. And, let's go into the map. Let's see exactly what is in store for the Racers and the Boilermakers in Blizzard World.
Headed in here, Nuke. If you had to guess on the composition for Murray State, since we probably know what Purdue's going to run, double shield, double sniper, what do you think Murray State can do to answer that? Because they've got a lot of strengths. They are the number 1 seed.
If I'm going off what they've ran, ball hog, as I sigh a little bit, I think that they've wasted a little bit too much time trying to run this ball hog. I'm not quite sure what the thought process is behind it because they don't really have the sustain to push it. And don't get me wrong, the Chief is a menace on that wrecking ball, as is main event on the Roadhog, but it's just not what they need. And we're going to see a variation of that composition. The Chief will be on Hammond. Main event will be on Orisa. It's going to be Sky on the Pharah again, and maybe that's why they chose this map. Berkeley, actually, that makes a lot of sense. They have a lot of capabilities to take to the skies, and Numbani was banned, right? So they don't have a lot of options from there. So I think Blizzard World was one of their only options they had. And looking at Purdue White's defense, they're not even going to try to run anything brawl. They're going to go for a double shield sniper comp, very similar to what they ran on Junkertown.
Yeah, I like the look here. Purdue just locking in their composition, playing perfectly to their strengths. And again, Murray State flirting with this composition that has just been so boom or bust for them. It's got to work fast for them on Blizzard World, or I think Purdue just has this one in the bag.
Well, it's going to be the Chief wrapping around the outside. Looking to retouch here. There we see it. Once again, securing objective. Purdue White wrapping around the top part. Ooh, big boop coming out. Trying to get this Hanzo off the high ground. Main event doing a great job. And I think that's exactly why they love playing Pharah into this roster, right? You split the roster up, whether it be a Hammond push or a concussive blast, and that Roadhog just goes for easy pickings, same as on her. and it seems to be working for this Murray State roster exceptionally well. Purdue White may have actually had a little bit more value on this first hold running a Torbjorn, knowing that they've preferred to run this Pharah.
Yeah, one thing about Turret is it doesn't miss, but Pharah is a pretty good counter to the Torb. I like it on the first point of Blizzard World, but I think the heroes they're on play to their strengths more as this map progresses. One thing I noticed about Sky is those concussion blasts, it's not just them hitting direct rockets or getting big rocket barrages. It is knowing how much they can dislodge an opponent on Purdue just by throwing in that cooldown as they go down to CK Rookie, of course, but that's beside the point. Those concussion blasts probably won them that first fight. It kicked them all off of that high ground. If Purdue stays up there, they probably continue to hold that objective forever, but they're all dislodged because of Sky.
Absolutely. Yeah, and that's where your abilities have value more than just the ultimates. And that's why you have to be so strategic in what you choose to play. Main event, trying to pop that whole hog, but dying very early to OG, and we are going to see the pulse bomb on her take out CK Rookie on the side of Purdue White. The Chief will fall as well, but that payload continues to move.
Yeah, it is progressing. We're not going to see a lot of defenses here on Blizzard World. Second point set up early in this objective. They're going to play the high ground, let the payload go the distance, because everyone knows that final 10, 15 meters or so is the hardest part for them to cap. And right now, Murray State are starting to struggle with actually getting into that distance, into that deep part of this objective. And CK Rookie, Park, the tanks, they're doing a great job of just catching these opponents on Murray State out.
Ooh, speaking of catching him out, that's a massive anti-nade from Asuki, hitting everyone on Murray State Gold. They are going to pop the nano boost as well onto Banana Man, and we are going to see a reverse on Purdue White. I mean, there will be a couple of kills from Sky, but Sky themselves will fall. Purdue White will hold for now. We do have a close spawn to get back, so Murray State actually going to see a swap. Sky switching from the Pharah now onto the Echo. Be a very interesting point as Ashe is in the game, right? So Sky could very easily switch over to the Ashe and then have Bob on that payload.
Yeah, probably like 2 or 3 Bobs, given what Sky is able to do with the Echo copies. They're just so flexible, and they can play pretty much any hero they land on. But, Nuke, what I need to see Purdue here is just be very aggressive with these ults. They pop the rally early. I love the play there from Mini Martian. That is a play you have to make. Just be the aggressor. Set the tempo in these fights. You have an advantage if you just sense it by tracking these ultimates. Keep it up. You've got 4 ultimates left to burn. Don't use them all at once, but continue to use them time after time to keep the tempo in your favor.
Speaking of that, yeah, they do have quite a bit of ultimates on the line. They do have a lot at their disposal, and we're seeing a lot of time being wasted, you know, grouping up. It's taken them a little too long to do it for our comfort, wasting a lot of time and not being able to get in. Murray State needs to buy their time a little bit better. The Chief sneakily pushing this payload.
Yeah, Chief trying to get it closer and closer to the destination. I'm pretty sure they know what he's doing. Just 2 meters to go here. Is he gonna do it? He does. No contest, Purdue.
Wow.
How could you let that one slip through your fingers? The second point given away for free to Murray State, and now they have 3 minutes going into the final objective.
Yeah, that was clutch from the Chief. Big brain play. Purdue White wasn't turned around, and that's what's gonna happen when you're not. The C9 is huge, and man, we could have an entirely different series just from that 1 point.
We certainly could. I mean, that could just flip Blizzard World because Purdue had everything they needed to lock down second point. Now they're going to have to use that to lock down third. Self-destruct to open this one up, and the stick onto main event, but Stick unfortunately doesn't find the kill. Instead, the follow-up dive will. Park and Banana Man steamrolling into the backline, finding what they were looking for. And Murray State battered back to spawn once again. 2.5 minutes for them to complete the map.
Yeah, they're going to take some time to set up, and we are going to see a switch. My Wreath going back over to the Pharah, hopefully pocketing the Sky. Sky almost has copy online. do have a couple of ultimates coming up from Murray State that could change the tides of this fight. Main event pushing in. That's going to be OG on the high ground, falling off a little early.
And coming up here in this fight still is some pressure by Murray State as the focusing beam desuits OG out of the mech, and now Sky has the copy online ready to use at any moment. Park loses the cover girl duel to on her, and still the momentum spilling for Murray State. They're looking to copy here and go in. Sky copying the Winston, another tank in the mix, and the Primal Rage ready to pounce onto the backline. Right now Purdue is very discombobulated, and Nuke, I don't know if they've recovered. This payload is just inching closer to the destination.
Yeah, Murray State now taking a script out of the pages and being the ones to flip the script on Purdue White. That Bob being put on point was basically the only thing that saved that Purdue roster in that fight. Murray State's going to back up, let the Bob run out, and then re-engage. One of the most OP things that you can do. Chief trying to get in, will have the minefield on point, but opting not to use it. Instead, backing up, trying to help his roster get this nanoed monkey out of here.
Yeah, Banana Man does get gunned down there, but not before finding an incredible amount of value with that nano boost. Azuki choosing a great target to send that one onto. Now Purdue, they just have 40 seconds to go here. They gave away second point for free. They've got to make the stand here.
Yeah, Purdue only their nearest ultimate that they have online as well is going to be Banana Man back on that primal range, but more importantly, CK Rookie on the Bob. They're going to drop the bombs a little bit ahead of the payload. I don't think that's exactly the positioning that they were looking for. The Chief now diving for the backline. Any Martian will fall to the hook, the Roadhog, and that's them pushing into point, but oh no, that's OG falling out of mech. And Murray State looking like they have the advantage as the whole hog is popped, and they're pushing it back with 2.2 seconds on the clock.
That is so massive for Hybrid. That means if Purdue are able to capture this, they're going to need time of their own. I mean, if they get it with no time on the clock, both teams are going to be stuck at just about a minute. Murray State is going to have a minute and 2 seconds, but capping it with time means that if Purdue gets the third point with more than a minute, Murray State still has a chance in overtime. You capture it with 0 seconds, the other team captures with more than a minute, then you don't have a chance. Purdue has a clear-cut win condition then. Now, it's still a total toss-up.
Yeah, very true. It's going to be dependent on what Purdue White does for their attack here. I think, I don't know, they may run the sniper compositions again, but they prefer that on defense. I imagine we'll see more of a dive to support these tanks. But man, Asuki, let's talk a little bit about the supports on both of these rosters. Asuki has done an amazing job this series, obviously keeping the Purdue White roster alive, but also landing these antis, getting these sleeps off, finding these off angles in the backline to just keep the rest of the roster alive. It's been nothing short of amazing, and Mini Martian has been that frontline force, you know, trying to peel for Asuki, and also Banana Man when Banana Man comes back. It's been pretty amazing to watch on the Purdue White roster.
2, 1.
And we have seen so much difference being made from the support slot for a lot of these playoff games, and I think you're very right to point out Asuki and Mini Martian. They've played great tonight, especially on this composition with the Ana, as well as the Brigitte. So going into this attack, Nuke, I was very sure of how they would defend Blizzard World. I wasn't quite certain on how they would attack, and I'm liking this look. You keep CK Rookie on their best hero, and then adapt with the dive composition, some more mobility here to challenge Murray State's aggression.
It may work. It's very similar to what they ran last time. We are going to see a couple of picks, actually full picks coming out from Murray State. They're going to have to back up. This is not the fight they want to take.
No, they're going to have to go again here. We might see some comp changes. Maybe Banana Man switches over to something else, but now staying on the Winston, they're going to give this one another go. The test drive didn't go their way, but they still like the car.
They sure do. The car is working out, and it's been working out in the other test drives, right? It's just maybe this one day needs a little bit of maintenance, TLC care. Or see the Chief, the Chief kind of pushing to the back line, trying to separate this Purdue White roster. But Purdue White wrapping around Park and CK Rookie backing around the outside, looking to see if they're on the high ground. Of course they're not on the high ground. They're running this dive comp. They're going to be anywhere but that high ground, all over the place. CK Rookie falling to 6 HP and is actually going to live. Myrith and Brodo bumping out the healing, keeping the rest of the Murray State roster alive.
You can't let this res happen either. Myrith goes down to OG there. It looks like a very wonky rotation pays off for Purdue. They rotated all the way around to Murray State's spawn. Got a little bit stuck back there after Asuki got picked off early in that fight, but they recovered in the 5v6. They're able to win that with 3 members left on point, and Park pushing up a little more aggressive here. Nuke, now they've got 4.5 minutes. That's plenty of time, but again, this is such a long map. Anything could happen here. Murray State could lock down this second point, and they might not give it away for free like Purdue did.
Yeah, I don't think they are. And I think this actually favors Murray State's comp a little bit more. It's going to be dependent on this Bob and whether or not these self-destructs land from OG, but OG hasn't really been using them aggressively as we've seen so far in this series. In event, we'll find the pick on CK Rookie. Asuki keeping the rest of Purdue alive as they're pushing around this first corner, but this pharmacy is going to be a menace. There's a lot of high ground play to move around here. We are going to actually hear a couple of ultimates popped. The rally, the self-destruct will take out both of the birds. OG must have heard me a couple seconds ago and said, you want an aggressive ult? I'll show you an aggressive ult.
And I love it. Just time it when Sky uses that rocket jump to just get a little extra height. That's just increased vulnerability there to the self-destruct. Great timing by OG. Buys them about 40 meters of progression on this payload, and now Murray State has to make a desperation play out of spawn. This is where things could get sloppy. This is where mistakes are made. That pulse bomb gets stuck and the kill found onto main event. Park trying to find more, wants that kill onto Brodo, gets it with the help of Banana Man, and the tank spilling into eliminations on the side of Murray State. And they are just pushed so far back. Second point already taken. 4.5 minutes on the clock to get third. Another pulse bomb landed. These tracers got something sticky on their fingers, Nuke, but Murray State still back way off the objective.
Look at this Purdue White roster. Look at them. They are so pushed up. They have blood so deep in their eyes. All they see is a rich crimson. Purdue White just knows how to push that advantage, and OG and Banana Man are great with their target calling. We are going to see one pick onto Asuki before Sky falls to CK Rookie. CK Rookie not missing these targets at all, getting a double back-to-back headshot and pushing this advantage for Purdue White.
Yeah, if you're Purdue, you just have to keep CK Rookie on this hero. Of course, they've got a deep pool. They can play Tracer very well, but just put Park on whatever you need and keep CK Rookie on the Ash because they have that carry potential that you are looking for in a championship game.
Ooh, speaking of carrying potential, we are going to see the Primal Rage popped, knocking everyone about and in and out of these mines. Chief, not going to find anything but one pick. Purdue White wrapping around, backing up as they need to, and recognize they have 3 minutes to do so.
Still plenty of time here, no cause for panic. Azuki has that nano boost online, ready to put onto most likely Banana Man to engage this fight. And Murray State's ult economy, they came out of spawn. It was desperation. It was a little bit sloppy. They got the job done, but they're left with nothing now. They have to defend this with only cooldowns, and that's going to be tough as the nano boosted Winston and the self-destruct go in. That's 3 kills already cleaned up for Purdue White. They want a win condition early. They want multiple minutes on the clock when they finish Blizzard World, and they might just get it.
No, they're definitely going to get it with that's it. 3 minutes and 26 seconds on the clock. Purdue White will push it in. Murray State not finding gas in the tank is Purdue White not exactly reverse sweeping, but getting 3 maps in a row and looking for the 4th one to close this out.
It's been crazy so far. Only a minute. That's all that Purdue has to defend this for, and they've just got to take a tick, and the championship is theirs as the underdog. It would be such sweet revenge to beat the team that 3-0'd you, handed you your only loss, your only blemish of the season. I mean, there is just no better time to stick it back to them than here.
Yeah, I mean, Murray State, all the cards are on the table, the chips are up, and you got to be all in, or you got to fold. And I think we all know what the preferred option is here, Berkeley.
Yeah, put the chips on the table. Give me a Torb, CK Rookie. Like I said, you got to play Ashe if you want to stay competitive in this game, but I love it. You got 2 shields. You have a Cole Cassidy to deal with Sky. And CK Rookie, this was the adaptation you were hoping they would make by adding a turret to their squad. It could pay off in just a minute. This is a nice little change to their comp that maybe Murray State aren't going to be ready for.
Yeah, I don't think they are. I mean, I'm gonna love to see how Sky plays around this, because CK Rookie, look at that, just peppering out these bolts. As Murray State's grouping up the rest of the whole team. They're gonna engage together. Sky immediately identifying the turret, taking it out, which the turret should probably be a little bit behind that Orisa shield, making sure that it doesn't fall immediately like that. But Chief barreling through the back line, now pushing Purdue White forward a little bit. Sky now taking this off angle for a little bit of a flank over the top, going for that turret yet again, shutting down CK Rookie. CK Rookie had the good idea with this pick. It's just these turret placements have been a little sus where they should be.
Yeah, still just kind of making their way around the point. Torb has a ton of sustain to keep them in this fight, but I would like to see a little bit of an improvement on the turret placement right now. Murray State, they're down a few members here, and the Valk popped from Myrith, and that is not an ultimate you want to use there, but they're under the pressure of overtime. And now Purdue, they've got such a clear win condition. They could be champions in just 33% of a tick taken.
Very true. Very, very true. And I loved how Purdue White actually used that bunker comp to put themselves underneath that overhang on that first point. There's not a whole lot of damage that can be done there. They used both of those shields to cover either side of the point. We saw last week a team run that with a Bastion Symmetra composition and teleporting up to the high ground. That's a little bit of a variation of that and worked extremely well to Purdue White's favor. They definitely knew how to run that double shield on that defense.
Yeah, to a T. And the Torb was a nice little change, like we said. Turret placement, not the best aspect of CK Rookie's game, but the sustain, making sure they were on a very hard-to-kill hero. That overload ability where you just get a little armor boost just gives you an extra life almost. And anytime you can keep an extra member in a fight that may have died otherwise, that's value in itself. I don't care how the turret worked out for him. I don't care that I said they should just lock in on the Ashe, because Torb right there worked wonders for him.
It did. It did. That turret had a lot of value. Got a lot of damage off, and Sky had to focus attention on the turret. Wasn't able to really get what they were looking for. As we're zooming in on the butt of the statue, we're gonna start this final push on Blizzard World. Will Purdue take it home and be champions, or will Murray State hold their defense true and take us to a map 7?
Yeah, I mean, it is Purdue's map to lose right here. Just 33% is all they need. I'd love to see an aggressive and swift take, but Sky opens this one up for the defense here of Murray State with that elimination onto Mini Martian, and there is no res on the pitch for Purdue White. They lose another member in Park there, and right now Azuki is playing with about half HP. Murray State, they thwart off that first effort, but there will be 3 or 4 more to come.
Yeah, I mean, they have 3 minutes, which is a lot of time on this first push. Really near what you would get when you start this map out from the beginning. It's going to be an anti put in the backline. Sky will find Park. Purdue White looking to regroup. Park, obviously the Tracer pick, should be able to get in time if they do decide to push up and take a little bit more ground.
And they are going to do that. They're going to push on this right side again. This worked for them in round number 1, using the natural cover to stay away from the Murray State damage dealers. And I like this look. If they're able to play this like they did in the first round, this one could end soon here.
Yeah, they're wrapping around the back. And Murray State more than likely won't be on the high ground, but that doesn't mean that they can't take it, Wait, gotta figure out an answer for Sky, as Sky now has the rocket barrage online, and they're just letting it run free. There is nothing to stop Sky right now. CK Rookie dealing with issues of their own, and I think that they found their synergy. I think Sky told on her, I need you on CK Rookie constantly. I need you peppering them. They cannot fight me. And that's exactly what's happening. Sky is going uncontested. CK Rookie is trying to get this Tracer off their butt, and that Pharah is a menace.
Yeah, on her just has to be a complete pest to CK Rookie if it wants to open up the skies for their Pharah player. And this is the lights out play from CK Rookie here, gunning down the bird, but it is a 1-for-1 trade as On Her sticks that pulse bomb onto Mini Martian, and more ultimates are invested here. This could be the final fight. It's still evened up. Right now, Park is in a cover girl duel, but On Her goes down to OG. Azuki gets the anti-nade kill onto Chief. Purdue want this here. They've got 10% taken. Can they get 20 more? They want it bad, Nuke. They're so close to being champions, but Murray State are not going anywhere fast.
Not yet, and the kills are coming back out as Sky has returned, but not for long. Taken to the skies is going to be the self-destruct, taking out Sky. Banana Man fighting a kill of their own. That's going to be Mini Martian coming back to play, getting the kill. Purdue White will take the championship 4-2-2.
Revenge is so sweet. Beaten 3-0 by Murray State in Week 7 just a few weeks ago. They respond, completely erasing that blemish off their season record. They are the Challengers champions here for the NECC. And Nuke, I don't even have to talk about player of the match long, because for me, it is this man. It is CK Rookie all day long.
Oh, I actually heavily agree with you this time, Berkeley. You know, typically I try not to give it just straight to the DPS because doing damage is obviously their job. But if we're looking at the first two maps versus the end of this series, CK Rookie was the game changer for this Purdue White roster.
Yeah, absolutely. And on that Ashe, too, their signature hero of the night. Played a little bit of Torb here and there, a little bit of Tracer, but the difference maker time and time again on Kings Row, on Junkertown, there on Blizzard World. Like we said, we thought it might have been a mistake pick. If you enable CK Rookie to play that hero, they're going to pop off, and they delivered again. Just precision damage dealing from them. Had to be the player of the game. There's a few honorable mentions, of course. I do think that Sky played very well on the Murray State side. They would have been my pick. Of course, another damage dealer, but honestly, it was just a battle between them all night long. Whether it was Sky or whether it was CK Rookie, whoever won more fights was going to end up being a champion tonight. And tonight, it was CK Rookie.
Honorable mention for me as well would be Banana Man on the side of Purdue White. That Winston was just so much, and it was the pace that set for Purdue the entire night. That Winston goes in, it's time to dive. It's time to get in there, do the damage. Not only just on the Winston as well, but switching off onto the Reinhardt. Banana Man had a lot of value, and I think that that pacing was exactly what Purdue needed to take them to this game 4 and secure the championship.
And they turned it around too. They lost the first two maps, let's not forget that. And they bounced back by winning 4 maps in a row in a championship setting. This team played so well under pressure. This one could have gone anyway, but Murray State, you made this point so many times tonight. They just had trouble getting their momentum back. Once it was lost, they weren't able to re-find it. And Purdue, once they stole it, they did not let go.
Not a single bit. They held on to it and said, mine, and ran to the end.
Yeah, all the way to the end, right where that finish line is, crossed through the ribbon, and now they're going to be holding the trophy. Nuke, that is Overwatch 1. The next time we're going to be seeing chat here for the NECC, it's going to be on a totally new shiny toy in Overwatch 2. So put a nice little golden bow on this one. I think this one was the firework grand finale that this game deserved.
Absolutely, and I know that we're going to be turning it over here very soon. I just want to give a couple of shout outs and thanks to everyone here at our NECC family that absolutely makes all of these casts possible, stays up super late at night to ensure that we have quality content to bring the collegiate Overwatch scene. Not just Overwatch, all of the games that we offer. I'd like to give a final shout out to my roster over at St. Ambrose, who won their championship tonight and are back-to-back NECC champions for the first time in history.
St. Ambrose Bees, stay
Yeah, man.
top dogs. What a good squad you got over there. I love those guys. They're always so hyped. They bring good energy. But right now, Nuke, this one's about Purdue.
It
This
is.
one's
This
about
one is
Purdue.
it is about Purdue 100%. And hopefully we get CK Rookie in here with the interview with the man himself, JVR, Jacob Van Ryan.
Yeah, that's going to be happening in just a few moments, but that is all for Nuke and I. Tonight, you are not going to be seeing us again. So, in case you ever want to see more of us before NECC starts back up again, you can follow him over at Chase Newcomb on Twitter, and you can follow me right here at AltCharge. And honestly, Nuke, I can't wait to see you in the fall, man. It's been a pleasure.
Likewise. And it's been a pleasure, everyone in chat. You know we love you. If you feel like there were some hype moments from the set, feel free to post them to Twitter. Tag the schools, tag us, tag the NECC. We love to see those interactions.
We sure do. We'll be back in just a few moments with that interview with JVR and CK Rookie.
One touch from you, and I was hooked. And like an addict, I can't get enough. Can't be away, take me away. You're on the hunt, I'll be your prey. I'll be your prey. I'm a prisoner, I won't break free. Gotta get up,
And we're back, and I lied, chat. We're here once again. You can't get enough of us. Chase Nuclear Nukem joined once again here by Alt Charge and a very special guest. Can't get enough of this guy, CK Rookie, on the Purdue White roster. Our player of the match, CK Rookie. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. Coming off of a grand finals win, it just feels great. All of the work that we've just put in throughout this whole season is just finally coming to an end, and it just feels great to finish out the season with the win.
Well, I cannot hear CK Rookie. I don't know if anyone else is
Nah,
able to hear him.
Nuke.
He's muted in Discord.
You're not alone. I can't hear him either. But
Hello?
we got you back in Discord.
Oh, there we go. Sorry about that.
There we go. You're good.
I was just saying, yeah, it feels great. All the work we've just put in throughout the whole entire season, it just finally comes to an end, and coming off the win, it just feels great. So,
Absolutely. Tell me what was going through your mind that entirety of the flip after the second map. You guys got 4 maps in a row. What was the mental shift that went into that?
we've always been a team where we can just come back and just recollect as a team. So I feel like after we were able to just bring it up to 2-2, like our momentum and our just energy in the whole entire game and voice chat was just amazing. So we were able to just put in all of our work and just keep on playing and playing and playing, and yeah.
That's a great style of play, man. And I just wanted to ask you, was there a point where your team was like, hey, listen, you're only going to play Ash from now on because you are just lights out on that hero tonight? You were on Tracer for a little bit, but it seemed like just so much of your success was found on Ash. Was that your decision to keep playing that hero, or were your teammates backing you up being like, yeah, you're going to play her the rest of the night?
Yeah, the last round of OT, I was debating whether going off on a Widow to try and pick off their Mercy, but my whole team was just hyping me up. It was like, you were going crazy on the Ash, just stick with the Ash. So I decided to go through, and my team was just supporting me through all of it. And I've always just been a hit scan player at heart, so it was definitely fun.
Yeah, we could tell
That's
you
so
were just
cool.
dialed in on Hitscan. There was one play on Junkertown where you were playing Widowmaker just out of the spawn door and you picked off the Faro with a headshot, and Nuke and I both kind of gasped and said something like money, cash, and you were just that all night long on Hitscan. So congratulations on popping off, man. Nuke, did you have something else you wanted to ask our man here?
No, I just had to say, as a fellow Hoosier, a lot of respect to your guys' roster over at Purdue. I come from Ball State, and we've been rivals for a minute. It's been a phenomenal ride watching your program grow. You guys got a predominantly freshman and sophomore roster this year, and I'm very eager to see where this takes you in the coming years.
Yes, same here. Same here.
So you're going to be back in the fall, right?
Most definitely.
With a new peak on Overwatch 2, playing Hitscan with one less shield in your way?
That's the plan. Hopefully Overwatch 2, it's gonna be great for our team. Start scrimming more specifically in Overwatch 2 so we can get more of a handle on that, and yeah, definitely excited for the next season.
Yeah, right on. It's going to be a new game to learn. I'm sure it's going to come with its challenges, but for a Hitscan player, I think you're going to feast on it. I think you're going to have a pretty good time out there with one less tank. But are you ready for our commissioner to step in and give your team the congratulations they deserve?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's head into that.
CK, Jacob Van Ryn, my friend, it's great to meet you through this virtual world we live in. I just wanted to reach out to you and your team. It's been awesome to work with your crew. Obviously, not your first title. Certainly won't be your last, as we know. But tonight, congratulations to you and everybody else in that Purdue White squad on winning another championship for Purdue University.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for hosting this tournament as well.
We appreciate your participation. We love watching you guys compete. We'll get you the trophy. We're going to see you in nationals in just a little bit. But tonight, enjoy this celebration. You deserved it. Awesome come from behind win. Congratulations. Great to watch you. And we'll see you soon.
Thank you very much. See you soon.
That's CK Rookie from Purdue University, our champions tonight. To close out our B stream, our A stream actually is still rolling as Ottawa is taking on Kansas over there. That's going to do it for the B stream. We thank you for tuning in. Tomorrow night, League of Legends, our spring championship in league action. Join us then. On behalf of everyone that made this broadcast possible, Jacob Van Ryn saying so long, Purdue White. caps it off with a title. Congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow night.
Fast forward a year or two, friends have changed, but so can you. So can you. For too long about the mistakes and to hate. Forgot your names. Fear the struggle to follow on. Need to focus to prove you're wrong. I'm not wrong. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on.